Call the meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Giomi?
Here.
Supervisor White? Supervisor Jones? Supervisor Shooty?
Here.
Mayor Bagwell?
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you so much. I was going to say, do I see Ken Haskins? We do not. How about we just stand and have a moment of silence and think about anyone that you want to wish goodness for, right? We can all use that. So we'll just have one moment of silence. Thank you so much. I was looking for Ken to give us some wisdom this morning, but that's okay. Yeah, we might all need it. We're now on to agenda item number 4, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. Would you like to lead us in the pledge? All right. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Okay, we're now going to move to our public comment section. This is the first public comment of the day, and you can do that on any subject that the city has jurisdiction over. It doesn't have to be on a specific agenda item. We're going to start today, though, with a presentation. I'd like to do that first, so we'll come down if you guys, I think you guys can come on down too, to the board. That would be good.
I think I've got this pretty good, pretty right.
Right, let's get it right. Come on down.
We're alive and well here. Come on up. Inside joke. Okay, here we go. Can I get the guys, all of the officers to come on over here for a second?
Celebration.
This is a celebration. And it's a very, very unique one. As most of, or some of you may know, there is a law enforcement theme out there. If you see something, say something. And September is if you see something, say something. Ironically, before I realized that, Sergeant Gomes down here brought to my attention something really, really special here in Carson. And Avery and her mom were present. So I would like to read, Ms. Mayor, a letter of appreciation that is being presented to Avery. It has come to the attention of the Sheriff's Office that on August 6th, your attention to the health, safety, and welfare of this community resulted in a law enforcement action that resulted in the arrest of a truly dangerous person. For your efforts, we sincerely acknowledge and thank you for being such a hero. On August 6th, you informed your mother that you witnessed a man in a park that was not wearing clothing. With the concern of your mother, you both returned to the area and saw the man on the park bench. Photographs were taken and deputies responded to the area. As a result of your attention, the man was determined to be a convicted and wanted sex offender that had fled from California right here into our community. Significantly, the offender was near a residential area, neighborhood adjacent to the Boys and Girls Club and in the close proximity of an elementary school that wasn't in session, but that you're also a teacher of. We want to thank you. He was arrested and the safety and comfort of our community and neighborhood was enhanced by your alertness, all by you. Thank you for being so alert and revealing that you saw what you saw to your mother. While it is the responsibility of the Sheriff's Office to keep and maintain the peace and safety and security of our community, this cannot be achieved without the active participation of people like you, our residents and visitors. Your actions are a positive reflection on those who live, work, and play in Carson City. You are truly, truly a hero, and I cannot thank you so much. This presentation, for everyone's awareness, is being presented. AJ, the school superintendent, is right here. Your classroom is watching right now, and I believe your classroom is watching right now. So I thank you guys for making those arrangements. We have a keychain for your mom because she drove there. How about that? Okay, and we have this medal and Miss Mayor.
And I just want to say, what a great family, right? And so just as the hero that you are too, because you've taught her well. And that's what Carson City has, is great family structure, wonderful thing. I'm sure in the schools too, that we're really teaching our children that it's okay to tell their parents if they see something. I think maybe they notice things quicker than we do because they're just alert. So I want to thank both of you so very much. And I know it's going to seem strange, but I happen to have one of these. And I just know where your life is taking you. So I thought she'd like a little deputy badge because I think that's what she was that day for all of us, for your whole community. And then just a lapel pin to show the pride that we have in you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have to get a picture. We'll make sure he's got one. Thank you again so very much. Maybe I'll take it. We loaded her up. Thank you all. I'll keep it with me and bring it back. It might end up on the ground. Okay, I have signed up for public comment, people that say they want to speak during the item. Do I have any general public comment that anyone would like to make? Come on up and state your name and thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ward. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. I'm going to keep it really short. I just want to say that I was at the Parks and Recreation and Open Space meeting, and I felt people related very well with each other regardless of their feelings, and I'd like to put a kudos into the staff for their work and efforts to make that all set up for people, and I just wanted to appreciate that. And I would like to say that just one thing, you got to work out a deal with more than 8 chairs out in that overflow. Just a thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have any further? I think I saw someone's hand. Come on up. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Sorry, this is my first time submitting a public comment. So thank you. Please forgive me any nervousness. If you'd allow me some extra time at the end, if I go over, that'd be super appreciative. My name is Derek Miles. I'm a cannabis consumer, advocate, and industry worker in Carson City, living in Douglas County. I'm also a recent member of the Chamber of Cannabis, a Nevada nonprofit organization based on logical and equitable cannabis policy. They were influential in Nevada's consumption loan passage, which unfortunately was banned here. Honestly, I'm quite disappointed with how the discussions of the cannabis items have gone. It seems like community members have come out in force to fight this for entirely the wrong reasons. We're basically dealing with reefer madness in 2022, and frankly, folks should honestly be ashamed of themselves for it. The arguments I've heard have been flagrantly without definitive data or basis in science in any way, shape, or form. Shelley Aldine's opinion in the Nevada appeal against this was followed by praise, which I actually wrote a response to that was also published in the appeal. So that and my public comment from the last Planning Commission are publicly available if anyone wants to look at those. I'm otherwise displeased with how the 2 currently established dispensaries and their representation have argued that there's neither fairness nor demand for allowing additional dispensaries. As a retail cannabis worker myself, I would certainly disagree. There are thousands of regular cannabis consumers in Carson City, from locals, tourists, or surrounding areas like Douglas where it is banned entirely. Everyone in this room likely interacts with them whether they are aware of it or not. Calculating CCB and Department of Taxation data with Carson's population alludes to potentially $16.4 million in taxable sales for fiscal year 2021. So it's not hard to imagine why the 2 of the most dominant cannabis companies in the country would want to keep access limited here. But I'm more interested in equitably increasing access to cannabis for everyone that deserves that freedom. There's something a gentleman from Qualcan attempted to explain during the last planning session. The current dispensaries are both owned by competing multi-state operators from Chicago, together operating hundreds of cannabis facilities nationwide. Outside the currently proposing Vegas-based Qualcomm, the 4th awaiting license holder in Carson is another subsidiary of one of those Illinois companies. I could go on about how controversial and lucrative Nevada's cannabis industry has become due to limited licensing, but I lack the time. Where my sole opposition lies is with the location, and upon the compelling arguments that a family brought that lives on the property line, my agreement with it is being ill-suited is cemented. It's undoubtedly needed elsewhere, and the misunderstanding could easily be remedied by zoning restriction adjustments for retail cannabis to adequately serve our community in drier areas. So forgive me if I do misunderstand what's going to be decided upon today, but my stance is the board should approve any portions of 17D and 17E unrelated to a final location, and at the very least not deny the proposals outright, perhaps even tabling until the revisions on cannabis zoning restrictions can be proposed as necessary. Ultimately, I challenge the board to dismiss any fear-based
so much.
arguments. I just have
Thank you.
a tiny
I'm
little
so
bit.
sorry. I've got quite the crowd.
No worries.
Thank you so much. Do I have anyone else that wants to make Public comment at the beginning? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much. We're going to move on to agenda item number 6, which is approval of our minutes from July 21, 2022. Does anyone have any corrections? Not, I'll accept a motion, please.
I move to approve the Carson City Board of Supervisors meeting minutes for July 21, 2022 as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the minutes of July 21, 2022. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move on to our special presentations, which is our length of service certificates for our employees. So we're going to go on down one more time. Well, never know. It might not be the last, but we're going to do it again. It's a good day when we can thank people for all they do for our community. Okay. So I get the good part of handing out the certificates, and we're taking turns. I don't have them as individual sheets today, so you'll have to, you can do it. I have faith in this team. I know. I'm putting the pressure on, really.
All right, we'll start with 15 years of service, and that's Chris Ramus. Chris, are you here? So like a lot of us up here, Chris is a Carson High graduate and has been with the department since August of 2007. He's currently in the detention division and has been an integral leader in the jail programs within the environment that ensures the highest level of health, safety, and welfare, and make sure they're met continuously for both inmates and staff. So congratulations, Chris, and thank you for your service. Yeah, you don't get to leave. Nice try.
That's right, we all gotta stay.
We have to stay because if we don't have a picture, it didn't really happen.
Margaret Holloway. Hi, Margaret. 10 years. Margaret is a great advanced practice registered nurse, or APN. She is great with her patients, and her patients love her. Recently, when the clinic was between managers, she stepped in to assist as requested with many added duties and did a stellar job. Well, thank you for being willing to go over and above what's ordinarily expected. This is the kind of employees that Carson City has, and that's why we're such a great community. Thank you very much.
Mary Jane Ostrander, recognized for 10 years of service. Congratulations. Mary Jane must have written her own bio here because it says, Mary Jane often thinks outside the box and goes above and beyond when assisting those in need. Congratulations.
So is Gage here? Oh, yeah, okay. Hey. All right. 10 years, Gage Mead, Deputy Sheriff. Gotta go up front and center. Deputy Sheriff Gage Mead, a Carson High School graduate, has been with the Sheriff's Office for 10 years and worked in all 3 of the major divisions of the department, including the jail, investigations, and patrol. Among Deputy Mead's most notable assignments, he has been assigned to the investigations unit as Carson City's gang enforcement officer, and most recently moved his expert experiences and life roots back to the schools, where he is presently assigned to the School Resource Officers Program. Thank you for your service, Mr. Where do you get Mr. Mead? Sorry, but thank you as well.
We might not be able to handle it.
You doing one?
No.
Where did we leave off?
Israel?
Kyle?
Israel?
Israel Estrella, are you? There you are. Israel is a parks irrigation specialist. He's worked for the city for 5 years. He excelled in his position during his first 4 years and became the department's first irrigation technician, in which he's currently employed. Over the past year in the position, he has continued a strong work ethic as well as increasing his knowledge in the irrigation field at a rapid pace. His desire to learn and improve his craft has helped Israel become a very successful employee in this position, spending a lot of time developing the computer and irrigation programming skills to be more efficient and valuable as an irrigation technician. So congratulations, Israel, and thank you for your service.
Got some more to do.
Hey,
That's awesome, right?
Kyle Espino. 5 years. Short timer.
No, 20 to go. You just want to, right, 20. Oh, 25 to go. Oh, this is our-
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Deputy Sheriff Kyle Espino is a locally recruited deputy who graduated from Douglas High School, Go Tigers, back in 2012. He is assigned to the Patrol Division and represents the Corps of the Sheriff's Office first responders in handling the volume of calls that come into the dispatch center around the clock. Now at 5 years, we hope him many more years of success.
We heard it. It's on the record. Yes, we heard it. 25 years. Here.
Leslie from Juvenile Services. I'm not going to announce your last name. Leslie has 5 years. She is a friendly face that greets most people who come into juvenile probation. She treats everyone with respect, kindness, and sincerely likes helping people. We are grateful to be able to work with Leslie. Congratulations.
Okay. This is quite the crew, isn't it? Look at that. Well, Carson City just does it right, and we'll let a little bit of Douglas County in the room, but I'm going to just have to say it. Go Senators. I heard go Tigers, but you know. Gotta stick with the right answer.
I think this one's swimming.
Okay, we'll give just a second for those to be able to exit. Okay, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Item 12A has been tabled and will be heard at a future time. Item 12B has been requested to be pulled for discussion. So is there any other item that anyone wants to pull? If not, I'll accept a motion. Again,
I got it.
12A, you got it? Okay, go.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 8B, 9A, 9B, 10A, 11A, 12C, 12D, and 13A as presented.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now going to move to agenda item for discussion 12B, as in boy. This item deals with the purchases for the Carson City Department of Parks, Recreation, and Open Space. Do we have someone here to talk about the equipment? Great.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, This is Dave Navarro, Parks Operations Superintendent for the Parks Department. Madam Mayor, Board of Supervisors, just wanted to explain like a little bit about this. This request here is for our capital improvement project for the fiscal year 2023. And what it is most of our capital equipment for this year that we have gotten the codes for, putting together, and and the equipment is there, ready for us to, pick up, but we just package it all together. This equipment here is very valuable to us. A lot of it is replacing like equipment that has been in use for 15 plus years. In addition to that, these pieces of equipment as well are multi-use pieces of equipment. They do more than just one thing. And so when we are doing projects and the operators have the ability to do multiple tasks at once with these pieces of equipment. So it's not just like a one and done. With our open space as well, it's growing, and now we are turning more into like a maintenance mode. A couple of the pieces of equipment on there as well, I believe like the Mini X and then also like the Bobcat as well are very essential to that growing maintenance part, like to the open space as well. So
let me see if I can help go a little bit of a question here.
Sure.
I think that the two new items, like you said, the mini excavator and the Bobcat, will be new to your department. And we've had just a few questions to really determine their use and viability versus the amount of dollars that will be expended for that. And so potentially what we're looking to do here today is to remove those two items and bring them back after the supervisor that requested it to be pulled has just a chance to review a little more research. So not that it's a no, just that needs a little more answers to those two items. And so it's really the pleasure of the board, but if we choose to do that, then we would just be approving $322,728.07. And then we'd bring the other two items back for discussion after the research has been completed. Like many items, sometimes we need just a little more information. So I just want to ask on the question for the Parks Department. I'm sorry that Jen's not here to be able to answer, and you're it.
that's fine.
I didn't see there'd be an issue with the delay for a few weeks on the order.
The only issue would be, so when we first got the quotes and we presented this back in at the beginning of the year in this is January, we have been running into that the equipment cost has been rising like fast, and some of them like 15% in that range. I don't know if those quotes that we have now are going to be, they might
for 2 weeks.
expire. So yeah, and that's something that we would just have to get back with the manufacturers and with the dealers. I would like to say that the Bobcat on there is actually replacing a current piece of equipment, like the Toolcat that we have, and we've had that since 2007. So it's been in service like for 15 plus years, and it's just getting to that point where it's aging out with all the service hours that it has on it as well. The Mini X is truly like a new piece of equipment, and it's something that we've actually been trying to get for like the last 3 years, and so this was the year that it came up like for us. So
Thank you.
Mhm.
Supervisor Jones, did you want to comment or anyone, questions?
Yeah, I'm the one who requested the delay. We're contracting out more and more parks work all the time. I'd like to know how much we use, how many days a week we use this equipment. There's a point when it would be cheaper to lease a piece of equipment for a day or a week, whatever. So that's why I'm asking the delay on that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Is there
welcome.
any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Stan, did you want to make the motion?
Yeah, but what's the dollar amount again?
322, 728, 7 cents.
I move to approve the Parks and Rec request for a budget amount 322,728.07, excluding the Mini X and the Bobcat.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of $322,728.07, excluding the mini excavator and the utility Bobcat. All those in favor, please say, oh, yes, on discussion.
I'm struggling with this a little bit just because, especially the Bobcat, you know, I think it is important to replace it.
Doesn't say it's a
And so, yeah, I'm
It
struggling.
says
with-
it's new, so I have to say, the spreadsheet that was presented to us does not indicate it's a replacement item, because I think that's really what we're after here is the size of the purchase and that it's new equipment to the department, so we just wanted to make sure it was gonna be, viable for its, length of service. And I think that's, so it says it's new. and
Right.
that-
Can
Oh,
I
I
ask
understand.
that this be on the agenda in 2 weeks?
Oh, absolutely,
okay.
absolutely. Like I
Okay.
said, we'll bring it back, so long as they can clear up
So
whatever.
long as,
Right,
so clear it up, please.
okay, thank you. So, any other discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no? No. Okay, motion carried, thank you, and we'll bring it back.
Thank you very much, and we'll make sure like to clean it up, and we'll have it. I have some more. Just happen to have like some more like equipment that's coming to the next one, so I'll
Oh,
just
there
add
you
on
go,
those two.
put it
so.
in with that. Thank you
Thank you
so
very
much,
much.
I appreciate it.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, was there a nay vote?
Yes, that was Supervisor Giomi.
Thank you. I didn't.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I should have announced that. Okay, we're now going to move on to agenda item 15A, which is discussion and possible action regarding our bill draft request for our charter for submission to the Legislative Council Bureau. I see District Attorney Woodbury is queuing right up. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jason Woodbury, Carson City District Attorney for the record. This item was previously before the board on July 21st. So we have previously discussed and you have approved the submission of most of the items. You directed me to return to the board with some options in regard to the charter provisions relating to a vacancy in the office of the mayor. As you'll recall, there was a deficiency identified in that particular, in the language that was presented, in that a vacancy could occur at a time when it would not be possible to replace the mayor at the next general election, and it was an open question of what we would do under those circumstances. So in response to that, we've prepared draft language for three possible options to address that deficiency. The first option, which is reflected on page 344 of your packet, is probably appropriately characterized as the most straightforward of the options, and it simply says that upon the occurrence of a vacancy, the mayor pro tem assumes the office of mayor and would just complete the unexpired term of the former mayor. And then, of course, there would be an election in the normal course of proceedings, and a new mayor would be elected. Option two, which is reflected on page 345 of your packet, in principle preserves the idea that the mayor pro tem serves until a new mayor can be elected at the soonest possible general election time. So if a vacancy occurs during the first year or 30 days or more before the filing period of the next general election, that vacancy would be filled at that general election, and the mayor pro tem would assume the office until that time. Now, the newly elected mayor at that election would just be elected to complete the original term of the former mayor. So it wouldn't be, under the language that's drafted, it wouldn't be a new 4-year term. It would just be completion of that previous term.
Sorry, before we go on, could I just, trying to get it clear in my mind. So if the office becomes vacant 29 days before the first filing period.
Right.
Then the mayor pro tem remains in essentially for the remainder of the term. In practice, it would be the remainder of the term, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I will say, 30 days, there's nothing magic about that.
Right.
That was selected as, our assessment of a reasonable period to allow people to contemplate whether to run for mayor and make a decision. It is also consistent with the redistricting deadline that we discussed in the other item. Option 3 preserves somewhat the existing procedure for filling a vacancy in that the mayor pro tem acts as mayor, but it does allow this board to to appoint a supervisor to backfill the mayor pro tem's position for the period of time that he or she is acting as mayor. So you don't have the issue of a 4-person board. Any other options that the board wishes to consider? We do have sufficient time to prepare that and to submit it. The bill draft request is due on September 1st.
Questions? Thoughts? Supervisor Giomi?
I'll comment. I previously said it's not acceptable, having been through this, to have 4 board members. I think we do a disservice to our community when we do that. So I appreciate the efforts to make sure we keep a full board, because I think that's critical. Without trying to convolute things, it seems like option 1 is the easiest option. It's just clean. It's clean. It's understandable. It doesn't get so far into the weeds that a person from the general public can't understand it, without having a law degree. So that would be my druthers. I think option 1 seems the most straightforward to me.
Supervisor White?
I would have to concur that option 1 is obviously the simplest. Being the contrarian, I think I can conjure up a malfunction within all 3 options. And I can also see the attributes of all 3 options. And so I think I'm leaning towards option 1 simply because it's the simplest, most straightforward. Any malfunction that jumps up out of that is pretty easy to overcome without hours and hours of district attorney time trying to figure out the what-ifs.
Supervisor Jones?
Well, I agree. I think it's very important that we have 5-member board at all times. And we got to go whatever option that best serves us.
Mm-hmm. That makes us irrelevant, Lisa. There are 3 votes, but I happen to concur, and I don't know. I really do think that we all believe that the public should weigh in, but it really is already a very difficult situation. Some of us lived through it, and I think for good governance, we need to move forward when the issue occurs. And so I just think that's what we need to do, is to keep your government going. And so I'm great with option 1.
The good thing about
too.
option 1 is that it still fills the board position by first appointing someone, but then electing someone as soon thereafter as possible.
Right.
If the timing works out. And that's what I like about it the most, because I think we're all of the mind that if you're going to serve up here, you should serve up here after having been elected. to the extent that that's possible. And so that preserves that, as you said, Mayor, so.
Right. So, okay, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Wade?
I move to approve submission of the bill draft request incorporating the recommendations of the Charter Review Committee with the addition of option 1 as presented.
I second.
On discussion for clarity of motion for the public that is listening, that would be the option that is listed on packet page 344. Just for clarity, since they're, just clarity. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, and your team for the work on presenting options and getting us a bill draft. Thank you. We're now on to agenda item 16A, which is just for discussion and presentation of the annual report for the Human Resources Department. Ms. Bruchetta, come on up and tell us what great things you guys have been doing.
Good morning. First,
Yeah,
I'd
they're all
like
here.
to introduce the Human Resource
Yes, I
Team.
love
There's 5 of us. And this team oversees or provides services for 620 approximately full-time employees plus their dependents, 275 part-time employees, and 180 retirees plus their dependents. Briefly going over the report that was submitted, we did an annual employee survey. This is the second year for that survey, and we saw an increase in responses from participants. We onboarded 229 new employees over the past fiscal year. Departments and elected offices have provided significant trainings to their employees during this fiscal year that was noted in our report. And we are working on recruitment strategies. We continue to do that. Megan McCarthy, to my left, is our recruitment analyst. And she had close to 4,000 applications to review over the past year. In addition to Megan, Christina Reyna is down there on the left. Next to me is Jackie Casanelli, and next to her is Alana Mills. We participated in an audit, it was voluntary for us, and they made a few recommendations, very minor recommendations, and we implemented those recommendations. 2 were to create 2 additional policies in terms of providing domestic abuse assistance and to allow parents to take time off to attend functions at their children's schools, both of which are covered in state law. So we didn't have them in our policy, but they recommended that we add them in. Aside from that, we were able to then secure $1,000 to use for employee engagement activities. And both Christina and Megan received $250 as individual awards for their participation.
Wonderful.
So if you have any questions about the report that we presented?
Does any member have a question? Supervisor Jones?
First of all, who's running the shop this morning? No,
So-
this is a great report, and I want to congratulate your whole shop for the good job you're doing.
Can I just ask in general, we're hearing all across Nevada and I think everywhere about the ability to hire employees, that there's just shortages. Do we have any classifications that we're really having a difficult time recruiting? Is there anything specific in our city we need to address?
I'll let Megan address that, but I can tell you that we are no different than the other jurisdictions. Our most difficult recruitments, of course, are lifeguards and our recreation positions, part-time recreation positions. But Megan can give you a little information because she's been following the trends on that.
Thank you.
Yes, so I would echo that part-time, seasonal, or very entry-level positions are particularly challenging right now. I also think that positions that have always been difficult to fill, something very specialized, a very specific trade or skill, now is just that much harder.
Supervisor Schutte?
This isn't a question, but a comment. I just so appreciate all of you. And when I've reached out, the whole team has been nothing but helpful. And So just know you're appreciated. And then the organizational structure, just learning more about you all and your backgrounds and your education and your experience, what a team. And so thank you. And I believe I speak for everyone up here. We are grateful for you and thank you for the work you do.
Absolutely echoed. Is there any public comment, just in case? We're not going to let Alana give up her seat because she took too long to get here, so we'll.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Board. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Supervisor Schutte was at the meeting where I believe it was brought up as part of the consideration, just in a general statement type deal, that for recruiting that people might consider adding college credit type situations. And I heard that there were positions that would allow that. Lifeguards perhaps, because of certain aspects of their job and such, might be able to fit into that as an incentive and consideration is all I'd like to add. And I think you could probably make better of what I just said, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work.
Is there any other public comment? That? Okay, well then again, from all of us, thank you so much. That was a lot of applications, recruitments, thanks on the insurance. I know we recently changed some vendors. That's got to send Jackie's phone ringing because everybody's looking for what they're supposed to do. And does that mean a new doctor? Does that, whatever. But again, thank you all for smiling, even on the other end of a phone, because we can tell, right? You can tell even on the phone. So thank you all so very much. Okay. We're going to move on then to agenda item 17A, which is for discussion and possible action for the final subdivision map known as Anderson Ranch, creating 203 residential lots and the acceptance of the neighborhood park construction and residential construction tax credit agreement. That was a mouthful. And I do want to acknowledge, I don't see anyone that's here for public comment. There may be, but we did receive a few via the public comment methodology that came in. And so I want to acknowledge those and maybe just as a little bit of understanding for the public in case they're listening. Some of the comments were asking us to change conditions, change it from this to something else. That is not what we're allowed to do in a final map. I know the word might lead you to believe it's something other than what it is, but it really is just to determine whether or not they've met the conditions, not that we want to change what the conditions are. So I just wanted to acknowledge the public comment that was received. So Heather, are you going to start us off on this?
I will. Thank you, Mayor. If I can have just one moment to load the PowerPoint.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, while she's doing that.
Sure.
It came to my attention this morning when I was reviewing some of this stuff. 6 times in this packet, it refers to board action on January 3, 2020. January 3, 2020 was a Monday.
So it has an error.
So are we in a malfunction?
No, I don't think so. We can, oh, you mean, no, it's in the staff summary?
Thank you,
Not in the title.
Well, it's in the title as well.
Oh, is it in the title?
Yes, it is.
Do we, we'll take a brief
So
moment.
if I can clarify, Supervisor White, that's the date of decision for the Board of Supervisors. So it's the date on the letter.
Oh, it's not the meeting date. It's the way in which after we take action, a notice of decision is sent to the applicant. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And yeah, and I don't see it in the title either. I only see it in the staff summary. So, okay.
Well, it's in the second, it's
Did I
in the
miss
third
it?
line of the second paragraph.
No, that's in the staff summary, not the title. The title's the
Agenda
first
title,
paragraph.
Second paragraph.
Oh, no, okay. The possible action is the first paragraph, the staff summary is the second. And the first one's what we're legally bound to. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, though. It's always great for clarification.
Okay, well, while I get some assistance in
The
getting
technology
PowerPoint
department.
open, I can get started. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record, and thank you. This is an item for the approval of a final map for Anderson Ranch, which is a 203-unit subdivision located generally to the west of Mountain and to the east of Ormsby. And with this map, as you had mentioned, there is an agreement for RCT, which has to do with the neighborhood park improvements as well as the common improvements on the site. So we did bundle the two items to have them both heard together, and also because we're planning's kind of pitch hitting for parks on this one. So for this, I did want to just note that I handed out a moment ago and I placed a copy on the back table, an updated RCT agreement. In that, there are two minor changes to that agreement on pages 3 and pages 6. One of them has to do with the, just clarifying that the maximum credit eligible for this project cannot exceed the amount that would be contributed with the RCT tax, so that's $203,000. And then the other would be to clarify that the credits that are allowed would live with the project for the duration of construction. So as residential permits are pulled, we generally collect RCT tax with that. In this case, we're not collecting that, and so we'll just allow for the applicant to use those credits for the duration of the project. So those are the two minor changes that are presented. I did speak with the applicant on those changes, and he will confirm that he concurs with those changes. Oh. All right. Okay, thank you so much. So again, this is the location of the project. There's a small amount of frontage on Mountain Street, and then some additional frontage on Ormsby. And then in terms of the request, I've got double-sided copies here. So in terms of the request, the board did issue a decision on January 3rd, 2020. I apologize for the confusion on that. The permits for grading and site improvements have all been pulled as a single phase. Those were pulled in February of this year. And that includes the site improvements for the park trailhead and common open space, in addition to all of the other infrastructure that would go along with this project. The site is currently under construction, and we have received, a lot of comments and notes just based on the fact that it's a large site and it has been graded at this time and is currently actively being graded. So with that, Carson City does require that a site improvement permit be issued and that construction improvements either be completed or that bonds be filed at 150% of the engineer's estimate prior to approving and recording a final map. The applicant has provided for, they do have active permits, and the bonds have been filed for all of the improvements that are associated with this map at that 150% requirement. So the way that we get to bonds is their engineer provides an estimate of work. Our engineering staff takes a look at those estimates to kind of give it a sniff test and confirms and accepts those. So we do have all of those on file. And this project, again, is one phase of development, one final map. And the applicant can kind of confirm where they're at in the process and everything, because I know we have received a lot of questions on that over time. So staff did receive emails and phone calls requesting changes to conditions, which Mayor Bagwell addressed, requesting public notice. Because this is not the tentative map, the decision on this item has already been made, and staff brings the final map to the board for acceptance and approval. And that's done when staff reviews the condition of the project and can confirm that the conditions have been addressed by the proposal. And then we've also received comments relating to expressing frustration with the grading activities and past dust complaints and concerns with that. So I've addressed all of those items, but I will turn it over to Stephen to further address the dust control and engineering related items that we've received questions on. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Stephen Pote, Development Engineering for the record. I wanted to touch on 3 items that were coming up in public comment. Those are the dust complaints, also condition 3 with respect to mass grading, and condition 24F with respect to bike lanes. So first of all, with the dust complaints, this spring the city received quite a few calls concerning dust. There's high winds, a lot of dust. The city responded by requiring the developer to apply more water to keep the dust down. That was insufficient. And so once we realized that wasn't cutting the mustard, we required them to apply a dust palliative, which essentially is like a glue. It holds the dust particles in place in the areas where there's not traffic. And that seems to have worked pretty well. There's been several windy days since that was applied. And to my knowledge, there's only been one day that we received a dust complaint, and that was a day that had abnormally high winds. But in general, other windy days we've had, there weren't complaints, and we went and didn't observe a lot of dust. So it seems to be working. That being said, the city is not the only one that keeps track of dust. NDEP has their own permitting. We reached out to NDEP to see what the status was of that permit, and they said that their enforcement branch was looking at pursuing a fugitive dust violation, but I have not heard back yet what the status of that is yet, if it's resolved or if it's still in process. So that's in NDEP's hands right now. On mass grading, so condition 3 states lots not planned for immediate development shall be left undisturbed, and mass grading and clearing of natural vegetation shall not be allowed. So staff's understanding of this condition is that mass grading will not be allowed when immediate development is not intended. So the second part of that statement is qualifying the first. In this case, the development did come forward with a site improvement permit for the entire project, and they were pretty close to being finished with their review. I believe at the time they were just waiting for NDP approval on the water main portion of the project, and they requested a grading permit so that they could get started on the project. We did issue the grading portion of the permit, and that was the 10th of February of this year. And then 5 days later, they had their NDEP approval, and we issued the remainder of the permit. And then in terms of what does immediate development look like, municipal code does speak to that. Their site improvement permit is good for 18 months. So that's the amount of time they have from when the permit's issued to complete the process. And there is the ability for them to request an extension. Typically, that's if there's situations outside of their control, supply chain issues or weather, things like that are slowing things down. So I think that covers the grading. And then on condition 24F, there's actually a typo in the staff's response to the condition. It says, that references Ormsby Street, that should say Mountain Street. So what happened with that condition is the Unified Pathways Master Plan shows a bike lane along Mountain Street there. The staff looked at the street width and saw that if you remove parking on one side of the street, you can fit bike lanes. So we conditioned it accordingly. And then when the permit was in review, we took a look at the rest of the street and realized that it would be impractical to remove parking along that entire alignment. So it would actually create an unsafe condition where you have bikes that are in the travel lane, then they're merging out into a bike lane and then having to merge back in pretty quickly. So it was decided that the safest option would actually be to make it a share the road condition. So the developer was required to install a sign for sharing the road and striping it accordingly. And so that's how that condition has been met. And that was the 3 topics I had, but I'm open for any other questions that you have.
Supervisor Giomi?
Thank you. I have a few. Stephen, I appreciate your comments on the dust thing. What prompted me to ask was that, as you look at the conditions of approval and the staff comments, particularly on the section about dust, it says the conditions have been met. And, I sort of look at this as a report card. And to me, that totally understates what happened there, totally understates it. And I think it does a disservice to us and to our community that we're not at least acknowledging that there were issues, but they have now been corrected. I think a lot of the dust issues there, quite frankly, happened on weekends. I live up there and I saw it. I think there were more dust issues than you got complaints for because they happened on a weekend when no one was around to complain. And it was after the palliative was applied. They had several large mounds of dirt in the center. And on at least 2 weekends that I know of, I never saw a truck watering those mounds of dirt. They were watering the roadways, but not those mounds of dirt. So that's my only comment. I think, I just think it should have been called out and at least acknowledged. Because if you read that, it looks like, oh, everything's fine, nothing happened. As a secondary note, and not specific to this, and I had this discussion with Hope, but I just want to put it on the record. We need to have a discussion about how we allow this to happen in the future, because it's a lot of acreage that got disturbed and had natural vegetation removed. Yes, under our code, it's allowable, but I think we have to think of a way to protect the neighboring residents in the future, whether the palliative be required ahead of time or whatever the case may be. If you're over a certain amount of acreage, I don't know what the answer is, but it seems to me we could come up with an answer that doesn't require the neighbors to have suffered in order for the developer to be able to proceed. Relative to the other 2 items on, I guess my question for both 24B and F, which is the bike lane, help me understand why we would have put that condition in if we knew the condition couldn't be satisfied. Why would we, as a city, put that requirement in only between the tentative and the final map to determine that it can't be done? Why wouldn't we have determined that beforehand? I'm struggling to understand that.
So yeah, the answer is just that it's an oversight. So there's a lot of detail analysis that doesn't get done until you get to that point of doing the site improvement plans. And yes, that is something that probably could have and should have been caught in the tentative map stage, but
so it could have been written in a way that said bike lanes would be required as determined by the transportation manager, and you would have satisfied that. Because the way I look at it is you create an expectation that then isn't met, and it looks like we're ignoring things, when in fact we're not. I understand the safety components, and we wouldn't want to do something safely. So it seems as though we could put language in there that, it would still come up if it's determined by the transportation manager. All in all, those were my comments. I appreciate your efforts and thanks for your answers.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. This agreement is set to expire in 20 years. The agreement says that the developer must maintain these improvements that we're talking about for that 20 years. What happens after the 20 years when this expires?
Heather Manzo for the record. So on that, there are additional agreements that didn't come before the board because the board is not a signer on those agreements. but they're based on the conditions of approval that require the applicant to maintain, or the HOA to maintain in perpetuity the improvements. So on the park sites and on the common open space areas, those are actually going to be maintained by the HOA.
Thank you. And just for the record, the late material you were handed changes it to the 203rd building permit, so it's not necessarily 20 years. It really is right to the project that this agreement covers. So just wanted to clarify.
Do we have an idea of the cost of improving that trailhead?
We do. So I did take a look at the bonds that were filed. So those are the engineer's estimates for those improvements. The trailhead itself was around $44,000. And then the other improvements that have to do with the on-site trail system and landscaping are about $475,000. And that's 100%, not 150. So a little over $500,000 of improvements.
So what'd you say, 45,000 for the trailhead?
44. And I rounded even numbers. I don't remember the exact dollars, but 44 for the trailhead, the park, and then 475 for the other improvements on site.
So we're looking at a $203 tax break in exchange for a $44,000 trailhead.
A little over $500,000.
The city's not gonna own those other properties.
The city will own and the HOA will maintain.
Yeah, we will. So just for clarity's sakes, if we can, and maybe the deputy district attorney can assist us, because I think that if I recall, even from a public comment, there's a misunderstanding on the use of residential park construction tax. So each home, when it is built, is $1,000 in residential park construction tax. But when we do a development and we require them to put parks, so I could go back to Silver Oak, Schultz Ranch, all of the other ones that we have, we put that money back in that neighborhood park. So they usually, this one we're just doing slightly different to eliminate efficiencies in paperwork. So if you look at Silver Oak as the example, they came in, submitted their receipts, and got reimbursement. So I just want to clarify, it's no different. It's just a different accounting process that we're doing, but all of our developments receive the residential park construction tax back into their projects. Is it just the person that builds one house all by him or herself that builds a house, that one goes into the residential construction fund of $1,000, and then that's only used on neighborhood parks? Do I have it correct? I just want to clarify for everyone that we're not giving them something they would not be entitled to.
Ben Johnson, Senior Deputy District Attorney for the record. That's correct, Madam Mayor. So in this instance, it's not an actual, new park that's being built, but it is park improvements, including the trailhead. It's in speaking to Director Jennifer Budge, that trailhead connection is going to be very important for the overall trail system. So although that one component may only be $44,000, the city is actually getting, as Heather said, quite more money for other improvements that will benefit everyone. Mr. Navarro, I believe, is here, who can speak to any specific issues regarding the improvements the city is getting from this residential construction tax.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Schutte.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions that I had submitted. But a couple clarifications. So on 24B, and I know in this case, the second or the bike lane was waived and instead there'll be a sign. But I'm just confused really about the requirements on, so half-street improvements must be installed. This will include striping, curb gutter, etc. But then it says bike lane striping must be installed on both sides of street. So I'm just wondering, how far would that let's say Mountain Street was wide enough and it was conducive to bike lanes and there wasn't the parking issues, how far would they need to install that bike lane in the event that there isn't a bike lane, further north on Mountain Street or further south on Mountain Street? That was just a confusing point. Thanks.
Yeah, Stephen Pote again for the record. So we do run into that situation quite often with these kinds of projects, and even on smaller projects like commercial, where they're required to do frontage improvements. And the answer to your question is that it's just along the frontage of the property. And so you do end up often with this kind of patchwork effect where you'll have, bike lane for 300 feet in this case, and then nothing for the remainder. But it is a cost savings to the city, and when you have planned improvements, at least there's that one section that when the city comes in the future, that we wouldn't have to install those improvements.
I would love at some point to have an agenda item or something to really discuss it, and I appreciate the cost savings, and I think it's really important, but perhaps the monies that would go into that could actually be put into a general, or, an overview, a fund specifically for that. Then my other question, and again, thank you for the clarification, back to the grading. And so the grading for infrastructure is potentially different than the grading to build a home, or is it the same? So can you clarify that? Because with the grading, you have to grade everything for infrastructure, and yet the way it's written, that if they're not going to start building in that particular spot, it wouldn't be graded.
So typically, with homes and lots of this size, it does include grading of the lot, and that's just industry standard. I think the intent of that condition of approval, which comes from the municipal code, is to say that if there's lots that are intended for development at a time distant into the future, so in this case, they're going to finish the site improvements and then start building homes. Some closer examples would be maybe like Shoals Ranch, where that was broken into 5 phases, and they would develop one phase at a time rather than grading the entire however many acres of that site was. So in this case, the project was small enough that the developer felt that they could do the entire project in one fell swoop.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Jones?
I want some clarification on your common ground, the parks, and the trails net. Are we going to establish a NID? Is that what we're looking at? Or
HOA. Homeowners Association fee.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, sorry, I had a note and I missed it, so I apologize. My question is regarding that trailhead, the Mountain Street trailhead. Have we just waiting for them to do the work in there? Because it looks really bad. I mean, really bad. The weeds have, it doesn't look like a trailhead. It doesn't look like it's been maintained in a long time. And I hate to put you on the spot, but it really looks bad.
Let's for the record, Dave Navarro, Parks Operations Superintendent. No, that's okay. Yes, it does. Our plan is we are planning to get in there and clean that up like before it gets turned over to developer. Yes, it looks bad. It's just one of those areas, and this is one of the phases that we just as a department have not been able to get to yet. It is on our list, but we're probably like 4 to 6 months behind maintaining those types of areas. So yes,
Okay.
We'll get to it.
Supervisor White?
Yeah, thank you. Circling back around of my train of thought before I was interrupted. I do understand that we can't demand the developer make any changes, but I would certainly encourage the developer to think about those couple of requestments, most specifically shifting that multi-use path further away from the neighbors on the north side and a maximum height of 20 feet on that last row of homes. And then on to the dust issue. This developer knew the dust issues. This developer, as an experienced developer, knows what it takes to control fugitive dust, and yet they did not until there was multiple incidents. I find that completely disheartening, and I think you owe this community an apology and an effort to be a good neighbor. That's all I have. Thank you.
So I would like, if possible, if I can have someone from the company, I'll need you to come on the record and indicate that you will accept the late material, that you're in concurrence, because you're going to be bound to it for 203 building permits. So
Yeah, Dustin Barker with Lennar Homes.
and then
I guess I'll answer that question. We're fine with the comments that were made last night, and we'll get that signed and taken care of. In regards to the dust, I do apologize. Okay, we want to be good neighbors and we want to be able to handle things at all levels where it mitigates impacts on those around us. We did have a couple high wind events, okay, throughout the course of this year, this spring. We tried specifically to do the grading in the spring while it's the wettest time of the year so that we mitigate some of that stuff. So even from a seasonality standpoint, we tried to plan ahead and look for those items. Even with the state dust permits that we have, anytime winds get over a certain mile per hour, it's tough to mitigate. And even the state, gives some slack when those type of events happen. We've got the palliative down, like Stephen mentioned. We are grading the entire site at once to answer one of the questions of, the pads will be the actual where the home sites are, will actually be to grade. And then when we actually go in to build the home, the grading is pretty minimal. It's just kind of digging the footings and stuff. At that time too, we were most likely put another layer of palliative down. I mean, we too don't want the dirt to fly away once we get it at grade because that's where it needs to be. So I do apologize, and I'm sorry for the disconcern. Want you guys to know that, once it was put to our attention, we've got water trucks out there. We try to get the dust palliative out, sooner, but we do have some of those things taken care of. And we'll add, we did do a lot of maintenance to that site. Historically, tumbleweeds and brush have been a nuisance also on that site. We took it upon ourselves, before we even started operations to do a bunch of cleanup with that stuff too. So hopefully you accept my apology. Wasn't the intent to put any ill will on it. Yes, we are experienced. Yes, we take pride in this. When we build these neighborhoods, and we are a part of the community, we've built in Carson City now for over a decade. We want to make sure that the residents here and the future residents, have a good standing with us. So I offer that apology.
thank you. Anybody have any other questions for him? Okay. Is there any public comment on this item?
Right here. I want to comment.
Excuse me, you can just raise your hands, that works. Okay, so thank you all very much. I don't think we have any more, well, I'm not sure. Yep, don't have any more questions here, so if you'll clear so I can have public comment, please, thank you. Just a moment. Well, we gotta create some chairs here. Thank you. So 4 people are welcome to come up, but I would love it if you would please sign in so that we can record your names properly. And then we'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4 right down the row. Thank you, Joy. Okay, so Joy, if you'll pass that down so the others can sign in, and then you can go ahead and start yours. Ooh. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joy Trushinsky. I'm a Carson City resident. I just want to say I oppose the expansion of residential areas in and around Carson City. Our roads are becoming congested. Our services are becoming strained. Also, water is a concern for me. I do not believe we have enough water for the expansion of our population, the expansion that is taking place right now. Recently, Governor Sisolak has called for water rationing for Nevada. This building and expansion is not good for Nevadans who have lived in Carson City for many years and have enjoyed the small town atmosphere. With a greater population, we will experience more crime and other problems. As for me, no to Carson City expansion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joy. Richard?
Thank you very much, Lori. My name is Richard Nagel, for the record. I live on Tahoe Drive, just behind the development, and my place is just inundated with dust. I mean, I came home one day and there was like an inch of dust under the door for my back entrance to the house. So I know now I know where to have to put the door seals, but it's a ton of dust, and on all the window ledges I have dust. So again, it's something they have to look at it. But what bothers me is, are they paying for the water that they're using to do this as well? Okay, or is that coming out of our tax dollars? That's my first question. My second question is they're building these pads really high. I mean, it's like 3 feet. It looks like it's 3 feet above street level on the outside. So is this going to be an eyesore, or is this going to be a problem later? Or are they just building the pads high so they could compact them and pound them down? I don't know, but it's food for thought. If you go over and you take a look at it, they're pretty darn high. And they're only bringing in more dirt to build things higher, it looks like. Now, the other question I have is that they're putting rocks down to create a drainage pond or something for when we have a flood or something. And what is the plan to keep rodents from living in there and becoming a nuisance? Right now, I've trapped approximately 16 mice in my garage and house that have been migrated out of that property. So the wildlife is moving in to the local neighborhoods, and my other neighbor, he says he's trapped a ton of them. So again, what's going to be done to mitigate that as far as that? And also, is it going to be like a mosquito trap, and is anything going to be for mosquito abatement there as well? So I just want to make sure that we go in with our eyes open and we see the issues and solve them before they become a problem, and make sure that we don't have any health concerns. That was my main thing, was the health concerns that were coming out of this place. I'm looking forward to be built up in a reasonable manner, because again, we bought the property, they didn't really going to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maxine?
Maxine Neitz. First of all, traffic. They have said two opposite things in their applications and in their comments to the public. They have said that there will be no additional altering of traffic patterns in the surrounding area. And at the same time, they said that 50% of the traffic will be directed towards Long Street and towards Washington Street. They expect people to come in and out in mid-block on Ormsby and on Mountain, make left turns in and out with no traffic controls whatsoever, no stop sign, no nothing. And I don't know if they understand how traffic works, but people won't do that. They will go through the neighborhoods. So their traffic study is a fallacy, let's say. They said in the beginning they were going to build in phases. They dropped that. They said they would build at existing ground level. They've dropped that. They said they would build, at the beginning, they told the community at meetings that they would build all single-story buildings. When they came in front of the board, they wanted two-story buildings. Now they're willing to go back to one-story buildings, but they want a concession. They want to be building them closer. They want to be squishing them as close as possible. So they have destroyed trees on private property. They have created cracks and other structural problems in several homes, and they have denied that this is their fault. my garage door, my door between my house and my garage door, no longer opens without being completely yanked on. And this was not the case before they started messing with the field. They connected to a hydrant for water, and when they did, they caused a 1-week problem with our water. Our water was disgusting for a week until I called the city and a truck came out and they bled the hydrant and they cleared it up. I'm wondering, like others before me who have said, are they paying for any of the water? The water truck, one water truck is clearly not enough for 40 acres, but are they paying for any of the water they use? I know I am. They're getting away without residential construction tax. I just paid my property tax this week. I'd like to get away without paying that too. So we hope that you would not just let them do willy-nilly whatever they want, because they'll be here today and gone tomorrow, whereas the rest of us are going to be here through Election Day. Thank you.
Denny?
Had to contain myself a little bit through this. We haven't conferred. I have to say ditto to most of the considerations and concerns that have already been brought up. I'd like to add that the material that was put out was great. It will help me understand the location and such. As far as the added supplementary information that came out late, it came out late.
Sorry for that. It's reset.
Was that my issue?
It's not yours. You're fine. Sorry.
It could be, did I?
The timer's having a good time this morning.
Do I start at the 3-minute mark, or do I get the, okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada, and I'd like to say I confer with most all of the considerations and statements that have been made thus far. I have to appreciate Supervisor Giomi's statements about the dust. Stephen Pate knows that I've called him on occasions on locations, and I'm hoping that they had made responses, because I couldn't watch it as much as I would have liked to. Also, I'd like to appreciate Supervisor White's considerations and concerns. I have to say I'm so biased against it, I have to really fight it, because it's a gut level thing with me to go with the principles of that, and then to go on the things that have been brought up. I'd love to know who's paying for the water to keep the dust down. I'd like to know why they're building the level up so much. Is it for the to keep themselves from getting flooded, or is it for water table issues? But whatever it is, that they're not sticking with the agreement that the community had been under the understanding of, and that's a shame. Besides the disadvantages of being in their dust pool circumstances. And I understand the apologies, and we do have wind here. I don't accept that there weren't mediation opportunities. If they say they can handle a flood and they can't handle the dust, I'm concerned that their mediation type concerns aren't really thought out as well as they should be. And so I really want us to be on top of all of that. As far as the traffic and the trailhead area is basically parking overflow right now. And it is a mess. And it's a shame, because it shouldn't be that way. But we are spread very thin, and Public Works is working their fanny off. And so I have no disagreement or a lack of appreciation for their effort. I worked for the city of Carpinteria for almost 10 years, and I knew how hard it was with a small crew. We have to be ready for this new development, and I don't believe we are. So I want to encourage everybody to stay on top of what they can see. You see something you feel is out of line, there are people to call, and they do respond. I do appreciate that very much, especially your ward members, your supervisors, and your mayor. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Denny.
Do I have to press a button?
It's green, so you're good.
Okay. My name is Sarah Lemire. I'm a resident, and I live on the corner of Washington and Sunset Way. two things. I found out about the water because I saw the truck going in and out constantly. So they were trying to water it, but obviously it didn't work. The wind blows every afternoon, and that's a known fact, every afternoon. It's rare that it doesn't. They should have known that. They pay for the water. I spoke with the water department. They pay commercial fee. It probably should be higher because they use so much. The traffic study that they did was done at Christmas time when there was no school involved, and it was done by the previous developer, and they just used the same one, and the city planners should know that. And they accepted it, and it's faulty. I'm very worried about the children that come out of there and go to the junior high, and I'm very worried about the kids who have to go to the grade school they're going to be involved with nearby. You need stop signs, a four-way stop sign, and I was told by the city that that is very difficult to get, and maybe somebody has to get hurt before it happens. But you need a four-way stop at Richmond and Washington. Cars speed on that street all the time. The last thing is, in the future, don't let them develop like this. Don't have 203 houses, that's 500 cars. Easily, RVs, all kinds of stuff. Just pay attention to what's going on everywhere in the country. Less people, we have no water, we worry about fires, all that kind of stuff. As far as the animals go and that other thing, that water, this is wetlands that they're building in. And the trench that they didn't have on their original plan is some rock trench next to the bike path that they had to put in. And I guess that's going to collect water if it happens, if we get big snow. So don't do this in the future.
Thank you. Do I have any further public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Jones, are you?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay,
I move to approve the final subdivision map and the residential construction tax agreement as presented.
as late material.
Yes.
Late.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Let the record reflect that Supervisor White voted no. Thank you. Okay, we are going to take a recess just for like 10 minutes, and then we will take up 17B. Thank you. Board of Supervisors back to order. We are on agenda item 17B, which is discussion and possible action regarding the final subdivision map known as Blackstone Ranch, Phase 1-B, with 53 residential lots. Ms. Manzo.
Thank you. Good morning, Heather Manzo again for the record. So this is a request for the second phase as a part of Phase 1 of Blackstone Ranch Blackstone Ranch, which is in the Lampa Ranch North specific plan area. And generally speaking, this project is in two different parts. It's separated by the next phase that you'll see after this item, but it's to the south of Hogan and to the east of Solomon Road, as identified on these two patches here. So it's a total of 53 residential lots. You may remember that the board had approved the final map for the first phase in this development last year in June. And the original project was approved in 2017, and there was an amendment that came before the board in 2019 that modified it a condition of approval. So with this phase and the one that follows, this will represent a complete final map for all of Phase 1. So I do apologize, this did rotate just based on how the plan was identified, but north will be to the left. So the project identifies lots that are in conformance with the approved tentative map. Staff did conduct a review of the conditions of approval, and that narrative is provided in your staff report. And with that, the summary is provided, and staff is recommending approval of the final map as presented. And that concludes this presentation. I'm happy
Does
to answer
any member
questions.
of the board have a question on this project? Supervisor Schutte? Saw her hand up. Okay.
Whoops, thank you. So item 28B, and this is one of the questions I had submitted. And it's just for my clarification. I think I've answered it, but the development shall fund and file a letter of map revision to FEMA once the channel improvements are completed and accepted by Carson City. And then the response, JK Architecture Engineering is preparing the letter for map revision. And so what we are approving today, or what we're looking at today, the final subdivision map, just confirming that that is a different action than the final map. Is that correct?
So actually, I'll turn it over to Stephen with
Thank you.
engineering.
Stephen Pote with Development Engineering. So the map that condition is referring to is the change in the FEMA flood map. So if you remember, this area has FEMA flood zone, and they constructed flood channels to remove that flood zone designation. So there's a federal process where you submit the justification for the change in the map. And then
Okay.
that gets reviewed and approved.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I don't see any other questions. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing, oh, sorry.
Thank you, Denny French, Carson City, Nevada, Supervisors and Mayor. Again, this is very emotional type situation for me. It seems like we're putting places in places that have to have special considerations for floods, special consideration for waterways, special consideration for a lot of things, but we have just knocked out so many wonderful areas for specific types of birds and specific type of wildlife. And I know that this is in its last sets as far as requirements, but I really just hope that somewhere along the line we could put a park on Lampa perhaps where those birds were having their major nesting and such, as opposed to where it might end up now. As far as this particular Blackstone area, it was sensitive, and it had to have the consideration of FEMA and others. And I just want, as we go forward in our development, because we are just working on borrowed land and water right now. And I hope everybody, I know y'all understand that. It's not like I'm thinking I'm talking to dummies. I've appreciated your efforts so often. Even if I've totally disagreed, I can't say any of you don't have a full commitment to this community, but I am getting really concerned and that we're overtaxing our ability to keep up with the specifics of each of these deals that they need to be given. And we are getting run over by overdevelopment really quickly. And I think we've got to caution ourselves. We've got to slow down. We've got to start taking a longer look. I know you're all in all sorts of different activities. You know the feel of the community through those activities. Otherwise, I would pull you back from everything and say, just concentrate on the development right now, okay? Don't have any other activities going, but that's not practical for you to be able to stay in touch with your peoples and the people of Carson. Keep up your good works as far as getting out there in the community, but please, these things are huge. Every little minute thing that I read over, and I try to read as much as I can find, is huge to me because I'm not a technical person. I'm not an attorney. Make things simple so the community understands it, and you have made yourself available. So thank you very much for your parts.
Thank you. Did I have any further public comment? Mr. Shinsky?
Hello again, Joy Trushinsky. I'm a Carson City resident. I just want to say, I want a moratorium on Carson City residential expansion after these projects. I know you're going to approve them all, but you have to be aware that we currently have a road congestion problem and our services are being strained. Also, I am concerned about water, our water supply. And if you would just, see what is happening like in Las Vegas, their water supply is like almost nil. I mean, the governor has asked for rationing. So, we have to be concerned about this. And I hope that you will take this, think about it, and do not allow any more expansion in Carson City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other comment. I'm ready for a motion. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to approve the final subdivision map as presented.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the final subdivision map. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The record reflect the motion was unanimous. Thank you. We're now going to move on to agenda item 17C, which is discussion and possible action for the final subdivision map for Phase 1C for the 70 residential lots. Ms. Manzo?
Thank you. As I had mentioned before, this is the third and last portion of Phase 1 in the Blackstone Ranch Phase 1 development. As identified, it's to the south of Monitor Peak and to the east again of Solomon Road as identified on the map. And so with this request, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I don't want to repeat myself unless you've got questions. So staff is recommending approval of the final map for Phase 1C.
Does any member of the board have a question? I don't see any. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Schutte?
I move to approve the final subdivision map as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the final subdivision map. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous. Thank you. Okay. We are now on to agenda item 17D. This is for discussion and possible action to introduce on first reading a proposed ordinance relating to marijuana, establishing various provisions governing curbside pickup service for medical marijuana dispensaries and retail dispensaries. Ms. Ferris.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. On August 5th, 2021, the Board of Supervisors considered an ordinance to prohibit curbside pickup service for medical marijuana dispensaries and retail marijuana stores. That ordinance was rejected by the board, and the board directed staff to submit a revised ordinance to establish provisions of curbside service at a later date, along with the comprehensive Title 18 update. However, we have received another application requesting amendments to the same section of the municipal code. And with that, we're bringing this forward in addition to the next item that's on your agenda. So this was heard by the Planning Commission on June 29th, 2022. And I'll go through a little bit of the current regulations related to marijuana. So current regulations, both state and local, I'll touch on. The recreational marijuana was legalized in the state of Nevada in 2016. In 2017, the Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance to allow for recreational marijuana establishments. These regulations are codified in Division 1.20 of the Carson City Development Standards. The current regulations do not address curbside pickup. Last year, the Nevada Cannabis Compliance Board adopted regulations to address curbside pickup operations. So in addition to any local jurisdictions requirements, the state will require any facility offering curbside pickup to follow these rules. As I mentioned, this was before the Planning Commission at their June 29th, 2022 meeting. During the deliberations, the commission noted they had no concerns with allowing curbside services as long as there are no conflicts with state regulations. They recommended approval of the ordinance as presented based on the findings included in the staff report. The ordinance is before you today for introduction on first reading, and with that, I'm available for questions.
Does any member have a question? I don't see any. Is there any public comment on the curbside regulation? Mr. Adler.
Howdy. Will Adler, for the record, with Silver State Government Relations, representing both Sierra Wellness and Rise GTI, doing business as Rise. We sort of come back and forth on this one a couple of times, but both companies feel very capable of, complying with most of all the requests in the curbside ordinance. We had some problems with, highly visible shade structures outside and some blocking of viewways and things like that we did want to address because we didn't want to make it incompatible in any way. And then on the signages and things like that, I think we were all very capable of complying. Both of them have their own individual digital booking systems, and I will sort of make those unique in their special use permit amendments. But they both do everything sort of asked of them today, and we'll be asking staff if there's any additional changes needed with these. But thank you.
Thank you. So I have just a question in general. If we pass this ordinance, are any amendments needed to their special use permits, or automatically with the adoption of this ordinance, they have to come into compliance?
As drafted, as proposed, it would require an amendment to the special use permit.
Okay, I just wanted that clearly on the record that you recognize that. So thank you. Anybody have any other questions? Anyone? I know, was there somebody else in the public on curbside? Sorry, I didn't see any others. Okay, then I'll bring it back up here to the board. Richard, you had something on curbside?
I just think it's kind of odd that we have curbside pickup for marijuana and we don't have any drive-in liquor stores. Okay, and I think that's kind of like encouraging it in a way that would create an underground economy, which would defeat the purpose of the stores and create a greater law enforcement issue. The thing what I see is that in Carson City, no one's been killed for cocaine, no one's been killed for
heroin and no one's been killed for methamphetamines, yet 3 people have been killed for marijuana. And if you do this, you may increase the underground economy for that, and then increase the law enforcement issue. Again, I think it's a can of worms. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, last time? Okay, I'll take it back up here to the board, and what's your pleasure? Would you like to make a motion? Supervisor Giammi?
Move to introduce on first reading Bill number 117.
I have a motion and a second to introduce on first reading Bill number 117. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. I'm just going to say I'm going to vote yes for the unity of this board, but you know my feeling on curbside is I'm actually going to have to go with Richard over there, but we've discussed this a lot. So for the unity of purpose, I will vote yes to codify this because it also requires them to come back for a special use permit. So let the record reflect that the vote was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 17E, which is discussion and possible action regarding a request from Qualcan, who is the applicant, to introduce on first reading a proposed ordinance that revises the provisions to increase the number of authorized marijuana retail stores and revising the provisions that relate to this. Ms. Ferris, are you going to start us off on this item, please? Thank you.
Heather Ferris again for the record. The Planning Division received an application for a zoning code amendment on May 20th, 2022. The request includes increasing the number of allowable retail marijuana stores from 2 to 3 and to allow for drive-through uses. The Planning Commission considered this at their June 29th, 2022 meeting and continued the item to consider revisions to the ordinance to allow for a total of 4 retail marijuana stores and prohibit drive-through uses. The matter was renoticed and heard at the July 27th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. So we just went over some of the current regulations, but this is specific to this particular request. Again, recreational marijuana was legalized in 2016. Based on population, state law allows the city to have 2 medical marijuana dispensaries and up to 4 retail marijuana stores. State law also allows the city to establish their own regulations for marijuana establishments relating to zoning, advertising, business licensing, etc. In 2017, the Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance to allow for recreational marijuana establishments. Medical marijuana establishments were already allowed and addressed in the code. These are codified in Division 1.20 of the Development Standards. Specific to the issues at hand with this application, Division 1.20.1J currently limits medical marijuana establishments to 2, consistent with state law. Division 1.20.1K allows medical marijuana stores to be jointly located within the same premises as an existing medical marijuana dispensary, thereby limiting it to 2 retail marijuana stores as well. And then Division 1.20.2C expressly prohibits drive-through services. The ordinances considered at the June 29th meeting included modifications to allow for a maximum of 3 retail marijuana stores, elimination of the requirement for retail marijuana stores to be located with the medical marijuana store, and instead reversing this to require that medical marijuana stores be co-located with the retail marijuana stores. The ordinance considered on July 27th was revised per the Planning Commission direction to increase it to a total of 4 and prohibit drive-through services. During the 2 Planning Commission meetings, there was a lot of discussion about how we decide to get to essentially award the 2 additional licenses. So I want to address that issue of fairness.
So in preparation for these meetings, I did reach out to the Cannabis Compliance Board to understand their process a little bit better. They confirmed that the 2 remaining conditional retail store licenses for Carson City were issued in December of 2018. They were awarded to Essence Henderson, one of the current operators, and Qualcan, the applicant. Both of these licenses have remained in conditional status and have until February of next year to be inspected and approved by the Cannabis Compliance Board and the appropriate local governments for final licensure. If these entities feel they won't meet that February 5th, 2023 extension deadline, they can request an extension, which may be granted by the Cannabis Compliance Board. And the length of that extension, if granted, would depend on the individual circumstances. If either of the entities chose not to move forward, the allocated license would eventually be reissued through the state's application process. To be clear, the city does not issue the licenses. The state does. Carson City does require the state license as a condition of approval for the special use permit. So at their July 27th, 2022 meeting, the Planning Commission voted 4-2 with 1 absent to recommend to the Board of Supervisors no changes to the existing municipal code provisions. During deliberations, many of the commissioners noted that these types of policy decisions are more appropriately determined by the Board of Supervisors. The 2 commissioners that voted to recommend approval of the ordinance noted that it would make sense to remove the number of allowable stores from Title 18. Those that voted to recommend denial of the ordinance noted that the findings could not be made because the increase would result in impacts to public services and the economic well-being of the existing facilities may be impacted. As an alternative to the Planning Commission's recommendation, the board may introduce the ordinance as requested by the applicant, modify the proposed ordinance, or provide alternative direction to staff. With that, I'm available for questions, and I believe Matt Robinson is also here representing the applicant.
Thank you. Does any member have a question for Heather? Okay, does the applicant wish to, and I will remind the audience that there is an applicant. They are not subject to the 3-minute rule. They are not public comment. They are the actual applicant. So I just wanted to put that on the record so that people don't think there's an unfair practice. Go ahead, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Supervisors. Sev Carlson with Kempfer Kroll, here on behalf of Qualcan LLC, the applicant. With me today is Michael Cristalli, the company's CEO. I'll speak briefly, and then I'll have Michael speak, and he's the president. Apologies. And then if you have any questions, we're happy to address those the best we can. So as your able staff has told you, Qualcan holds a state provisional license. It's one of 2 licenses that aren't recognized under the current Carson City Code. And today is really a policy decision. This isn't a decision about a specific location. That would ultimately come to the Planning Commission. And so the policy decision today really should focus on the concept of business, competition, and providing choices for consumers in Carson City. And I've been before this body before over the years on grandfathered gaming licenses and about the importance of competition even in a smaller market like Carson City. So we would urge you to think about this from a business standpoint and from a consumer standpoint. Give those who use these products in the city an opportunity to have another choice. This is what this is about. I hate bringing up the city of Reno, but I think it's an illustrative point. In terms of how cities have grown and how the state has grown in this new cannabis industry, cities that have approved the dispensaries usually start out with a smaller number than what the state allocates. The city of Reno just this year popped their cap on their ordinance to recognize the last 2 state provisional licenses, so there are potentially going to be 8 stores in Reno. Despite having popped that cap, those last 2 licenses in Reno are not active at this point. But there again, the city of Reno, the analysis that they performed, that their police department offered to their city council, was that they're not encountering any significant problems with these businesses. These businesses are very similar to gaming, which we've had in Nevada for a long, long time, with a state regulator and with city oversight, with the local sheriff's department or police department involved, monitoring. I appreciate the difference of opinion that this community can offer, but adding 2 additional licensees to see if they want to come to business in this town, it's something the city can handle, that the sheriff's office can handle. I'd like to point out in that regard, in the June staff report to the Planning Commission, staff indicated that the sheriff's office had reviewed the text amendment and had no objection to additional stores, but did ask that there would be cameras associated with any drive-through authorization under the code. Finally, before the Planning Commission, I think it's also important to point out, Mr. Adler was there, and he indicated that he was representing the 2 licensees who are operating in Carson City. He indicated that those licensees, that one of them was Carson City based. That's inaccurate. Both of those licensees are based out of Chicago. Qualcan, although publicly traded, is a Nevada-founded business, and most of its principals and managers are Nevadans. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cristalli.
Mr. Christo.
Madam Mayor, Supervisors, a pleasure to be here today. I am the president of Qualcan. I'm also a co-founder, board of directors member, and owner of the company since its inception in 2014. I have today with me Chairman of the Board and CEO Lorenzo Baracco. He is also a Nevada resident, as well as I am. Been a Nevada resident for over 28 years. My children were born in Nevada. My CEO and Chairman's child was born in Nevada. We're committed to the state and the community, as we've demonstrated through our other operations. Qualcan has been, as I've indicated, operating since 2014. We have been compliant in terms of CCB regulations. Qualcan has never had a disciplinary complaint filed against it in its history. I know that there's been some information circulated to the board with regard to a complaint as it relates to Pixie Reno. Pixie Reno was an asset that was acquired by Qualcan. Its management was also acquired. As a result of that, that management has been changed. And I should note the management that has been displaced from Pixie Reno went to work at the Source, which is another dispensary in Reno, and similar type allegations were made against that management there. They were disciplined, discharged, and the CCB is addressing those issues. I am also part and on the board of directors for the Nevada Cannabis Association, is the biggest cannabis association industry-wise in the state. I deal with the CCB on a regular basis. I am also part and member of Clark Hill, which is an international law firm, and I am involved with their core team on the cannabis unit. So I deal with regulators on a daily basis with regard to the industry. We take very significant pride in the way that we manage our operations and working with regulators and the Attorney General's office. The CCB prides itself in terms of being a gold star standard as regulatory agencies and wants to mirror itself like the gaming board. We respect that, and we continue to work with them in terms of oversight and working on bettering this nascent industry. And we believe that the CCB is a high-level regulatory agency body, and it oversees the operations of this industry very specifically and uniquely. Granted, this board and agencies within this community will do the same, but this board should also understand that the CCB's job is to regulate licensees and make sure that licensees are compliant and operating at the highest level to make sure that the operations are done within regulatory compliance, to make sure things are safe and make sure consumers are getting products that they want at a competitive price. We're looking for an opportunity to service the community and be competitive with the current licensees. As I've indicated, we are Nevada-based, and we are committed to this community as well as the state of Nevada. Yeah. I should just note that we just received final approval from the CCB on our Las Vegas store location. We went through extensive investigation both by the city and the CCB with regard to that. We received a letter of inspection from the CCB giving us a full pass and approval on that location and on those operations. And we're proud of that. We're proud of all of our operations, and we continue to strive to better our policies and procedures to make sure that we have the necessary safeguards in place to be regulatory and compliant as it relates to the Nevada laws.
Did you have follow-up?
Sure, Madam Mayor. Sev Carlson again for the record. So I think it's important to conclude, right? We've made this application for you to consider this ordinance, to pop your cap, to allow the 2 additional state provisional licenses to be recognized, which means those license holders can then go through the process of finding a suitable location. And they continue with the process of being regulated. We wanted to provide the background as to this company so that you know that this isn't just anyone showing up asking for you to recognize a state provisional license. These are experienced business people who have operated in a spectrum of businesses. They've chosen this as a new endeavor, and they understand the highly regulated world in which they operate, and they hope to provide consumers in Carson City yet another choice. Thank you for your consideration.
One other point that I'll make, there's been some suggestion that adding an additional dispensary will cause additional product to be distributed within the community. We don't believe that to be the case. We have not seen that in any other community. I think what it does is it offers an opportunity for consumers to have choices and to be competitive as far as pricing is concerned. We also should note that there is no more licenses. In order for additional licenses to be given out, there would have to be a legislative action on that. In order to have a legislative action to award additional license in the state, the CCB would have to conduct an evaluation and present that to the legislature, wherein that would show additional licenses were needed to service the community. And there is no indication at this point when the CCB, if the CCB will present that information or those studies to the legislature for a change in the amount of licenses that are currently available.
Okay. Does any member have a question of the applicant? Supervisor White?
Thank you. Not that it makes any particular difference. Not that it makes any particular difference, but the conversation of being local or not local has come up, and you brought it up here today. You say you're local, but at the Planning Commission meeting, you repeatedly referred to being in Carson Valley. You are presently in Eagle Valley. As a local, you would know that. Secondly, I am presently on my computer screen looking at a common stock offering circular from a company called Mystic Holdings that proposes to absorb Qualcan, Nevada. This was let out in 2019. They are a British Columbia corporation. So Do you have any response to that?
Yes, absolutely. We are a Nevada-based company. Qualcan and Mystic Holdings are Nevada-based companies. It is not a Canadian company. We are registered in the Securities Stock Exchange. We are traded on the OTCQX. We would not be able to do that if we were a Canadian-based company. We are not. As it relates to, I'm sorry. Yeah, there was an original proposed agreement to do an RT, a reverse into Canada. That was never finalized. The company made a decision to stay a United States company and has filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission as a U.S. Company. And if you look at all of our filings with the SEC, you'll see that we are an American company. Also, we are a Nevada company. All of our principals are Nevada-based. I apologize. I don't live in Carson City. I live in Nevada. And I spend a lot of time in Carson City, and I also spend a lot of time in Carson Valley. I'm a frequent guest of the Carson Valley Inn. I enjoy going up there. I have done that for the last 10 years. And I understand that there are neighbors, but being a part of Carson Valley Inn, I frequent Carson City. And so I've practiced law in this community for over 28 years. I've practiced in Carson City for that long, appearing before the Nevada Supreme Court and the legislature. So I may not live in Carson City yet, but I do feel that I am a Nevadan. And as a Nevadan, I feel that I'm part of this community as well.
So you're telling me that the sentence here that says Qualcan Canada Holdings, Inc., a newly formed British Columbia corporation will acquire all the outstanding shares of our company.
Excuse me, we're going to come back to the subject at hand. I'm so sorry.
Establish whether it's, he brought it up.
I understand that, but the agenda title deals with whether or not we're going to, whether or not we're going to expand, not who the licensee is, nothing about their particular company. The issue at hand that as agendized is whether or not we're going to change the cap. And so if we can all confine our questions to those issues about the cap, I would appreciate that.
Being local is issue.
And Supervisor White, we're more than happy to respond. And my CEO and chairman is here. He could speak more specific on the technical aspect of that. So I'll let Lorenzo Bracco present that response.
Sir, if you read that SEC filing, it says, and the SEC made it a special requirement that we would need a full vote of the company's shareholders in order to do that transaction. It is a condition, it was a conditional. We filed that transaction because at the time we wanted to keep our options open. We didn't know where, the federal regulation would be and if we would be able to be listed on a U.S. exchange. So when we filed our original public offering, we said we may go to Canada, but it will require a full vote approval. Subsequent SEC filings have the statements that say the board decided that it was not opportune to go to Canada. We would like to stay a U.S. company. There's several reasons to do that. First of all, I'm proud that we are a U.S. company. We are one of the few companies who had the courage to go public and stay U.S. It's better for our shareholders. It's better because there's complications in stock transfers, and we quite frankly did not want to be Canadians. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi, you have a question?
Mic off, I had it on. I guess, Mayor, I disagree with your comment regarding the applicant and the agenda item. In this case, I understand what the agenda item is, but the applicant is Qualcomm. They're requesting the change, and the license that the state has issued, one of which would be granted to them should we change this, would go to them. So I disagree that we can ask Qualcomm questions. I mean,
I'm happy
I
to have
disagree with that.
council respond. I've already
I'd love
cleared
to hear
this,
what he has to say
and
about that, because
we have to stick to agenda titles, but I will be happy to have our district attorney's office comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to weigh in on that question, and I can certainly appreciate the applicant's, background information. I mean, certainly there's, I would say, a level of probative value here that's being offered up for the benefit of the public and for the benefit of this Board of Supervisors. I would agree, however, wholeheartedly with the mayor's statement earlier that we do have to act within the scope of this agenda item, as it's defined on the agenda as published. I do understand, of course, Supervisor Giomi's concern that it is the applicant's request specifically before this board for us to consider on first introduction to this ordinance. But really, this is a question not really specifically related to the conduct or the nature of the existence of this entity as the applicant, but rather is a broader legislative consideration for this board to discuss today, which is, again, whether or not we should be introducing on first reading this ordinance as proposed. Now, certainly that does not mean that this board is confined or otherwise restrained from going into the particular text of this ordinance as proposed. Certainly this board has unfettered legislative authority as the board to propose or, for example, completely deny the introduction of the ordinance or to propose additional modifications for a future reconsideration on first reading, because this would probably have to come back on first reading if there are significant changes. But again, just to conclude my remarks, I do agree with the mayor's statement earlier that we should be careful. We are constrained by Nevada's open meeting law. I don't want this board to exceed the scope of the agenda title as it's published.
Okay, well, I respectfully disagree. But, I mean, I don't know how you separate the ordinance request from the applicant. To me, it cannot be separated. It does not click in my head. But I will honor your request, and I won't go down that path, even though I think you're incorrect.
The point for me will be the questions.
And I say that lovingly.
Yeah. The questions for Qualcomm will come at the point of a special use permit. If that were to occur, that's the time that their particular company is then under review and discussion. So moving into the actual regulation or ordinance, as proposed, I would like to understand, I thought I heard Mr. Carlson indicate that it was 4, take the cap off, which we currently have 2 to go to 4, but I am reading 3 in this actual request. So can you clarify, please?
Right, so Madam Mayor, Sev Carlson for the record, I believe Ms. Ferris talked about the changes through Planning Commission of originally the ordinance was at 3 and allowing for drive-through. And ultimately, it was modified and recommended to be at 4. The drive-through language has come out. Qualcomm is comfortable, would request that the cap be popped, that you recognize all 4, because Qualcomm would love the competition. If there are going to be 4 businesses here in the cannabis industry, they want to compete in that sector. And so we are comfortable with 4. Our recommendation would be for a introduction allowing the 4 to be recognized.
Okay. When I look at the conditions of approval that are required for an ordinance, which is on our packet, page 472, for anyone that happens to be listening, I want to move into being able to see how it meets the rules. So do you have those in front of you, the 1, 2, 3?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do.
Can you walk me through those? Because what's important to me when I review ordinances or things for introduction, no matter who brings them, whether the city brings them or an individual company or public brings them, I am constrained, I believe, in the rules here. So can you please walk us through how this application meets those requirements?
Right, so, and I'll go through each one, Madam Mayor. This is Sev Carlson for the record again. but I want to start with the broader picture of the proposed change to the ordinance is solely in recognizing 4 licenses. There are 2 existing. We're not asking for any changes relative to zoning districts that would allow retail dispensaries. We're not asking for any other design standards to be changed that allow for dispensaries. So I think it's important to keep that context in mind when you have to go through these 3 specific findings. The first finding is the proposed amendment is in substantial compliance with and supports the goals and policies of the master plan. Again, we're not seeking any changes to what zoning districts allow or disallow recreational or medical dispensaries. We're simply requesting that there are 2 more state provisional licenses that are recognized. And so in terms of supporting the goals and policies of the master plan, the findings that were made originally to recognize dispensaries in Carson City still stand today. That there was a policy decision made that the state has authorized legal cannabis in Nevada. Carson City, for its policy reasons, has said this is a lawful and acceptable business in this community. And therefore, whether you have 2 or 4, that doesn't impact the goals and policies of the master plan, because we're not saying we're allowing it in more areas or we're disallowing it in more areas. The playing field remains level. Cannabis dispensaries can be located in the same zoning districts that the original 2 are located in. We still have to go through the SUP process, so we can meet those goals in that respect. As for item number 2, the proposed amendment will provide for land uses compatible with existing adjacent land uses and will not have detrimental impacts to other properties in the vicinity. I'll start again with that same analysis. We're not changing that. Now, I understand there's an application for a special use permit that will go in front of the Planning Commission, and we have a residential use on property that no longer has a residential zoning district tied to it. That's called a legal non-conforming use. For purposes of this ordinance, again, we're just looking at the number of licenses. We're not seeking any change on where these businesses may operate. And so from a land use compatibility component, if we were seeking some sort of zone change on a piece of property, if we were seeking an ordinance that would recognize the use of a dispensary in different zoning districts that don't allow for it today, we would have a different manner in which we have to try and make those findings, but we're not seeking those changes. We're seeking simply to allow the recognition of 2 state provisional licenses in a community that already allows dispensaries to operate in certain zoning districts. As for number 3, that the proposed amendment will not negatively impact existing or planned public services or facilities and will not adversely impact the public health, safety, and welfare. I think the simplest way to answer this question is looking back at the staff report and staff's representation that the sheriff's office does not have concerns with increasing the number of licenses in the city, and that its only concern was with respect to drive-throughs and wanting to have cameras related to those drive-throughs.
Thank you. Does any other member have a further questions? Okay, I think what we'll do is I'm going to move on to public comment on this item, and then I will give the applicant one last opportunity in case there's something that comes up in public comment to address that fits to this agenda title.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, the sheriff's thinking he's taking a point of privilege, it looks like. Because he's running up to the table first. After
you.
that, the next one that's signed up, just to kind of help this process, I have Paul McGrath signed up, and then, sorry, eyes are getting old here, Rick McCann next, and then we'll go to anybody else that wants to after that.
Good morning. For the record, Sheriff Furlong. I come to you for public comment because there have, obviously, the word sheriff's department or police department, Reno and such has been brought up quite frequently today. I just want to clarify just a couple of things. I have not spoken to any board or commission prior to today on this topic matter, including the Planning Commission. And there are reasons behind it. And I just want to touch on these for your information. As it comes to the local businesses, the two dispensaries that are presently in Carson City, those business operations do not really significantly address the agenda item. I can tell you that what I have witnessed and participated in, both local businesses have been very cooperative with us in Carson City. And our special enforcement team, which primarily targets narcotics operations, do regular visits on those businesses. But again, those businesses are not pertinent to the agenda item. The second thing that I would address is crime reporting in Carson City. I recently shared with the city manager and the mayor our crime statistics for the first half of this year. We do not show a significant rise in crime in this community, but again, that does not directly relate to the agenda item. Carson City is doing fine and well in its reporting atmospheres and actions taken. The third thing that I would bring up, again, does not address the agenda item, and that's the concern of our local law enforcement, our school officials, and our juvenile services for the prevalence of marijuana obtained in the black market in this jurisdiction by juveniles, either by smoking or vaping. As a matter of fact, I attended a meeting yesterday where we have specific groups in Carson City that are working with our juvenile services on those two issues. Again, neither one of those topics address this agenda item.
Actually, you do.
Excuse me?
You're in. All your comments fit condition number 3, so you're in.
All right.
You're doing good.
Okay.
Okay.
Very often what does come up is DUI enforcement and that pertaining to the use of marijuana. Nevada is a driving under the influence state, not specific to either. The reason I don't speak out heavily on this matter is because any numbers that can be related to this board for decision-making under the DUI statutes can be skewed, because as a state of driving under the influence statutes, those processes, those blood and analyses that are performed for a DUI where alcohol is involved, once alcohol is established or the matter of influence is established, further testing is not required nor done. And therefore, that people might suggest to this board that, as it relates to DUI, that is not me. I would suggest to you may not be totally accurate. And in final statement. Is that better for you? And matter of an opinion that I did provide was an objection to drive-through services. That is the only official comment that the sheriff's office has made regarding this agenda item.
So may I ask you directly on that agenda item? If I recall, your comment was you wanted to make sure there was security and cameras. I mean, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So again, that could be handled within the special use permit requirements that you would submit
It could
to
be.
staff.
The specific objection that I made was off of a draft version of an establishment that provided for drive-through services that were anticipated in the architectural's rendition that would suggest somewhat privacy, obscured from the public, and that offered me a concern. I continue to support the notion that children should not be present in these services, and that some oversight, including from the Carson City Sheriff's Office, should be administered, and therefore a public or present view should be necessary in any architectural design.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for the sheriff? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Point of privilege. Okay, again, Mr. McGrath and then Mr. McCann, or jointly, your choice. There you go.
Ready? Morning, Madam Mayor, members of the board. My name is Rick McCann. I'm here to oppose the proposed ordinance to increase the number of authorized marijuana use retail stores. The licensing of commercial marijuana establishments in Carson City has raised certain issues involving the health of our residents and the ethics of some of the current and past, predominantly past board members in licensing these establishments. These issues have been exhaustively chronicled by Mr. Paul McGrath to my right here in his supporting documents, and they are included in your documents, in your packet. As we all know, Carson City has an ordinance that permits not more than 2 retail marijuana dispensaries to operate at the same time in the city. The applicant before you here today that you've heard from now seeks to increase that number for its own business enrichment without addressing the concerns of many of the citizens who have registered their direct oppositions to this proposal. I might add that of the 26 views that are in the part of the packet before you, 25 are in staunch opposition to the proposal to increase the number of dispensaries. And during the July 27, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, more than a dozen Carson City residents also attended to personally voice their oppositions to the proposal. As a result, as you know, the Planning Commission recommended denying the proposed changes. Well, now it's your turn. Former Supervisor Shelley Aldine wrote, as you all know, in her op-ed to the Nevada Appeal on July 13th, 2022, that the citizens of Carson City were comforted, her word, comforted, during the influx of the cannabis industry by knowing that the commercial sales of weed would be constrained. Sadly, today's agenda item suggests a strong possibility that just one applicant of another retail dispensary may change that comfort level with no interest in the community's quality of life. Quality of life. On page 1 of your staff report that you have in front of you, it expressly states that this board's strategic goal is this community's quality of life. That's why we're here, no other reason. I touched a moment ago upon the ethical concerns of some citizens that they have regarding the ways in which the establishments that we have currently have been granted authority to operate over the years. It's my understanding that a former official in city management became employed by one of the existing cannabis dispensaries after walking the licensing processes through the board. Conflict of interest? Maybe. My understanding that a former member of this board was a partner in a firm that represented applicants in filing applications for dispensaries within the local community. And then the board member voted to approve the dispensaries. I think that's a conflict of interest as well. I bring these up because not that any of you necessarily are part of it, but why the heck do we need that as part of our problem? This is a quality of life problem. It is not a matter for people to be kind of scratching their heads saying, should he have done that? Should she have done that? You're better than that. Let's get over that process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. McGrath,
I'd like to ask the board to.
would you please turn your microphone on and state your name for the record, and your time will start. Thank you.
I'll ask the board to consider some problem solving to address the issue. And most of you already have that in your pocket. It's a little card that sets forth some not only information about who decided we should have recreational marijuana in this community 5 years ago. And during these 5 years, I have sat down with a number of board members trying to explain to them that this should not be one of the things that Carson City had. And all of a sudden, Carson City is also a partner in the cannabis industry because they're the ones that have to prove it. And as indicated by Mr. McCain, there was a couple of board members who actually benefited from making those changes. Now, again, I'm asking you to consider a program reporting on the drugs that are involved in any incidents where public safety, medical, or welfare people are involved. In other words, make it a mandatory thing through the CCMCs. You know, if somebody's brought into the hospital, got a broken leg, but he's stoned out on something, it doesn't have to be marijuana, it could be anything, but that be reported as a drug-related incident. that you also consider revoking the current license that you have already issued to the 2 cannabis shops here in Carson City, not only for violating the, well, I see, what you call that, oh God, I'm drawing a blank. The sales of marijuana, where they're delivering throughout the community, and they're also delivering to our adjoining counties. I mean, there's all kinds of, how about the little girl here just about a week ago or a month ago, brought a bunch of brownies to high school that they'd gotten in Carson City and got their little friends all hyped up in school and sick. I mean, there was no regulation or there's no way of policing that type of stuff. And when a cannabis industry decides that they want to do some changes, there's no pushback from the community. You know, we're just looking at right now that we have a serious problem. And again, there's too many of our local officials, and I'm talking about state and even federal officials, that have been compromised by the cannabis industry, and all because of dollars. And I think that it's time for you folks to stand up and say, we no more of this in Carson City.
Thank you. Next I have on the list that's signed up, the next 2 is Shelley Aldine and Jay Aldine.
Sorry.
Joy, I'll come to general comment after those that pre-signed up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Paul.
It's all right.
Ah,
You should
there we
know
go.
the microphone rule.
Well,
No.
mine was a little bit antiquated. This is entirely new and entirely different, much more advanced. I'll repeat myself. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the board. My name is Shelley Aldine, for the record. When previous members of this board elected to restrict the retail sale of marijuana to the 2 existing medical dispensaries, I thought the need to be vigilant regarding this matter was over. Unfortunately, here I am, again, a mere 5 years later, trying to preserve the delicate compromise that was crafted back in October of 2017. The majority of the members of the Planning Commission based their denial of the Qualcan application on their inability to make a finding that there would be no impacts on public services and no adverse economic impact on existing facilities. I agree with the concerns of the existing dispensary operators that the bargain that was struck in 2017 would be violated by this proposed ordinance revision, and that with the addition of a dispensary in Old Washoe City and one in Mound House, the demand in Carson City for marijuana products has already been met and possibly exceeded. However, I am also concerned that by making further concessions to the marijuana industry, we are continuing to normalize the use of pot and to inadvertently encourage more consumption by minors, the eventual opening of cannabis lounges, and most likely, at some point, with the blessing of the legislature, the use of pot in public places, which incidentally is already occurring on the Strip in Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredibly slippery slope. This industry is ravenous for profits and will increasingly insinuate itself into every corner of our state unless we learn to say no. As further validation of the effect that pot is having on the youth of our community, Sheriff Furlong has confirmed that the presence of marijuana in Carson City schools has increased significantly, and that was disclosed to me in a private conversation with the sheriff. According to the U.S. Center for Disease and Prevention, in the United States, 3 in 10 people who use marijuana have a cannabis use disorder, the medical term for marijuana addiction. In addition, the evidence that marijuana has an adverse impact on the developing brains of children is irrefutable. A landmark study in the Journal of the American Medical Association found a 25% increase in youth addiction to marijuana in states where it's been legalized. Whatever this applicant has offered in the way of concessions isn't worth the price of placing our youth at further risk. In an exchange between District Attorney Jason Woodbury and then Supervisor Lori Bagwell at a meeting of the board on July 6, 2017, Mr. Woodbury acknowledged that, quote, "the law is an expression of the moral values of a community and this board," end of quote. If you adopt this code amendment, in my opinion, you will forever change the moral character of Carson City by putting the value of profits above the value of the health and safety of the people who you represent in the city you love. I understand the difficulty of the decisions you often have to make as members of this board, but on occasion, especially when the health and safety and the quality of life of the community are at risk, you need to honor the concerns of your constituents and the wisdom of their judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. The other half?
The lower half, the smaller half. I could not improve upon anything that my wife said, but what I thought I would do, since how I worked for a public board for 11 years in Reno with Reno Mayor, Sparks Mayor, and the Washoe County Chairman on my board, I've learned to listen to the goings-on in these meetings. And so I thought I would try to see if there was anything that I could say that I would add to it. They made the comment that no new product, so what? If it makes it easier and cheaper and facilitates the acquisition and usage of the product, then that's something that we don't want as a community. That's one point that was made. Another point that came into my mind as I was coming into the meeting, what does San Francisco, Seattle, and Portland all have in common? High vagrancy, high drug usage, high lawlessness, and high homelessness. Why is that? It is because of you folks that made the decision in their communities, not you guys, but as a council, as a board. They did and followed procedures and policies that rendered their cities really terrible to live in. And I'll tell you one thing, when I come off the lake after looking at this beautiful lake and coming down into Carson City and realizing that I'm coming to the capital, the last thing I want to see is a marijuana dispensary. No, I don't like them. No, I wouldn't vote for them, but we have them here, and I'm not out to shut down the ones that we have. But the feeling that you get when you walk down Market Street in San Francisco, you tell me what that feels like. You have to step over things you don't want to step on in the city. And I don't want Carson City to feel that way when they come off the lake and they see this beautiful little jewel of Nevada. And here we have dispensary here, dispensary there, dispensary there, dispensary. That's 4 dispensaries in a little tiny city. I'll say you can't do, maybe I'd back it up. Every decision has a consequence. You consider the consequence of your decision and think about some of the things that I said and some of the things that my wife had said as well before you make your decision. That's all. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have anyone else on the pre-sign up, so I'll open this up to general, and I'm not going to take you first, Denny. I saw Joy jump up earlier, so. Go ahead, Joy.
Hello again. Joy Trushinsky, Carson City residents. I strongly oppose allowing more marijuana shops to open here in Carson City. Despite what the marijuana supporters say, marijuana is a harmful drug when you smoke or ingest it. Dangers in the immediate effects of marijuana include distortion of time and space and impaired coordination. Smoking marijuana will cause harm to lungs like tobacco and can lead to lung cancer, stroke, heart disease, and other vascular diseases. Marijuana use harms brain function, specifically the part of the brain responsible for memory, learning, attention, decision-making, coordination, emotions, and reaction time. Even casual use of marijuana can lead to addiction, like tobacco. Once one can develop a craving. Using marijuana causes erectile dysfunction in men, according to the American Journal of Men's Health. Edible marijuana may lead to poisoning and/or serious injury when amounts ingested are ignored. Finally, the CDC has stated people who use marijuana more likely to develop temporary psychosis, not knowing what is real, hallucination and paranoia, and long-lasting mental disorders, including schizophrenia. a type of mental illness where people might see or hear things that are not really there. All of these dangers are listed on the CDC website. We do not need to make a dangerous substance more easily available. Far too many people do not know of these dangers concerning marijuana. I realize marijuana is used by for medical purposes, but overall marijuana is not healthy. Please do not allow 2 more marijuana shops in Carson City to protect our children and citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Can I just, you can come on up, Mrs. White. Can I just have a show of hands about how many more want to make public comment on this item so I can kind of get a scoping for the time? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, you can just say your name, ma'am. Ms. White, you can just say your name.
My name is Jeannie White, and I live at 497 West Bennett Avenue in Carson City. I encourage a no vote on the increase of dispensaries in Carson City. It's well covered by the 2 existing ones, and we already have, especially with one in Washoe Valley and also one in Mound House. I feel if it's approved, it is one step toward destroying our safety and way of life in our home of 28 years with their proposal abutting our home. In Carson City, neighbors are important, yet Qualcomm did not give us the courtesy of reaching out to us and discussing what they proposed next to us. We have coexisted with multiple businesses next door to us and expect to do so in the future. But a dispensary with a restaurant is asking for trouble for us and the community. The Eagle is a magnificent gateway to Carson City. The dispensary sends a wrong message.
Thank you. Bruce?
My name is Bruce Sanders. Is it on?
You're on.
Okay. I'm Jenny's husband, and the proposed cannabis dispensary right next to our property raises concerns about our safety and the safety of visiting family and friends. At present, West Bennett Avenue is a dead-end road, and we live at the end of that road, so emergency vehicles must have clear passage at all times. We've had a few instances when we've had to call for an ambulance at any time, day or night. We have a fire break clear around the side, back, and along the fence, separating the 2 parcels. People seem to think they can avoid the traffic on South Carson by going behind our house and get stuck in the sand. With the proposal in this facility, we will have Dutch Brothers and Chick-fil-A type traffic at our front door. The intention of the Carson City ordinance that no marijuana business can have their front door within 300 feet of the property line of a residence means their front door will have to be at the easternmost point of their property. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
If you want to come in batches of 2 or even 3 so we can help expedite this, it would be most helpful. So if I can get 3 to come up, and that would be great. And then we'll just rotate right on through. And so we'll just start right there with push.
Good morning, or
You'll need to turn your mic on. It's green. Thank you.
I think it's afternoon. I started here in morning.
You got 34 minutes or so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
God bless you. Tasha Kusi, Carson City resident for the record. I'm the granddaughter. My grandparents are fighting to keep a dispensary from being in front of their home. And I'm speaking on behalf of them, their 4 children, 12 grandchildren, 13 great-grandchildren, and 2 great-great-grandchildren, all who visit their home often. I could tell you honestly, I didn't have a really strong opinion on the marijuana industry and legalization until recently. This issue kind of forced me to really look in and study the industry and how it's affecting our community. I've read so many articles about lawsuits, corruption, regulation issues, public safety, drug testing strategies, tax dollars that were intended to go to our schools that are not going to our schools, black market flooding, and cutthroat fighting amongst industry leaders. The list of issues surrounding the legalization of marijuana, they go on and on. I probably understand about less than 1% at this point. When it's all said and done, it's a very complex topic to try to understand. The biggest question that I'm grappling to understand is how another dispensary in town is going to benefit our community. To me, there's not enough data available to actually understand the impacts. Marijuana is new to Nevada. It's relatively new. I worked at the Department of Taxation when marijuana was given to them to regulate, and I helped pull up the Cannabis Compliance Control Board that was created to oversee it. I can tell you from experience that it seems to me that our government officials have put the cart before the horse when it comes to marijuana. Nevada has not successfully or gracefully done a good job regulating and controlling this industry. Our decision to legalize is riddled with problems. The black market has become stronger. There's corruption allegations about our civil servants. Multiple expensive lawsuits have been filed against the state, paid by our tax dollars. The schools that were supposed to receive the benefit of the tax dollars are not receiving the funding that was promised to our citizens at the time we voted. The reason being is that the methodology behind school funding distribution does not allow schools to capitalize effectively on marijuana tax dollars as it's written.
Thank you. Your time has elapsed. Thank you so much. If you have further written that exceeded your discussion, please submit it.
Thank you.
Ms. Neitz.
Maxine Neitz for the record. I don't have a dog in this hunt. I don't shop at either of the 2 shops that we currently have. And I can't see a particular reason for expansion of that. But what I want to say is I'm hearing a lot from people testifying and from the board about how important this is to our quality of life. If only you would have that same thought when you go to approve these overcrowded, overdense developments that are destroying the quality of life in Carson City. We will no longer be that jewel you can see when you come down from the lake. We'll just be a slum. So look beyond the marijuana question to other questions that affect the quality of life.
Thank you. Betsy?
Betsy Strasburg. This is Google Maps of the 4 medical dispensaries around town, Mound, Washoe, and Carson City. The dispensaries serve the residents well within easy driving distance.
Excuse me, just one moment, just for your sake. Will you please reset the time? I don't want to cut her off early. Thank you. I want to be fair.
Shall I start again?
Yeah, we'll just do that. Sorry. I don't seem to understand our little technical difficulty today, but I want to make sure you're given your full 3 minutes. There we
Pepsi Strasburg. This is Google Maps of the 4 dispensaries around town, Mound, Washoe, and Carson City. This dispensary served the residents well within driving distance. We, the residents, have not asked for these 2 additional retail outlets. It is our choice not to have any more retail outlets. Please do not pop the cap. That's a new word I heard today. The prior Board of Supervisors have acted in the best interest of our community in 2017 and approved the cap. The concerns that was presented at the 2017 board meetings are still the same. There is no justification to change the city ordinance now. We have been told previously by the Board of Supervisors that we need a stable book of rules so everybody knows the rules. So why change the rules to satisfy one particular Las Vegas investment company? Yes, and including the current two has abided by those same rules. In a recent interim joint committee on health and human services, Alexia Benshoff of the Nevada Division of Child and Family Services said 20% of the expectant mothers report using pot. The percentage of pregnant women using other illegal drugs have not increased, but using pot has increased by 212%. If it wasn't an important concern, it would not be in the Joint Committee of Health and Human Services. 15 to 28% of women in their childbearing age now admit to using pot because of the easier access. Qualcomm have received the license in Las Vegas, as I heard today, which is a bigger city, more tourists, more money to handle the aftermath of additional supply of marijuana and high potency THC products. Edibles are now 70 to 80% more potent. Do we want a San Francisco here? San Francisco in December 2021 has eliminated the sales tax on their marijuana usage to compete with the black marketeers. This board is responsible to our welfare, the welfare of the residents. Please respect that irrespective of your personal beliefs or interests. We would like to urge this board to vote no on the change of the city ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have, again, if all of you that want to testify, if you'll just keep taking the empty seats, that will help facilitate this for all of us. Sarah?
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Sarah Adler. I am with Bells and Case Government Affairs, and we have been assisting the White family in their analysis of this issue. I want to start by saying we have had the opportunity to meet with many of you extensively and individually, and I appreciate you so much. I really applaud the care and attention that you have given to this critical issue. Moving on, I too had not heard the term pop your cap, and Carson City is not a soda or a beer. This is a very important decision, and I resented the lightness with which it was presented to you. I also want to share that the applicant brought forward the right of choice. Absolutely, we all need choices in the products that we consume. But Mound House and Washoe Valley are very near to our communities. So I think there's plenty of choice available. This is more a decision for you as the elected leaders of our community about, has already been stated, the quality of life in our community. A couple more questions I have. You are probably aware that this dispensary proposes to be co-located with a restaurant with a patio. It's already been stated today by our sheriff that children should not be present at cannabis establishments. So is this going to allow children to be on the other side of the wall from a cannabis establishment? I too am aware of the data that was just shared about, sadly, the high use of marijuana among pregnant women. So we're going to be facilitating that by co-locating a restaurant with a dispensary. That is scary. So will this ordinance allow a restaurant to be co-located with a dispensary? Originally, the applicant wanted to have a drive-through. The drive-through would have been literally on the property line of the Whites where it's proposed to be located. The drive-through has been pulled, but when will it come back? When will that patio seek to be turned into a cannabis lounge? Those are concerns that any 28-year resident near any location would have a concern about, and certainly is a concern in this respect. Another safety issue, speaking of our children and all of our visitors and our residents, is do we have the data with which to make decisions about how to know if someone is driving under the influence? I think until we have a better grasp on that safety issue, expansion of licensees in Carson City is not to this region's or this community's benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nagel?
Richard Nagel. One of my concerns is, again, is the underground economy this is going to create. If you look at marijuana, it's like a vegetable, okay? Currently we pay like $3 a pound for zucchini, yet we're paying $200 an ounce for marijuana. This is really going to create an incredible incentive for an underground economy for this to happen. I really want to caution people on where we go from there. Because again, if you look at a pound of really great tea, which is incredibly labor intensive, or a pound of really fantastic coffee, is nowhere near $20 a pound. Okay, so again, we're $200 an ounce, which is 16 times more than a pound of coffee. So again, we have an incredible profit margin here for this to be done in a black market way, and I can just see that people will come in and take advantage of this and try to undercut this and sell these products. It's just economics. My grandmother was born in San Francisco, okay? To see the city go down the toilet the way it's gone. I worked as a supervisor at San Francisco General Hospital and as a chef there, okay? So I saw what happens. It wasn't the death of it was a death of 1,000 cuts. You know, I had to walk over human poop, hypodermic needles. There were hookers turning tricks and pick up beds next to the schools. Okay? I don't really want to see Carson City turn into San Francisco. And these are the tipping points that we make, the decisions that we choose. This is the path that we're going down, the death of 1,000 cuts. So I really wish we would seriously think about this. Again, it would create more homelessness because people would take less thought because, again, this stuff is a psychotropic drug, okay? If someone has borderline schizophrenia, it's gonna bring it out, okay? I had a friend of mine that had a psychotic break after smoking this stuff, okay? He wasn't all too together that well to begin with, but he's gone now. So again, there are consequences and long-term consequences for this. And I really would like people to think about what's happening and what are the long-term consequences. Because again, a lot of people have grandchildren in the city, you know, and I think you got to think about those kids. Thank you much.
Just a moment for the reset. Try and do this one. Go ahead, state your name.
My name is Andrew Orton, for the record. Honorable board members, thank you for your time. Speaking on behalf of GTI, the owner-operator of the Rise Dispensary in Carson City, we have in our possession one of two conditional licenses which were awarded in late 2018, the other being held by the applicant. We have chosen over the past 3.5 years or so to retain this license without attempting to operationalize it. This is because we believe that it is our primary responsibility to be respectful partners and to be in tune with the wants and needs of our local community. This belief is held deeply, despite being owned by a publicly traded MSO, like many of our competitors are within the state of Nevada. Rise employees are all local. Everybody working at any of our locations across northern Nevada live and raise their families and pay their taxes within the confines of the northern Nevada space. And we all choose to be here, and we all choose to make our living within the space and within this industry. And we all share the common desire both to have this business and operate it as our primary livelihoods, but to also acknowledge our shared responsibility to our local community and to balance the needs of both. We, as an organization, have not observed a significant compelling need to add additional storefronts. Quite the opposite. We are seeing a sharp reduction in demand quarter over quarter. We have also heard repeatedly through public commentary, both written and verbal, that the community is vocally opposed to the addition of additional recreational storefronts and is particularly opposed to the location of this requested storefront by the applicant, given its proximity to citizens' residencies. This has led us to the conclusion that the addition of any more licenses, whether ours or that of another licensee, would be a mistake and inconsistent with the desires of the community. We firmly believe that the community is the sole reason we are able to exist and provide our services. Should Qualcan's entrance into the marketplace proceed, this will likely lead to the operationalization of additional licenses, thereby effectively doubling the cannabis footprint within Carson City proper. Once again, not necessarily supported by demonstrable need. We strongly believe that operating our dispensary within Carson City is a privilege, not a right, and we strive to remain aligned with the standards of both the local community and of our governing body, the CCB.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name
We'll
is.
let it, please let the timer reset so that you get your full time. Go.
I try never have to use it. but,
There you go.
yeah.
Go ahead. You can start.
All right. Well, hello. My name is Will Adler, and I am the principal of Silver State Government Relations. Today, I will be giving two public comments, sadly, because I must give one on behalf of RISE and one on behalf of Sierra Wellness. I have to give separate public comments. I was informed by the applicant themselves because they declared that I would be sued into oblivion based upon my prior representation of both clients in the planning commissions, right? And that, you know, the continued representation of them would require some sort of litigation against me and myself. But considering that today, I am still here before you guys because I'm here to represent the issues at hand, and I am contractually obligated by my clients to do so. But to be clear, I will keep it to one for RISE, GTI, and one for Sierra Wellness. This comment is going to be on behalf of RISE. As demonstrated previously, RISE is correct in saying that Carson City, you know, may not be affected negatively by having additional cannabis stores, but maybe is not benefited at all in any way by having additional cannabis stores. What we're seeing is actually backed up by the data and statistics. I just received them this morning, so I wasn't actually able to share them in public comment, but Carson City's taxable data as well shows this, whereas we've seen a reduction in taxable incomes from Carson's cut of the dispensary taxes each quarter since July last year. This is come from a comparison of the last July to October, but also October to December, we see a precipitous drop, about a 13% drop. And then again from January into April, we see another 12% drop. And then we see another drop from, you know, April to July today time. This is mostly affected by the introduction of a new store in Mound House, right? There's a new store in our region. It is downstream from both of our traffic corridors. One is based off, you know, 395 in the Greater Highway, and one is 50 directly. But both of them are affected by this store, and the introduction of another regional store theoretically should not have a direct impact on those who aren't in that region. Mound House is a separate region from Carson City, but as we're seeing, there is not that demonstrated need for additional cannabis capacity in Carson, because when we see additional capacity go online, it doesn't create additional need or desire or demand in our community. In fact, our community just ended up shopping down the road there or shopping on their way into town versus while they're visiting us or working here. So that is the basis of why RISE as a company has yet to go forward and say, Carson, do what you can and open this license for us. We'd love to have a true, you know, half the business in this county, right? But they did not wish to take that stance because of the judgments done in 2017, and what the board said out loud was they did not want to create a larger impact than necessary for cannabis in this community. We wanted to be able to serve it, but not drown it, right? We didn't want to have cannabis be in everyone's face when they didn't want to have it. So I would ask you today to, again, look at this community and what it actually needs, and it really only needs 2 licenses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please state your name. There we go. State your name for the record.
Thank you. Andrew Ketting. I'm the General Manager and Director of the Daily Operations for Sierra Well, a local Northern Nevada cannabis company that I have served since our store first opened for medical marijuana in 2015. In that time, Sierra Well has gone through several iterations of the cannabis industry, beginning with the medical marijuana all the way through recreational curbside markets we have today. Over this period, I've had one goal as the head of operations for Carson City, and that's to meet the community where the community stands. Sierra Well also operates a Reno dispensary, which I'm proud to say is just as meticulously run and with just as few errors, but is one we run differently from the Carson store because of the expectations of the community around us and the clientele in the Reno market we serve. I would like to bring up our concerns, not only with the expansion of additional dispensary licenses in Carson City, but with the quality of the applicant trying to come into Carson. As I've stated before, Sierra Well prides itself on the level of operation and professionalism of the cannabis store we run. Sadly, not all operators are the same. One of those operators who doesn't appear to take it quite as seriously is the applicant before you today, Qualcan. Through its Jade dispensary under the Pixie Reno LLC, recently received a violation from the Cannabis Compliance Board that was shocking. A violation that alarmed me as the manager of Sierra Well, and that makes me question the operation and the entirety of Qualcan's Jade dispensary brand. Qualcan would lead you to believe that that was a issue that they inherited, that they had nothing to do with that. To me, that states that there was some negligence and due diligence, perhaps, and frankly, that is a liability that they have assumed and are ultimately responsible for. I believe the CCB agrees with that. It involved the alleged theft of over 90 products from the frontline dispensary workers all the way up to the managers, as well as numerous other violations causing the CCB to render charges of nearly $600,000, a record for this already highly regulated industry. Additionally, I'd like to provide you with our most recent inspection report conducted only on Tuesday, August 16th, resulting in a statement of non-deficiency. So it can be done right. Our lack of a violation isn't an accident. It's a commitment we've made to this community to assure nobody will ever come to harm and our operations will never bring shame for Carson City. Again, I thank you for all the opportunities Sierra Well has been afforded in this community and what it means for us to have been here since the early days of the cannabis industry. While we've always listened to and worked with the community to adjust to the needs of Carson City residents, it appears this company is not trying to do the same. This company has already developed plans for a building with a 24-hour drive-through lane and an attached restaurant that can easily be turned into a consumption lounge, neither of which this community needs or wants.
Thank you so much. I don't see anyone else that's come forward, but I thought I saw more hands. Again, please come back up through the chairs.
Well,
Yeah.
Will Adler again, representing Silver State Government Relations, representing Sierra Wellness. As I stated previously, I would have to give 2 public comments, one on behalf of each company. Sorry about that. So I stood up and sat down again. But I would like to follow up on what the manager of Sierra Wellness, Andrew Coding, said just recently. The reputation of cannabis in Carson City is not an accident. It, in fact, is a very hard reputation to have built over the years in this community. From day one, it was not perceived as something that this community would take on well, and that medical would be the first step and the only step for cannabis in Carson. We built that trust through continual relationships with our sheriff's office, by hiring outside trainers, by committing to raise the bar higher than the state mandated of all the cannabis operators in Carson. Just to state it again, that was not accidental, and that was very intentional, because it committed these companies to not just raising their own standards internally, but proving it to the community around them and financially investing the dollars in these companies to make them what they are today. We've streamlined our operations at Rise and Sierra Wellness to make sure we wouldn't have these secondary errors where people have sticky fingers, where community members are informed about products ending up in kids' hands. None of those have happened here because we've cracked it down, we've locked it down, and we've made ourselves the best cannabis operators in Nevada. Literally, these 2 operations are pristine, and do that because they want to meet the community where they're at. Carson City is a small town. It is not a Vegas environment. It's not an environment where we need a lot of this glitz and glamour. To meet the small town where we're at, Rise committed to saying, we are going to limit our square footage, limit our footprint, and if anything happens, we're taking it down. When Rise was informed about curbside delivery coming down and there was errors, we ended all operations and we paused until we could figure out what was to do with the city. Sierra Wellness did much the same, and we removed the barriers we were told about within a week. We tried to be very respectful of this community because the community brought both these stores to where they want to be. But as Sierra Wellness stated earlier, the quality of the applicant should be looked at in this process because we have raised the quality of cannabis in Carson City. We did it at our own expense for years of relationship building, time and effort with our sheriff's office, and that's something we don't want to disrupt because it only takes one bad actor to ruin all of our reputations. And that's a reputation that was very hardly earned by Rise and Sierra Well, and specifically Sierra Wellness on this one. I back up every comment their manager said there because it can be done right, and they are doing it right. Let's just continue with those who know how to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to take these two more public testimony, and then we're going to take a brief recess. Some people need just a restroom break. That's the realities of it. We've been going quite a while, so are you ready? Go ahead. Go.
Can you turn that mic on, sir?
Oh, sorry.
Again, for the record, my name is Jim Hartman, all the way from Genoa, Nevada, and wanted to talk. I was very active in the No on Question 2 campaign in 2016 and was here during 2017 when there was a consideration of the ordinance and all. I do want to underscore the quality of life issue. And in Douglas County, we have zoned out marijuana establishments, retail establishments. So that's been the approach of Douglas County. You know, there's been discussion of youth use and whether that's increased. And I would refer people to the grand jury report in Douglas County, testimony taken from the superintendent of schools in Douglas County to the effect that when marijuana was legalized, even though there were not cannabis stores in Douglas County, there was a big spike in youth use within the Douglas County school system. And let's go further in terms of quality of life. I've studied a variety of places that have adopted marijuana initiatives, and let's take California as a classic case here. In Marin County, I think Marin County, liberal Marin County, 78%, I believe, of voters voted to legalize marijuana in the county of Marin. But when it came to establishing retail operations, the county rejected all cannabis businesses, as did San Rafael and Fairfax and Novato and Belvedere and Tiburon. They wanted it legal, didn't want people to go to jail, but from a quality of life perspective, they didn't want marijuana in their community. And I think I hear that from a lot of people here. Is 2 sufficient? I think it probably is for Carson City. But I want to underscore that. And where people do go, North Las Vegas, I think, has 53 different marijuana establishments, retail, grower. And so they locate themselves where low income, low resistance to marijuana operations coming into their community. So I hope you keep that in mind and think about the quality of life in Carson City. How do you want Carson City to be? And if you do, I think you'll limit yourself to the 2 that have been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dee Dee?
Hi, I'm Dee Dee Formaster. I'm here as a member of this community to express my extreme concern about opening up the cap on more places that will serve people who want to be able to utilize marijuana. My concern is a couple of things. Number one, Carson City voted to tax itself for a good quality of life policy. And we have created wonderful walking trails, jogging trails, bicycle trails. We have excelled that quality of life that everybody wants in Carson City. And I feel allowing more dispensaries in Carson is not a good idea, although the dispensaries that are here are very well ran. I have to honestly say, too, that I have an extreme concern about the population that I work with every day, which is the homeless and disabled population. I think high THC levels in marijuana often cause psychiatric problems and can actually, in a lot of 20-year-olds, cause psychiatric breaks. And although they may have been predisposed for schizophrenia, it makes the schizophrenia erupt. So I also want to take a moment just to educate the public, again, which I love to do when I speak. I want people to realize that people who are on the streets are not all drug and alcohol abusers. Only 14% of the people who are on the streets right now are drug and alcohol abusers. The rest of them are people with disabilities and the elderly. And unfortunately, the numbers for our youth are creeping up. So what we need is housing, not more dispensaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a brief recess. We'll be back by 5 minutes after enough time. Okay, so we're in recess. bring the Board of Supervisors back to order. And we're going to continue public comment on agenda item 17E on the discussion for the number of licenses for marijuana. Do you have some additional public comment? Come on up. Again, if you can please fill the 3 chairs, it'll help make that go a little smoother, or, well, as efficient as it can be. We're going to give it a try. She's on the 3-minute mark. Go ahead. Green. There you go.
Hello. My name is Ryan Murphy. I'm one of the many grandchildren of Miss Jeannie White over here, who had spoken earlier. I just wanted to express my concern with the expansion of the dispensaries here in Carson City. I don't believe we need any more. There is no shortage of cannabis. And I think if this does go through and the applicant is able to build a dispensary, it's in the wrong area. It's in a gateway community. It's, I think a business that will represent Carson City deserves that space more than just a large dispensary. It's also going to uproot my way of life, my family's way of life. And I don't think that this applicant or this bill of expanding marijuana distribution in Carson City would be an attribute to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We'll reset the timer, and then Mr. French, go ahead.
Board and supervisors, thank you. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Had a little side meeting with the mayor explaining some of my jump abouts. I also have a problem hearing, so I will be up and around to hear in some cases. Also, now I know because Mr. Will Alden went out that door, and I also got it okayed with Supervisor Jomi, and I think even the mayor suggested that door is available. But I was dancing, literally. I didn't want to miss anything. So my main thing is I'm against any more, you got to say in one meeting, hey, I've got to take a break. And I wasn't in that same position, but I'm fine. I'd like to point out articles. This particular article is a weekend edition. It's a Nevada Appeal. And I love the paper. It helps keep me posted, it helps keep me centered, and gives me a starting place for my studies as if an agenda's not quite ready. The writer's name is Scott Muefer. I'm sorry, I butchered that. But there was a great article by Shelley Alden relating the subject a week or so ago, and I just want to point out how much I appreciate her past experience. When I came into Carson, it was 2000 something, and I believe I saw her in another position, and to have her writing with that kind of experience and with that kind of overview is very helpful and appreciated. My thing is I don't feel we need any more marijuana facilities here. When I started researching and being from where I am from, not being a native Nevadian, but coming up because my parents needed help and they asked me to come up. I have since taken y'all on, whether or not I feel totally embraced by some, as I tend to be a bit of an irritant, and I know that. But the deal is, it's because I care. And if I'm ever out of line there, I want people to tell me, and I actually hurt. But the main thing is, this community should stay by its 2 policy. I thought that was a stretch to even be there, but I felt assured that we wouldn't be revisiting this every time somebody wanted to put something here to make money. And I think that's really the bottom line. I think you got enough locations available to supply people that are in the use of it. And I want to just add one thing, and it's a commercial that's on television. It's about a cat, and the cat's having an attitude, and it says, if I weren't under this influence, I would be peeing on the floor here. I would be tearing up your class. Have you ever seen that? And I think sometimes some people could use a pot, but I don't think we're a cap, and I don't want to be treated like one. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, Honorable Board,
Ryan Jackson, Assistant Manager, Sierra Well. Cultivation, a little buzzword. We have spent 5 years cultivating a relationship with this community, cultivating a relationship with our patients. We started as medical. We continue to be medical. A lot of opinions given here about the negative effects of cannabis. Cannabis is now proven to be beneficial to majority of people. We are medicating a part of the community that finds difficulty being medicated by a government agency. Our veterans come to us in great need. We find that the way that we do business, the way that we manage ourselves on a daily basis, we take great pride in education. We educate not only just the general public, but our law enforcement, as well as people in the school district. We are vigilant, and we, not only our business practices, but the way we're set up, our cameras, we've helped to solve crimes in this community. We continue to do so. We continue to modify our practices so that we can be more of a benefit than a distraction or a negative, have a negative impact on this community. And during the pandemic, we were a critical, essential business, and I would urge you to keep us essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peckham.
Good afternoon.
You passed that threshold. Go.
Came here to talk about homelessness, and by golly, you guys have a hard time making it through your agenda. Just to put in my 2 cents worth, I am the executive director of FISH. Our whole goal is to provide people a hand up, not a handout, and we do an awful lot of work with trying to help people change behaviors so that they can change their life. And a lot of those behaviors have to do with sobriety. I do not necessarily believe that the 2 existing marijuana dispensaries or the bars around town are the ones that are causing the sobriety issues with our clientele. But nonetheless, they have big issues. And the more dispensaries around, I think it's more normalized. I really think from a priority standpoint, and again, I come from a business career, we always prioritize. And I think from a city standpoint, we need to prioritize what's most important to us. And in my mind, our agenda item coming up with, we got homelessness, we got to focus on. Obviously, housing is because I got into some of that too. So that's obviously an important thing. We've got issues with, roads and the sewer system and other things. And I just would hate for us to spend too much time as a community focused on, should we expand on something that, I've not seen long lines outside of any of those dispensaries or anything else. I'd rather see us spending more time on the youth issues because we are seeing drug use go up. And again, I don't think that they're necessarily getting it from the dispensaries, but it's just more and more normalized that, hey, if an adult can do it, why shouldn't I at 14? Well, I can tell you plenty of reasons, because you're going to be my client at 28, and I'm going to have to work with you for 8 years to try and get you back into an effective working citizen. So again, from a priority standpoint, I just don't think it makes sense for the city to continue to look at this right now. We got so many other things going on, and that's the point. Prioritize.
Thank you.
Hello again. For the record, my name is Alexis Jensen. I am the dispensary manager for Sierra Well since the first day it opened. It's nice to see you all again. I'm going to be pretty quick, but as a frontline manager employee, working with the public, working with the community, with educating, with hearing their most vulnerable moments, coming into the store, it's not comfortable still for everybody because they're in pain, they don't feel well. We're here to guide them into the right path, into the correct path. And I have briefly talked about and seeing the effect of being slow as Battle Mountain dispensary has caused for us, and with the slowness of everybody getting back to work with COVID. But speaking with the community and kind of brief touching base with this on them a little bit about having another big old dispensary opening up, they're really not comfortable with it. They feel the 2 dispensaries that we currently have is enough. What will it cause? We like to blend into the community. We don't want to really stand out. And I see this addition or another dispensary causing interest in our juveniles and our young folks having a 24-hour, maybe having a 24-hour drive-through. So I feel we are good where we're at. The community is happy, and I feel we don't need to add another dispensary. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me let the timer reset and then I'll go on. Unless you're going to tell me you're going to be 1 minute and 12 seconds. No.
Great.
There you go. Go ahead.
My name is Matt Lapierre. I wasn't planning on even coming to this meeting, much less talking in front of this meeting, but after hearing some comments of driving down from Tahoe, the San Francisco comments, I was born in Carson City, right up the road here. I find our community far from scum. I find our community far from a big drug inhabited forum. As far as the dispensary topic, they're looking at a location of property that we own to the north of us. And I'm not for or against it, pro or con. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do anything like that. But at the end of the day, I don't have a dog in this fight. And I like the lady when she said that. I truly don't. Actually, the opposite. I do help. I'm the other lady that helps the homeless. I don't walk over anybody. I go into Carson, I go into Reno. I help a lot of addicts. I help a lot of recovery guys and gals. I'm going to do it for the rest of my life. It's disturbing to me when I hear our little town getting beat up in front of this board, and I appreciate the board today too. Thank you for your time. It's a seat that doesn't come without some armor, and I appreciate you guys being willing to dedicate and serve your community. As far as the juveniles, to me, they're going to the black market. Being born in this community and knowing what happens in this community, being part of this community and loving this community. We've all heard of fentanyl, and I'm not here to get into the facts and the stats and all the other fun things because I'm not a psychologist and I'm not a fact-based, not throwing out fact-based information other than I see it daily. And the juveniles that are out there, fentanyl is being laced in the black market. And I'm not, again, not promoting one way or another the dispensaries. I'm actually, if we have to have them, I hope that they do a good job of protecting our community and giving us the opportunity to give back to our community. Most importantly, our homeless and our addicts and our individuals in recovery. I think that's probably the more important conversation to be having today than that whatever you want to call our community. That's not the conversation to be had, in my opinion, today. I think the dispensaries have a place in our community, and I think they have a place to help in our addiction and our recovery and our homelessness. And with that, I'll step aside.
Thank you, Mr. Lapierre. Do I have any other?
Sir, can you identify yourself?
Matt Lapierre.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Do I have any other? I don't see anyone. I'll give you one more shot if there's anyone else to come on up and we'll finish it up and bring it here. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Karen Stevens. Thank you for giving me the time to speak against this situation that we're being faced with. As you can note by my introduction, I am totally against this. Looking at all the public comments, there are 34 against, 2 for. Just kind of taking a tally of people that are speaking here. There was about 22 against this and just a couple for it. It's my understanding that this is not going to be a medical dispensary. So I think some of the comments that were saying, well, we need it for the people that need it for the medical marijuana. This doesn't really apply in this situation since it's just a retail establishment. As we already have 4 within a very close proximity in and around Carson, that seems to meet the needs of our city. One of them is about 2 minutes away, I'm guessing, from where the proposed dispensary is going to go. So I hope that you take the comments of our community serious, that we do not want this dispensary. I know that probably this company that's from Las Vegas is going to sue the pants off of anybody that doesn't want to approve this. So, you know, that's a deep concern, but we really need to take in consideration what our small rural community wants and not allow this big city corporation to come in and seriously undermine the loveliness of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other general public comment? Okay, I indicated at the beginning of this particular hearing that the applicant would have an opportunity for final comments before we bring it back to the board for decision. You can, yeah, take this on the other end.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Supervisors, Sev Carlson with Kempfer Kroll for the record here on behalf of Qualcan LLC. Madam Mayor, if you'd grace me with a personal moment. I was born in Carson City in 1978. My parents still live here. My children come visit my parents in Carson City. I still consider, even though I may not physically live here, my home. There are so many faces in front of me and behind me who I recognize, who I respect, and whom I disagree with on a policy decision. That is what is before you today, is a policy decision. The location is not before you today. The location and how it's designed will be looked at by the Planning Commission. Maybe you guys get to see it, maybe you don't, but it's a policy decision. So let's focus on whether the city wants to recognize 2 additional dispensary licenses. We've heard some discussion about perhaps a difference between medical and recreational, and there are some differences in terms of discounts, what documentation is necessary to be a medical patient for purposes of that discount. But there are many, many people who do not want to have to get a medical card, and they purchase cannabis for a medical reason. Whether it's fear of government, whether it's because they're a veteran and they're concerned about veterans' benefits, there are numerous reasons. And so having dispensaries, today in Nevada, there really isn't that distinction between medical and recreational. So let's go back to, what is Carson City about? Is it about free enterprise? Is it about giving consumers choices? I would hope it is, because what's next on the list? The number of bars that will be licensed, the number of restaurants that will be licensed, the number of shops that sell bait or tackle for fishing. We can go down the list and say, well, we have too many of those. We don't need any more. There's kind of an old saying in court. Business person may not have the best idea, but it's America. Give them the right to go bankrupt. It doesn't astonish me to have our potential competition in this room today. It's certainly in their interest to keep the market as close to a monopoly as they can. What they didn't tell you, though, is one of them, are they willing to give up their additional license? They never said that. They talk around it. So of course they're going to be here, protecting what they have. But as Carson City, was it the mindset when the ordinance was first passed to recognize those two? To say we are granting nearly a monopoly in this industry by only offering our guests to this town and our residents in this town 2 options? I don't think the mindset was we're giving anyone a monopoly or nearly a monopoly. And I don't believe that should be the mindset today either. Free market competition is what allows communities to thrive. And I'll let my clients add anything more that may be a little bit personal, but thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Supervisors. I appreciate the time and consideration of this. A couple points that I'll respond to with regard to some of the assertions that were made. I heard from our competitors who appears to have thrown the biggest stones at us today. And I would just remind them, those who live in glass houses should be aware. And it just takes a little research and review in terms of ownership and operation to acknowledge that those operators are out-of-state operators. If you look at Sierra Well, they were acquired by Verano. At least the news articles indicate for $29 million. And it also suggests that they were approved for a transfer of interest back of May of this year. I don't know what the status of that transfer is, but that's the reality. We are good operators. As I've indicated, despite their accusations, we have had, Qualcan, no disciplinary issues in terms of regulations since our licensing back in 2014. I'll again reiterate, the issues as it relates to Pixie Reno were issues that we acquired in the asset acquisition that we are dealing with the CCB as a result of management that no longer exists at that location. For them to assert that we are, for some reason, bad actors or not good operators, that is inconsistent with our operational history before the CCB and before that, before the Department of Taxation. I will put our record up against them any day. And so I think it's important that we address that issue. We are Nevadans. This is a Nevada-based company. We do not have operations outside of the state of Nevada. And I will not make a mistake in the future that I am not in Carson Valley. I promise you that, Supervisor White. I know that my partner and colleague, Mr. Baracco, wants to address the supervisors as well. And we do appreciate the time and consideration of this matter. Thank you so much.
I just have
Put your name on the record, please.
Lorenzo Baracco. I just have a couple of comments. The first one, I heard, competition is good. We as licensees are not your enemies. The enemy is the black market. The black market sells in schools. The black market goes outside schools. We respect rules, regulations. We work with law enforcement wherever we have a dispensary. And if the goal is to keep, marijuana outside of children, which it should be, it doesn't belong where children are, the fight is with the black market and not with an additional legal dispensary that complies with rules and regulations. The license, there is a history of cameras, like one of our colleagues said, not colleagues, one of our competitions, he said that by putting his dispensaries and having cameras and they've actually helped the community. Does this mean that one more will help even more? I mean, we believe in competition. He also stated that, I think it was Will Adler stated that there was a dispensary that opened outside of your boundaries and they've lost revenue. Does that mean that that dispensary offers a better service and the customers are not satisfied with the 2 existing dispensaries? America is based on competition. If they've lost 30% of their market to an outside and people have to drive and bring revenue to a different location, maybe competition would be good for them. Maybe they would, offer better prices, or it's just competition. And the last point I wanted to make is personal. The dispensary offers, like the gentleman from Sierra Wellness said, he said that they help patients and they help them and their cultivation, and it's helped people. I can give you my personal experience, and one of the, I guess, reasons, or not reasons, one, it's coincidence. When I first started, you know, my mom was diagnosed with cancer, a bad cancer, pancreatic stage 4, and she was given 2 months, and now it's 3 years, and she's doing well. She's going for chemotherapy every week, and every week she takes a combination of CBD and THC, and that helps her eat, sleep, and fights the side effects. Having said that, I was lucky. I was in a position where my staff and my chemist were able to formulate the formula that helped my mom. Now, the sad part about it is my mom's physician and one of our best friends got diagnosed with pancreatic stage 4 cancer 4 months ago. And my mom's physician now is on the same marijuana regime that is helping him tremendously. Hopefully he will have a fight like, you know, my mom and survive between 2 months. You know, the difference between having your mother for two months and 2-3 years. And I'm not saying it helps for everyone, and I'm not saying there's medical statistics, but I do believe our product is just not a commercial product. I think our product helps a lot of people. And if it's done right, it does help, and competition will only increase the research. The last point I want to make as a company, because we got a little disparaged. 3 months ago, I personally sponsored a camp with the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation, the largest single event with all over the world physicians that came to Las Vegas to discuss about, you know, two of the nastiest cancers, the cholangiocarcinoma, which is the bile duct cancer, and the pancreatic cancer, to do a white paper. Our company sponsored it, but we sponsored it quietly because we don't want to jeopardize any research. We just gave the money to organize the event without our logos being anywhere. It was a great event with John Hopkins, Louis Pasteur from Paris, Bethesda, Mayo, the head of Mayo Clinic, and the gentleman who created and invented, who won the Nobel Prize for the genome, for the research of, you know, for the genome, which is the future of cancer. I'm hoping our industry in the future, as an industry, with the competition, can help in the medical research. It's, you know, it's part of one of our missions, and, you know, I guess it kind of hurts to be called as a bad actor and here as we're the bad actors. Well, we're not. We try and do our best, and I hope this council is for competition and give us a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is any member of the board? I see Supervisor Giomi has his hand raised.
A lot to listen to. I appreciate everybody's comments on both sides. As I listen, a lot of thoughts cross my mind. You know, I feel there are a lot of false flags or a lot of detractors among the discussion. Is Qualcomm from Nevada? Is CR Wellness from Nevada? Are the owners here? You know, does marijuana cause health problems? If we approve 2 more dispensaries, are we going to degrade to complete bedlam in Carson City? The full range of that. And I get those concerns, and I get why people bring those up. But to me, it comes down to what's right for Carson City. And, you know, as a policy and legislative board, it's our job to balance overregulation with taking care of the health, safety, and welfare of this community. And it's a fine balance, because we've heard about competition. We all like competition. If you know, we could go back and say, would we limit the number of fast food restaurants in Carson? Would we do that? I don't know. Is that infringing on people's rights? I don't know, but it's a community discussion. It's a discussion that we have as a community. You know, I think most of us up here are of an age where we remember the Nancy Reagan just say no and the frying eggs. You know, that's in our heads. So we struggle I think, to get over that notion that cannabis is now legal. But along with all of that is the responsibility that I feel to make sure we don't take that step from just making it legal to all-out openness. I don't know if that makes sense, but we have an opportunity here to be cautious because there are things we don't know about the long-term effects of marijuana. There are things we don't know. We can't, as you heard the sheriff say, definitively test for it to see if someone's currently high. That concerns me. It's one of the reasons why I voted against having cannabis lounges, because I don't think there's enough protections in place to stop people from going out and driving while they're high. Having said all that, I applaud the board in 2017 when they made the very difficult decisions that they made. It was not easy for them to do that for this community. There had just been a vote that voted down legalizing marijuana in our city, and our board at the time made a decision because they listened to the people who had a medical need, and they took that very first cautious step. There's a lot to be said for the actions that they took in 2017. And subsequent to that, co-locating medical marijuana with now legal dispensaries, the extra protections that the medical component brings to that. I was in a board meeting when Supervisor Bonkowski sat right in this room and said to city staff, draft a letter to the state of Nevada telling them that we are going to cap the number of licenses in Carson City at 2. Make that very clear to the state. That letter went from Carson City to the state. In fact, it's in the backup material that the Planning Commission saw. So when I think of everything that I just went through in my mind, it comes back to one thing, and that's what is right for Carson City today. And for me, it's to not change our ordinance and leave it as is. So, thank
Please
you.
don't do that. Everybody has their right to their opinions. Please don't do that so the board can deliberate. Supervisor White?
Thank you. Indeed, we have heard a lot today, and we've heard a lot over the last several months. That's given us all a chance. I hope we've all taken the chance to do some looking into what's going on in regards to this situation. We have had marijuana in Carson City now for several years. I will tell you that I am opposed to lounges, even though that's something we just are not considering today. I have substantial concern with recreational marijuana because we do not have a reliable field sobriety test. Unfortunately, that ship has sailed. We have recreational marijuana in this town already. So the question is, how do we manage that? And how do we be fair to everybody across the board? I don't think it's lost on very many people that know me, and especially city staff. I can be quite analytical and ask some pretty deep, hard questions. So for me, this decision it has to be based on what have we seen happen in Carson City since recreational marijuana is legal, and in general, the entire time marijuana has been here. We've heard a lot today about crime and debilitating the city. Well, you know, in the Planning Commission meeting of July 27, staff reported that the sheriff's office, and I quote, have not experienced any marked challenges with the existing regulations or existing operations in Carson City, and therefore have no reason to object to the additional retail marijuana stores. Now, why would the sheriff's office say that? Probably because also on June 1st, in relation to our growth management ordinance, Sheriff's Office issued a letter then as well. Those comments were based on approximately the last 10 years of data. And when you read through this letter, key growth indicators, overall crime index, continued crime reduction rates through 2021, the lowest over a 10-year period. Detention bookings. Total bookings in the detention center are holding steady both over the long and the short terms. Sheriff's Patrol Division. School response calls for service have held steady at 200 to 300 per month since inception of the school resource program. Coroner's Office. Coroner's Office continues to hold steady over the 10-year period, recording 300 to 350 deaths per year. Deaths related to suicide rose 100%, while drug-related deaths did not show any remarkable change. Detention Division. The average daily population in the jail in 2021 was estimated at 60% capacity. Civil Records Division. No remarkable increase or decreases in overall workload indicators have been seen over the previous 10 years. So I think it's pretty clear from the Sheriff's Department, recreational marijuana in Carson City has not created any issues. So I go to, what about all this we're hearing, marijuana makes holes in your brain. Marijuana causes psychosis. As I noted earlier, we've had several months to know this is coming. I spent a lot of hours reading studies on marijuana. I found 3 types of studies. I found pro-marijuana studies, I found studies against marijuana, and I found studies that were neutral. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, the pro-marijuana studies and the con-marijuana studies were full of nonsense. I make my delineation between those studies on several measures. Primarily, follow the money. Who supported that study? Who bought those answers? In those studies that I discovered that seemed to be neutral, I find these statements. Cannabis is the most frequently consumed drug around the world. Its use has been associated with increased suicide behaviors. Nonetheless, association of cannabis smoking and suicide behaviors in adolescents has not yet been established. $280,000 young adults ages 18 to 35. In another study, while we cannot establish that cannabis use caused the increased suicidality we observed in this study, the relationship between trends in cannabis use and suicidality is not well understood. In another study, cannabis is associated with increased risk of later psychotic disorders, but whether it affects incidence of the disorder remains unclear. In this last study, however, no studies have examined whether and how changes in depression, daily cannabis use, and cannabis use disorder influence suicidality trends. Future research is needed to examine the increase in suicidality and to determine whether it is cannabis use or overlapping risk factors that increase risks for both. Again, follow the money so you know where the answer was purchased from. Based on that, based on serious concerns that we have some control over what goes on in this community, if this agenda item goes forward, I want it known that I intend to see that we have some control over these entities that are selling pot, akin to what we have with the Liquor and Entertainment Board, where these companies are held to a serious high standard. When do we say enough is enough? Exactly. When is enough enough? It's when the market won't support new facilities. Do we tell an auto parts store that they can't operate because we think there's enough? We don't tell casinos they can't come into town, and yet casinos have pretty strict regulations on dealing with gambling addiction, how they have to support the efforts to address that. Anybody that sells alcohol in this town, that is a matter of, in my opinion, the worst drug that's ever been induced to human beings, go through extensive background checks and training to regulate what goes on. I don't think that it is the purpose of this board to restrict or manipulate the market. If you can't make it, you can't make it. Artificially manipulating the market is not what this board should be doing.
Supervisor Jones?
I think we've beat this thing to death. We've heard a lot of good comments, both for and against. Sebi, you took a lot of my comments. I believe in free enterprise. I truly do. I always have. I don't think it's our position to say whether a business should be allowed or not, simply because we have one or two already. And I'm not concerned whether the two existing facilities make a profit or not. That's not my concern. I'm in business. Nobody worries about my business, whether I make $1 or not. I could go on and on. I will support the change.
Supervisor Schutte?
I think the question before us is there a need to revise the ordinance? I don't believe Carson City's residents will be better served by changing the ordinance, so I am not in support of changing the ordinance.
Somehow I knew I was going to get stuck in this role. I'm not irrelevant. I was hoping that I could be irrelevant. There isn't an easy answer here. There's just not. I don't know that there's a right answer or a wrong answer, which I rarely find myself in that position, right? Everyone that knows me knows that I'm the research person. I'm the one that truly has to articulate in her mind why she's going where she's going. And I'm a rule of law kind of girl, right? That's who I am. I am the only one on this board that was here when we did the first decisions. And I want to say that I think the board worked extremely hard because it was a new industry. The public had voted by a slim margin that they didn't want it. And I think they were right in their minds to say, I spent all the time rereading all of the history, rewatching all of the hearings. And I remember the most unique part to me is we didn't want to be on the bleeding edge, right? That's not where Carson City needed to be, just what we all talked about. We don't have to be the first guy out there. It's a bad thing to do, right? Let's let everyone else make the mistakes. Let's let Reno do it. Let's let Clark County, Las Vegas do it. And so I think you had a board that worked extremely hard because there were a lot of other components that we haven't talked about today that were in the bill. One of them being if you don't have a retail dispensary within 25 miles, people are allowed to grow in their own homes. And I know during that time, for many of us on the board, for me, there's no way I wanted that proliferation of black market and frankly, neighbor on neighbor impact, right? And that's what growing does when people grow outside their homes. They impact the neighbor next to them. I wish there was something in this ordinance I could do to actually help the ones in our community that have been complaining about those growing right next to them. And I'm sorry to tell you all, there's absolutely nothing we can do about that. That particular regulation and rule is not within our jurisdiction. And I am saddened that the legislature left me with an issue and no ability to solve it in my own community. What I am left with, and the only way I know how to separate my personal feelings about marijuana, which I think everyone in this room knows that answer. It's just say no. It is my answer. That's the only way I've been raised. I'm going to go to number 1, number 2, and number 3. That is the rule here. And so 1 is on an ordinance, and I'm not saying how I necessarily would vote on a special use permit. I want to thank those that made great comments about putting a restaurant next to a facility. I want to tell all of you those are comments that belong in the special use permit, belongs on the particular property discussion. That's where those issues belong. Today, my job is simply to look at this and say, does the proposed amendment in a substantially comply? It does. We've already made that decision 5 years ago. As a board, we decided in our master plans, in our zoning rules, where facilities were going to reside. No one here is suggesting any change in any zoning issue, which is, I think, why the Planning Commission struggled so much with policy versus zoning and planning, because they're 2 different issues. So I find it difficult there. That the proposed amendment will provide land uses that are compatible with existing land uses and no detrimental impacts. I don't know how you say 2 going to 4, because this particular application doesn't even fit number 2 for me to even come up with a yes or a no. If I'm super honest, and I think we all are up here, I don't know where it's going. I know where it's proposed, that potentially is on a different issue, but that again belongs at the Planning Commission. So I don't have that answer here. It will be consistent because our code requires it. And so that's how I have to answer number 2 for me. It has to be consistent because we've already done the work to say where it's going to go. Then the third one will not negatively impact existing or planned public services or facilities, and will not adversely impact the public health or safety and welfare. I only have the reliance upon our staff for that answer. The sheriff's office, the district attorney's office have indicated to us that there is no impact. I don't know what else I can rely upon than the staff that works for us and that we believe in their judgment. They tell us on not just this application, on every application, that we do for planning and zoning, our health department, every single one of them, our engineering staff, everyone comments and informs this body on how to make a decision, or they help, right? They provide information. No one from our staff gave me anything to fit with number 3. No crime statistics have increased in the 5 years. I just got nothing to hang my hat on. I absolutely am not in favor of marijuana. I have to tell you all that from the bottom of my heart. Nothing has changed. The issue for me then becomes, will 2 more dispensaries harm my community? Right? So then you start weighing that answer. Will it harm? So I listened very carefully, what's the right way to say this, to the testimony of both vendors. Because it's interesting to me that they all said, every one of them, that their goal is to help their community, to be good community partners. They're all the same, right? They're claiming that marijuana helps people with pancreatic cancer. They all make that statement. Sierra Wellness did, Rise does, Qualcan does. They all believe that. So I'm struggling with, one, I drive around the community and I've been watching. I think Mr. White said we've known this has been coming for months, right? So I'm going to tell you what I've been doing, because you all know who I am, right? I can't help it. No lines at any of the facilities. No people sleeping in front of the facilities. No tents in front of the facilities. All the things that when I went back and reviewed why we did as the board what we did, none of that's come to pass. None of it. And so I just struggle, because the hardest part of this is the struggle between where it's going to go versus whether or not we allow it. And that's why even at the beginning, I tried to tell you they're 2 different aspects. So even if we were to approve this today, it does not guarantee that Qualcan is getting a location in which you have indicated, right? I realize you have a special use permit, but that doesn't mean you're getting it there. I just need to be perfectly clear on that. So I also looked at your conditions that you put up that talked about the licensure. And it says that the 2 outstanding licenses will expire February of 2023 unless they have good reason or good cause to be able to extend that. And then Rise could stand up and say, I'm going to give away my license because I'm a good guy and I just don't think there needs to be any more in Carson City. But even if they were to do that, it means it goes to the next licensee, right? I was like, what? And I'm with all of you. We don't get the choice. And I'm saddened that we don't really get the choice. So I have to stick with the person that I am, which is the rule of law. And I don't know any other way to be. I just don't know any other way to be. But I guarantee you that you might not be getting what you think you're getting in a special use permit. So the item for me for discussion, I get that the 2 are not in support, is the current version, unless I'm missing something. What page is the ordinance that we are actually considering? Is on page 479.
474 is the ordinance that is before you. It's the request, the original request, based on the DA's office recommendation. Because we had a recommendation from the Planning Commission for denial, the ordinance before you is the request for
this one.
3 that will also allow for drive-throughs.
So the discussion then is, for me, I'm not gonna play it. If the issue is, I'm not playing the game between 3 and 4, I'm not doing that. I'm not setting this city up for lawsuits, arguments over who gets the first chance to get, I'm not doing that. That would do harm to my community. I'm not doing that. So I need you guys to help me on that, but there's no way I think we should allow dueling, the next two that are in order to duel it out with us on who should have the right to the third license versus the fourth. So I just bring that up as a point of discussion. Supervisor Giomi.
You know, if this is gonna go the way it sounds like it's gonna go, and maybe we need to do a vote on the concept, but if this body, against my wishes, decides to add licenses, then I want to have a discussion about the content of the ordinance, other than just opening the dang thing up and saying, there you go. I mean, I want to talk about distances from residential properties. I want to talk about distances from other currently licensed facilities. I want to talk about liquor and entertainment board and oversight. If this is going to be forced on me, then I can't. We can't just ignore those other things, and the SUP is not going to take care of just that. Just them coming back with an SUP is not going to address all those things, the concerns of people who live within that residential area. So if the board is going to vote opposite my brilliant idea, then we need to, in my opinion, do more than just have this language that's sitting before us. It's not enough. It's not enough.
Let me ask a question. I'm sorry to put the district attorney's office on the button here. Sorry. So when I read the agenda title, am I and this board within jurisdictional power? Because it says providing other matters properly relating thereto, which means if there was something that was published here, and that's why I asked the pages 474 through, and we wanted to make another change within this component, we're within that authority because this has been properly noticed. Yes, right?
For the record, yes.
See, we're good. We're good. Okay, sorry. I told you might not always get what you think you're getting. Is there something within this that you believe we should ask staff to bring back with the second reading? Is there something particular here that you would like addressed?
Can we?
Oh,
I
wait.
mean,
Sorry, I might be
while he's
close, but
talking,
not
I mean,
quite.
could we? Could we take a vote on the concept of whether we have an interest as a body in moving forward
I'm sorry. I thought
with
we
3 or 4 first?
Okay, yes,
And
we
then
absolutely
at
can.
least we have on the record that the body wants to move forward with more than 2. And then I would hope we can then,
I thought we already did that, but we
well,
can.
I mean, it wasn't really a vote.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to record a vote so that we could
Well,
formally.
the vote will come in a motion, but that's,
Okay.
I can live with what you're
Well, then-
saying. I got what you're saying. No, I'm
Yeah,
perfectly
I-
acceptable.
I'm not comfortable
I got what you're
negotiating
saying.
something that I'm
That you're
fundamentally
voting against. I completely just
So-
understood your concept. So we could look first of saying we would take a motion to expand the marijuana retail stores to 4. I mean, we could take that as a motion, and then once that is decided, we could take up an additional motion if needed. Is that right? Any issue? Well, no, we're just taking a general pulse that he wants
yeah,
on
but
the
I mean, what-
vote, and then we'll do an ordinance one.
What I'm
if
struggling
needed.
with is that exactly, what I'm struggling with is that I feel like I'm not being true to myself. If we don't have a vote on this,
Right.
the way it is. And then
understand.
if it goes that direction, then I have opinions on what should be included in an ordinance.
I do. I know what to do. Okay, I've got it. I'll just pull on my parliamentarian hat for a moment here. So I will accept a motion to introduce the ordinance on first reading. And whoever's making that motion can determine whether they want it to be 3 or 4 in paragraph 4. That's up to who's ever making the motion. We will vote on that one, and then this chair will accept additional motions if needed thereafter, if they would like further amendments to this ordinance. Right? So there could be 2 motions on the ordinance. So you're like amending a prior motion or reconsidering a prior motion. Right? So the first one would be, because I think that I understand what Supervisor Giomi's trying to do. He might vote yes on the changes to help effectuate, right, where we want to go. So Supervisor White or Supervisor Jones? Yep. Correct, whichever you want. Mhm.
I move to introduce the first reading of this ordinance to increase from 2 to 4 dispensaries.
Is there a second? Bill 118.
Bill 118.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to introduce on this ordinance on first reading as bill number 118?
118.
Okay, 118. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Let the record reflect there is no by Supervisor Gioni and no by Supervisor Shute. The chair will now accept any discussion if this board is interested in amending the ordinance that is going to go on first reading. What, is there anything in here that, because we can always amend a prior motion.
Sure, did you recognize me, Madam?
Supervisor
Okay, thank you. I
Giomi.
didn't want to overstep. I feel like I've done that quite a bit already. So these are the things that and if I have to make a motion to ask staff, because I think it's going to be a fundamentally different bill. So I think it's probably going to have to come back for a first reading. But my thoughts are, I want to, first off, I'm concerned about co-locating a marijuana dispensary with a food establishment, or any other establishment for that matter, that's owned or managed by the same company. There's probably a million ways around that. I mean, Qualcomm can have the license for the dispensary, and they can open a subsidiary that's 5 subsidiaries down the road and open a restaurant next door. I don't know how to address that, but I'm very much against the pot lounge concept, and their proposal to me is dangerously close to that. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, it is that. So I would like something, that is the one thing I want in the language, or one of the things I'd like in the language, that it cannot be operated or co-located or cooperated. I don't know who's going to handle this
Some
language.
legalese answer.
Some legalese. I would like to see the distance from residential expanded. Not to the front door, to the parcel, between parcels. No, it's not.
No,
It's
it's
a door.
front door.
It's front door. That puts it 300 feet. 300 feet from the front door to one parcel is nothing. It's, in my opinion, it's nothing. Correct. Yeah, right now, the ordinance says you can't have a residential property within 300 feet of the front door of an establishment. So it's not enough. You know, I don't know what the right number is. I'd start at 1,000, but who knows? That would be my suggestion. I think we should, so that we're not concentrating all of these dispensaries in one place, have a distance from currently licensed facilities. And I think finally, I would like it to go before the Liquor and Entertainment Board. I guess we're gonna have to call it the Liquor, Cannabis, and Entertainment Board. But that may create a whole new set of ordinances. But I want that additional oversight because I want the people operating these to be held accountable. And that's our way, that Liquor and Entertainment Board, that's our way to hold accountability and to have, we've been lucky with the existing operators in that they have voluntarily complied. We as a city don't have the oversight I think we should. And to me, this is a way to have that oversight. So I'll just throw that up for discussion and I'll hold my motion aside until people have a chance to talk.
Perfect. Supervisor Shooty?
I agree with what Supervisor Giomi is suggesting. And but something else that was brought up several times in public comment and actually in other issues that have come before the board is the corridor entrances, the corridors to the city. And, I think it's a fair and reasonable concern that the first thing people see when coming in from the north corridor, the south corridor, or the east corridor is a marijuana shop. And we have zoning regulations and we have the quality of life initiatives and different, methods to be mindful of our community and what we want to portray. And I think that we should be mindful of that as well. So I would like a discussion about the first thing you see when driving into city limits.
Okay, Supervisor Jones?
Well, I kind of take issue with some of Stacy's comments. We don't have any concerns where bars are. We can have 5 bars in a row, or we can have 5 2 miles away. We don't have any concern. I think we got to keep this on an equal playing field. I mean,
The only thing I understand what you're saying, and believe me, I struggle with that. The only response I have to you, Stan, is that that barn door was open a long time ago. A long time ago. We have the opportunity right now to dictate what our community looks like from this point going forward. And I feel like we're doing a disservice to our community if we don't look at it. And that's why I posed that question before. If we could go back and say, hey, we're not going to allow, Carson City doesn't allow houses of prostitution. We could, but we don't. Because this community said that's not something we want.
right.
So to me, the issue is, since we're at a point where we're starting from scratch, from ground zero, do we want something that fits our community?
But we're not starting at scratch. We've already got two
Well-
already in existence.
Yeah, we are.
And I really question how can you change an ordinance in the middle of the stream?
Change it, you mean with
Why you're
my,
proposing to make changes?
I'm just proposing it. You
I
you
know.
may all vote it. You
For
guys may
another
all-
reading.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you guys
it
may
comes
all vote
back
it
for
down.
another reading.
You guys may all vote it down.
Yeah, well,
Down, right. So
I didn't mean to
Supervisor, no
Press
problem.
my motion button there.
That's fine, I'll clear
So
you.
while I have, I guess, sympathy for your concerns, I don't think we should make an ordinance that is literally not enforceable and contrary to what's on the ground in reality. So for instance, the can't co-locate with the restaurant. I get the concern about the whole patio, and at one point it was gonna be on the roof and all that sort of stuff. But you have that exact situation at Rise. There's a restaurant next door. Granted, it's operated by someone else, so there's no way you could enforce that because you just start a different business and put it in there anyway. The idea that you want to expand so that you're more than 300 feet from any residence. Both locations are right now within 300 feet of residences. A lot of people don't realize it, but there are apartments in the back of the El Charro Vidia building. When you measure from the location over there on 50, Sierra Wellness, it's less than 300 feet to about a dozen of those apartment doors. So what are you creating when you do that? By saying, going forward, we're going to expand that. I get the sensitivity. I could buy into it if we didn't already have on the ground the existing conditions that you're talking about.
No, I think I want to echo what Supervisor White just said. I initially agreed with what Supervisor Giomi was coming up with until I pretended I was driving around in the car in my community, right? And I went, well, wait a second. They're already, right? And so how can I do that? Because then I'm actually restricting it to 0. You know, by the time we'd get done doing this, then I would be restricting to 0. And I'm like, that doesn't work. What I did like, or what potentially I'm interested in, and it may be something all of us could support, is to allow the district attorney's office to review what we do under our liquor and entertainment board. Because, so one of the things we do with the alcohol side of things is our sheriff's office does stings, right? They bring an underage person in, they try to do something. If it's bad, then they get hauled before the liquor and entertainment board, right? Because I think that's the part that we're all interested in here, is they have to do the right thing. I don't know, it may already be a huge component of the state licensing board. They may already do those stings, but I asked the question for the DA's office before you bring this back to us. Would you please, do we get notified from the CCB board if we have a bad actor? Do they send us a notice that we just went in and they sold to somebody that was 19 years old? So that I think that's what we're all after, right? If somebody's not doing what they're supposed to be doing, do we have the ability then under our special use permit to haul them before the liquor and entertainment and compliance board? You could look that up. You don't have to answer it now, because I know you're like, oh, I'm not sure under state law what we can or can't do, but I think that's what we're all struggling with, is we want to know that our communities are doing what they're supposed to do. And like I said, I think we have 2 good ones that have done what they said they're going to do, and I can guarantee you we want to hold you to that same high standard, but I'll leave that to the.
May I? Okay, so, one thing to note for the board, which you're probably all aware of, is already in existing CCMC, there's a provision that says in the event the state license is revoked or otherwise forfeited under some circumstance, the SUP, and I know this ordinance doesn't relate to an SUP, but we're talking about overlapping concepts here, which is why I bring this up for, whatever relevance it may have to this board's consideration. We have embedded in code right now in CCMC a provision that says, in that event of a revocation by the state regulatory agency, or otherwise a forfeiture of that state-issued license, the SUP would automatically be revoked, be deemed to be revoked and no longer in good standing here in Carson City. So what that means is, by operation of law, by local ordinance, that's an automatic trigger. There's nothing that this board would have to do proactively. It's nothing that staff would have to do proactively. There's nothing official other than the fact that by operation of law, one thing triggers this result, which is that SUP to operate here in Carson City goes away. It's terminated. That doesn't fully answer your question. The other question relates to What about this concept of either hybridizing the existing liquor and entertainment board to include some sort of local regulatory oversight of MJ? I don't have an answer to that right now. It's probably a little bit more complex than we can even imagine at this time. There are some state preemption issues that we need to consider. State regulatory conditions are pretty expansive. We'd have to cross-reference what the existing authority is with the state agencies, how much of any of that has been delegated down to the local governments to exercise those types of powers. I have stated on the record before, when we first considered the issue of retail marijuana stores here in Carson City, that there is no question in my mind from a legal perspective that as far as inherent local municipality police powers go, we do have that power as a legislative body. You have that power as a legislative body to completely zone out marijuana, retail marijuana. This board did not choose to go in that direction. But as to, you know, the precise parameters of what that overlapping regulatory jurisdiction may be, we'd have to probably engage in some considerable research and analysis. So I wanted to let you know about that and be aware of that.
So I would just
Supervisor
like
White?
to reinforce and restate my earlier statement that whether it's through the hybridized liquor and entertainment board, or we do it through an in-house policy through the special use permit, I want to see something very reminiscent to what the liquor and entertainment board does. I want training, I want oversight, I want inspections. I don't care if the state's already doing it. I want this community to know that we're doing everything we can to make sure that we don't have bad actors.
Supervisor Giomi.
Well, if that's the case, let's rescind the motion that Stan made and have the DAs come back with something that meets that intent. In fact, I'll make a motion to rescind Supervisor Jones's motion to approve Bill number 118.
Second.
On discussion. So it will be clear that it is for dispensaries. So I just need a spirit of fairness here because I want to meet each and every one of us. We're a team up here, right? So what we're saying is the issue at hand is we want to go back to a first reading to allow the district attorney's office the opportunity to add some additional teeth within our ordinance. Am I stating this clearly? Because I don't want to go back to 2 votes next time. So I want Supervisor Schutte and Supervisor Giomi.
I'm not going to commit to how I'm going to vote
Well,
next time
I
until
know, but
see
you
it.
see
So-
where I'm going
No,
with this.
I
Yeah.
understand that. I mean,
Right.
you know, I will say to both Supervisor Jones and White that, you know, we make ordinance changes all the time that create, you know, legal nonconforming. We did it to the Whites. Their home was in a residential property, and at some point in the past, it was rezoned to general industrial. General commercial, sorry.
It was a parcel split.
You're right, we do, but we shouldn't sit here and knowledgeably do that.
That's okay.
Okay, we could disagree on that.
The question at his hand.
My intent then
in
of the motion is that, I mean,
Right.
it was clear that none of the things that I mentioned were going to pass. So at the very least, the language I would like to see and the research I would like to see done is along the lines of what Mr. Yu said relative to, you know, what extent can we adopt the Liquor and Entertainment Board to be the Liquor, Cannabis and Entertainment Board, and put some teeth into us so that at the local level we have the ability to do that. I remain very concerned about where this is going to end up when the other 2 dispensaries open.
Supervisor Shute?
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable knowing what I'm voting on. And so I'd like to be able to read it and not just the back and forth and throwing out ideas. But before I vote, I want to actually read something before me.
Supervisor Jones?
Why can't we continue on and have the district attorney do that for the next reading? Keep this going.
Let me ask the district attorney's office. How long? Sorry, I think yeah, I know. The DA's like, oh, how long's that gonna take us? Because in fairness, again, you have an applicant that has done their part and come through the process. So I think there was something in an earlier one with the residential park construction tax. Time is of the essence. How long, if I asked you to bring back a first reading, how long? I don't want to unduly prejudice the applicant. But I want to accommodate Supervisor Giomi and Supervisor Shute if it's at all possible. So can I have this back in the month? Can I? Yeah. Well, actually, I can put that, let me say it differently. I can put that in the motion in the rescind. I don't know if the maker of that motion will, because that's called well, we're going to lay it on the table and rescind the motion, but you need to tell me when we're going to bring it back, because I don't want an open-ended, here we go. Because notice what happened in the one before this, which was curbside. We made that decision over a year ago, and it didn't come back. So I appreciate and applaud the two vendors that we have, because they went ahead and complied with what we asked them to do. But it's not fair to the public when we say we're going to regulate or do something and then we take a year to do it. So I could be okay with I would vote to rescind if the DA's office can bring it back to me in a month for a new first reading.
You know, I would be
yes.
even happy to modify the motion to say that no licenses get issued until we have liquor and entertainment board modifications. I don't know if that changes things. I mean, I don't, you know, I mean.
No, because if they come back and say they can't do that because of a process in law, I'm not going to do that either.
Okay,
So.
well, you can't blame me for trying.
Yeah, no, I can't blame you for trying. But I think if I could ask those that are the applicants, you guys are off of the picture. Could I have the DA? I'd rather the district attorney come at this point, because we're talking legalese and the workload on his department. So, Mr. Woodbury.
Jason Woodbury, District Attorney, for the record. What I would ask you to consider doing is giving us until the first meeting in October with an assurance from me that we will make every effort to get it to the second meeting in September, provided, you know, we can competently do that.
Would that be acceptable as a team here? Could we all live with that? That we just give them the chance to bring the first reading back with the components that we can legally do within the liquor and entertainment process? Yes?
Or policy within the SUP.
Whichever way you have to accommodate it.
Preferring the liquor and entertainment board model, but if we can't get there, we need this open enough to go through the SUP model.
Does that make sense? So the motion. Okay. Okay. Mr. Yu, I see that your hand is raised. You don't get to say something different than your, no, go ahead.
Absolutely.
We're all
not.
doing a good job at that today.
I've got my boss staring down at me right now. So no, I just, for what it's worth, I wanted to be very careful in explicitly sort of identifying that the discussion that we're going down right now is pretty broad in concept and really nebulous, right? And so what I fear is if there's an expectation of either this board, the applicant, or for that matter, the members of the public, that in October, when we do come back with an ordinance, that, there isn't an expectation that the district attorney's office is saddled with a policy determination to quote unquote fill in the gaps. Because right now we're just talking very conceptually, and really, as far as I'm concerned, there is a first step analysis of whether or not we can even do this. But assuming we can, then we need to explore, well, what exactly is it that this board wants to do within the framework of being able to do this? So it's not a matter of we're going to come back to the board in October with a fully fleshed out ordinance. And I don't know if that's a possibility or not, or maybe the board is saying, well, put together what you can. The other thing that I do want to throw out, which is related, but not really related, and this is really, when I was looking at Jason over here is, one of these things that's sort of hanging over us as a long-term project and process. It's something that Jason and I speak about on almost a daily basis, is we have this overarching project of amending Title 18, which, both myself and my boss, the DA, has provided you with our assurance that we will bring it back, at least in some fashion or form, as a first draft, the entire Title 18 by the end of this year. Now, for us to be able to perform this research and also to come back, I would estimate at least a minimum of 2 additional readings to gather and compile and incorporate all the additional component pieces of this ordinance, which now sounds to me is going to be much more expansive and complicated than what was originally submitted on the record today. I think that's going to have an obvious impact on the timing for Title 18. So I'm not throwing out excuses in advance of what I expect to be a failure of submitting a Title 18 comprehensive revision by the end of December. But I did want to note for the board that that is now a concern of mine.
Let me ask a different question then. In the event that this particular motion fails, then we have the introduction on first reading. It has to go to second reading. The applicant can go file for his license, his business license, and then he could go to the planning commission to get their SUP. In the meantime, the district attorney's office is doing the promised December, by the end of the year, so I'll give you all the way to December 31st. Oh, now he's going January. You notice he's backing up a little bit there, but anyway, the question being, and I just want to be clear because it's going to impact the other two, if we make a change in Title 18 that would impact any of the 3 businesses, because at that point, I'm assuming there's 3, it is retroactive to them. They have to comply. Do you see where I'm going? I don't want to create what we're just talking about here, another non-conforming use of all 3 of them, or 4 of them, which negates everything we just talked about. This is so complicated, isn't it? Yeah.
I think whenever we start using the terms, retroactive application, prospective application, current application, things get a little bit dicey. People get concerned. What I will say is this: generally speaking, all laws and regulations, including local ordinances, would be prospective in application. Now, however, what that's not the same as saying what's currently in existence is quote unquote grandfathered or otherwise exempted from prospective application. I think a lot of people sort of conflate these two terms and say, well, if it can't be retroactive, that means I'm completely grandfathered. And that is not what it means. All right. So, in the case of any other agency regulation, things change all the time. Legal landscapes change. What is in law today will apply to an existing entity. Whether or not that entity is grandfathered from or otherwise being exempted from prospective application of new laws and regulations, completely separate issue. So I just wanted to be clear on that point.
I just want to be clear, it was not my intention to isolate the oversight to only new. That was not my intention, so.
Right. It's to all right. Struggle, struggle, struggle. You can tell we're not having an easy day with any of these decisions because they're all complex. They all impact the people that we care about. Right?
You know, it
ahead.
almost,
Yeah. Rotten.
they're two separate issues,
Yeah.
and I, you know,
Yeah.
I'm going to withdraw my motion. It's
Yeah.
it's not good government to try and cram all that into one and to force the DA's office to do something that
And they've already
may not be
committed
able
to do it.
I just
Right.
don't
I
want
got
to
it.
let that part of it go. It's not really a motion, then I'm dropping that, but I still want to see something brought back. Maybe it doesn't have to tie to 118, but something else brought back relative to some oversight. I'm not comfortable just letting it go.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
No, I
I'm just
completely
stubborn.
understand, and I don't think there's anyone on this board that's not suggesting to the district attorney's office that in this rewrite that you're giving me by December 31st, that you recognize our comments today. I think that we have a lot of people here that have worked for many, many, many years helping those with addictions, right? And not wanting our children to be exposed or have access. We don't want it. I realize it's a reality that none of us up here can fix. But anyway, I don't think it's lost on you that we're looking for that help in that arena, right? Okay. So that's it. The motion was rescinded, so that does not take action. Any further action? No, him. He rescinded his action. The maker can rescind and then there's no vote because the maker withdrew. Right. So pursuant to a rule, when an individual makes a motion, they have the right to request a rescind, which he did. So he withdrew his motion. Therefore, there's no discussion. That's his right. He was the maker of the motion. So we'll have no further discussion on that. And so unless there's anyone else with anything to bring up, it is, 20 minutes to 2. What do you guys say? 2:30? We'll come back? Yes. The ordinance was introduced on first reading. For clarity for all of those, bill number 118 was approved to go with 4 facilities. So just want to let you know. And I'm not going to use Sev's anomaly. I'm not going to use either. I didn't like one he did, and I didn't like one that someone else called us a slum. So I don't like either one of those. So how's that for a good comment? So that's what happened. And so we are in recess until 2:30. Thank you. It's not fair. She wasn't here earlier where we said we'd come back at 2:30, so just thought I'd.
I already had one.
So I'll call the meeting of the Board of Health to order and ask for a roll call.
Chair Lyons,
Here.
Vice Chair Giammi,
Here.
Member Bagwell,
Here.
Member Furlong,
Here.
Member Jones, Member Shooty,
Here.
Member White. A quorum's present.
Thank you. And first, we'll go to public comment, and this is an invite to the public regarding comments on any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. Just want to note that no action on a matter raised under this item will be taken today. So any public comments?
I'll do one.
I'm sorry?
I'll do a public comment.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to announce that our first Move with the Mayor event will be September 12th at 5:30 at Western Nevada College's flagpole. We're calling it the Wildcat Walk. Their mascot will be out. That's the first beginning, and I'll get some flyers of all the other events. And then Dr. Lyons and I will be working on some PSAs and some things to help the community stay healthy. So the first one is September 12th, 5:30 at Western Nevada College. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Step up to the mic and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Karen. And I'm just, after being at the last meeting, I'm just really super disappointed that 95% of the people's voices was not heard. It was ignored, and it feels reminiscent of the last 2 years where we have been abused and not listened to, and it's really upsetting that you people do not care what the people want. You're not listening to us. You're doing whatever brings in the most money, apparently. So that's what I want on the record, is to let you know that the people are pissed off. That's it.
Thank you for your input. Any other public comments? Okay, seeing and hearing none, we'll proceed with item number 21, possible action, approval of the minutes from March 3rd.
I move to approve the Carson City Board of Health meeting minutes for the March 3rd, 2022 meeting as presented.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 22A for possible action. This is discussion and possible acceptance of the health officer's report, my report. And I want to apologize in part for my error. There is a whole other report that I put together for the months for 3 months that were March, April, May. And that's not included, but I do want to make some very general comments relative to that. One of the biggest things that I want to point out is that I attended the first Rural Nevada Public Health Summit, which was put together by the Nevada Public Health Institute that was held in Minden, attended by some 50 different participants throughout the state, but again, representing rural areas. It was a 1.5-day event, very informative on a whole variety of topics. But one of the things that I found very interesting was the benefits of community health workers and the roles that they can take on in our community, whether it's our usual, what we think of as health, or whether it's helping with all those social determinants of health, things like housing, things like nutrition, transportation, employment, on and on. And I will be taking the Nevada certification. Well, I won't be certifying as a community health worker, but I am going to take the course for a Cert 1 community health worker more to be aware of that first level of certification that health workers can have in the state, and to be in a position to possibly supervise and certainly encourage all variety of agencies working on all those different social determinants of health to utilize community health workers. We have several at the health department, and the MOST team has been very favorable regarding Christina, who works with Mary Jane in Christine, who works with Mary Jane. In fact, when they were offered the possibility of a social worker, they said, no, we're good to go. We got a great community health worker over at the health department. So I don't know if they also included in that, but you could get us another one. But anyway, I wanted to point that out. And then I want to say that unfortunately we're not over COVID in so many different ways. And one of those ways is that in May, the CDC put out on their COVID tracker that over 250,000 children in the United States have lost a parent or primary care provider to COVID. We've, of course, lost over 1 million people to COVID, but that doesn't count all the people who are now suffering from long COVID syndrome, which include 13% of people at 1 month or longer after infection will still have some kind of residual symptoms. Those are often fatigue and kind of a cognitive, not feeling like they've got it all together in terms of memory and processing speed and executive function, those type of things. 30% at 6 months for those who were hospitalized for their COVID. So we have a tremendous number of people that have been affected and are still affected. And anybody that had COVID has a, excuse me, COVID survivors have twice the risk of developing pulmonary embolism, which is a life-threatening condition. It's kind of like a lung attack. You can have a heart attack, you can have a brain attack, you can have a lung attack. And 1 in 5 survivors under 64 and 1 in 4 survivors over 65 still have one condition that's going on after their COVID. So we still have COVID. In that regard, the CDC is encouraging people to look at a second booster if you're eligible, and that's anybody over the age of 50, those 12 years and older who are immune compromised, and to consider it if you live with someone that's immune compromised, if you work in a work environment where you have greater exposure, to consider that second booster. And of course, those are available at the health department. And the other part of COVID, unfortunately, is that with China's zero COVID policy, that affects supply chains for all kinds of things, but also for all kinds of medical things. So we're still suffering with some of that, and the Nevada Hospital Association keeps a close eye on that. We've had issues with contrast media for CT scans and other type of supply issues. Lastly, in regards to the report from June, is that the Nevada Health Association is concerned and is watching, as is the state epidemiology flu. So the flu season went right through the summer, and you'll see it in the report from the Department from Epidemiology that we are seeing a higher number already of hospitalizations this year relative to flu. And so not only are we having more flu, but this flu is more severe. And that started in Australia, where we'll often get an idea of what's going to happen to us next. And in that regard, everyone 6 months and older is recommended that you get a flu shot. Of course, the flu shot's similar to COVID shots, being a viral respiratory illness. It's recommended that you get one annually. And the flu shot is actually a trivalent or quadrivalent, meaning you're getting immunized for 3 to 4 anticipated variants of the flu for that year. And again, anyone at higher risk, especially those over 65, pregnant women, young children under 5, we get hospitalizations in this age group. Anybody with a chronic condition, asthma, heart disease, strokes, diabetes, HIV, cancer, chronic kidney disease, any of those. I always tell patients when I was in private practice that the reason their employer gave, sponsored flu shots at the job site wasn't so much that they cared about them, but they cared that they were at work. And those people who are healthy and working who get a flu shot are 50% less likely to miss work during that season, whether it be from flu or whatever. So that's interesting as well. And then regarding the current report for the last 2 months, would just point out that the other effect of the COVID pandemic is that it has pushed back the progress that we made on multi-drug resistant organisms, whether those be bacterial, viral, fungi, etc., that it took us 5 years, actually more than 5 years, it took us 5 years to improve that by about 18% from 2012 to 2017. And we've nearly lost all of that in just 1 year of COVID because of the increased use of antimicrobial agents when people suffer with COVID. And then monkeypox, what I wanted to say about that is I attended an interesting the Infectious Disease Society Association webinar on July 29th. And a doctor on the front lines down in the South here in America was pointing out that she found it frustrating that we've known about monkeypox in Western Africa for over 50 years. And it was, relatively isolated out in the jungle areas. And because we didn't take that aggressively internationally, we're now going to spend millions and millions and millions more on trying to control it in our own borders than if we had just controlled it at the source. And I'm hoping that monkeypox won't be another one of those to provide proof of I guess it's already provided proof of the cost benefit of public health pennies spent to save thousands of dollars, because we're already spending thousands of dollars for the monkeypox thing. Thankfully, in regards to monkeypox, rarely do we lose healthy lives to the disease. Although you can require isolation for 2 to 4 weeks until your skin lesions fully resolve. That means the crusting comes off of the scabs, et cetera. And I think Nikki will be giving us a little rundown on that as well. So I believe that is, what? Did I say that wrong? No, I think she's got some good pics for us of the actual lesions. I believe that concludes my report. Does anyone have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, great. I'll let you know how the community health worker course goes. 8 weeks, excuse me. And I'll ask.
Public comment. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry. Just ask for public comment on every agenda item. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, you want it on every agenda item? Okay. So is there any public comment on the health officer's report? Yes, you'll have to step to the mic, ma'am.
I'm Marinka Willig. I just had a question. Isn't monkeypox only amongst the gay community?
No, unfortunately, it can be anyone can acquire monkeypox. just like anybody could acquire smallpox. It's virus in the same class. And so right now, the majority are within the men having sex with men. But that's what we saw with HIV when it started, and that's not what it is today. So hopefully if we jump on this strong and fast, we can limit it and shut it down. But if not, we'll all be getting monkeypox.
I'm Joy Trushinsky, Carson City residents. My question is, why isn't the health department pushing therapeutics instead of always pushing the jab? The CDC is coming out saying, oh, they made a horrible mistake with the COVID-19 epidemic. And now, I mean, it seems nothing's changed except you're pushing the jab and not therapeutics, which I had COVID twice and I overcame it twice because of therapeutics. I had C, D, I mean, I did, and ivermectin. I also took ivermectin. So excuse me if I don't believe in the jab.
So in comments in that regard, when it comes to infectious disease, all the experts promote prevention over treatment. And the number one prevention is immunizations for a number of viral as well as bacterial infections. And that's why we don't see people limping around with polio any longer, because we do give the immunization. Any other comments?
Karen Stevens for the record. My question is, isn't that COVID-19 shot experimental? So we're still pushing an experimental inoculation on people?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Nikki, but it is still under emergency use authorization. But when you look at the millions, probably billions of people immunized around the world now, as well as the V-Safe program to follow anyone who wanted to participate in that here in the United States, it's pretty damn safe. And relative to having COVID, I'm glad to hear that you recovered twice. But we certainly know that the immunization markedly decreases the number of hospitalizations, decreases the complications of having it in young men for myocarditis relative to the shot. So even those complications that you can have from the shot are less than having the disease.
I'm sorry.
I never had COVID.
Oh, I thought, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're the one that had COVID
No.
twice. I'm sorry. There you go. You both have glasses. You both have.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I wouldn't put a poison into my body. That's not been approved. It's been out for how many years? And it still hasn't received authorization. So how can people even assume that it's safe? The doctor information I'm getting is more people have died from the vaccine than they have died from COVID. So, these are reputable doctor organizations that are putting this information out. And now, like Joy said, the CDC is saying you don't have to wear a mask, you don't have to be tested if you're not have any issues. And so it's like they're backing up really fast. But now we're still being.
I don't want to get into an argument about
Okay.
experts or organizations that promote the COVID vaccine. But in regards to the changes relative to masking, relative to testing, part of that is because now, 2 years later, the majority of Americans have either been vaccinated or have actually have antibodies to the virus from having been exposed. So that completely changes. It's not where we are today is not where we were 2 years ago. So that's why the changes in the directives.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you either. I just have had different information that's being being pushed out now. And people weren't given therapeutics initially or told about them. And ivermectin was withheld by the doctors and the hospitals, which would have relieved their symptoms right away and helped them. And so that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
So I have an update on the COVID vaccines.
Yes.
We do have some that have been approved and authorized by the FDA. That's Johnson & Johnson, Johnson & Johnson's Janssen, Moderna, and Pfizer's.
Okay, so they've all got their final authorization now from the FDA. What date was on that approximately, Nikki? Do you?
I think
Unless-
there's still EUA for children, certain
For
ages.
children, right,
But that
but not for-
approval is for adults, and it's been, I think it's been at least 6-8 months since,
Okay.
if not longer, that approval's been out. Might even be, you think it was longer or less?
Less.
Okay.
But time goes very fast.
I've been wrong a
Time
lot
goes
today,
very-
so I'm not
time
gonna
goes
say
very
anything
fast.
more.
Well, I've had 4 jabs, 2 Moderna and 2 Pfizer, and I'm here to talk about it. So I'm good. I've not had a case of COVID that I'm aware of, nor have I been sick with a cold or a fever or anything else. So I survived it. Any other public comments? Hearing none, do we have any, a motion to approve, hopefully?
I move to accept the report as presented.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Great. Moving on to item 22B for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding the first biannual 2022 report from Vitality Unlimited as required by contract between the city and Vitality.
Hello, my name is Judith Ricketts-Stuckey from Vitality Unlimited. Here to talk about our residential program that's housed in the Health and Human Services building upstairs. Okay, this better? Move this closer, got it. Okay, so do you all have a copy of this in front of you? Okay, I'm sorry that it's stamped late material. We had some difficulty getting some accurate numbers and getting the report to Nikki because our physical department had some illness. So, is there any questions about it? I know you've had a long day, and I don't know if you want to go over each and every item on here, but our numbers are down from what they ordinarily are, and that, of course, is due to COVID. We had, I think, 2 bouts of it, one at the first of the year, then again in April, and so we weren't taking clients in. We've had problems with making sure people were vaccinated before we bring them in, so this year's been a little tough. Our numbers are lower than usual.
You really had no CPC admits in a year?
No, because we're mandated to have them vaccinated before they come in, and there's no way of verifying that on CPCs. We tried it, and I had, last summer, and then we had to stop
So
again.
Kim, what are we doing with, excuse me, Sheriff, what are we doing with CPCs? Barbecue your house? Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Giammi, could you specify what a CCP is?
CPC is Civil Protective Custody.
Okay.
And in the past, the agreement between the city and
Right.
Vitality is that they take CPC for us. So I guess I'm concerned about that because that's the agreement we have. And so what provisions can we make for trying to turn that around?
Well, I've actually looked at how we're set up there and someplace, an isolation room. And I do have a room that we could possibly do that with, but it has no windows. It's sort of a storage area, but it's big enough, you know, for a bed and everything that anybody would need. We could leave the door open, and so we're wondering if that would be approved.
Who do you need to approve it? The
She said
state?
she'll come see it.
It's the state.
Yeah,
It's a state
yeah, I mean,
approval.
you're a state licensed entity,
Right.
so.
Yeah, we are state licensed. so.
Okay, I mean, I would hope it wouldn't take another year to see if we could make that happen, because that's kind of a key. I mean, I think we decided we don't want CPC folks in jail. It's really not, it's not where we want them, it's not appropriate. So I'd really challenge you to see if we could make that happen.
Okay, I can certainly do that.
I can come over and chop a hole and, put a window in.
Goes to the elevator
Denny
shaft.
and I will be over there with an axe and we'll get it done.
As one of the public previously commented, there's been a lot of changes on recommendations from the CDC, and on a recent call, the CDC is looking at changing regulations, new updated to regulations relative to congregate settings, so.
Okay, let's, I would, maybe by next board meeting, we could get an update on the status of that, the next health board? That'd be 3 months?
Yes.
Okay.
Sheriff Furlong?
Yes, several of us attended a meeting yesterday, and we were talking about people who are in crisis, be it drugs, alcohol, or whatever the case.
No, I can't hear
whatever
you.
the case matter might be. And do you guys not take anyone who tests positive for narcotics at intake? Do you screen them out,
Oh, no, I'm sure we take them.
even if they're high?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what we're there for.
all right.
To detox them and. Did you have someone that was turned away?
I think that might have
would-
been relative to the social detox that I understand Community Counseling Center was doing, whereas they have more of it, Vitality has more of an inpatient setup.
Yeah, it was my understanding it was more widespread than it was isolated.
That specific comment came from the captain of the Salvation Army. But I was under the impression, same as you, that there are a number of facilities that will turn you away when you present if you're currently high.
I've not known that to be true. I will check with Carla, our APRN, that sort of sets the detox regulations. But I can't imagine why we would,
I do.
We do,
that goes back to
for
the-
alcohol, if their blood alcohol level is over 0.3, we do send them for a medical detox, because that's extremely dangerous.
Right,
But
that's what the CPC is for, civil protective custody, because
Yeah.
they can't care for themselves. Well, if they weren't-
I do a
Right.
fair amount of work with Catholic Charities and Salvation Army in Las Vegas, and it is generally a policy with those entities that they will not accept into their shelters someone who's actively high. So
High,
it- so that's my-
hallucinating or
odd,
something.
that- Well, I know, but
I've never had a friend of mine ask me for help when they were sober.
Right,
I mean,
right.
It happens when they're high.
I know, I'm
when they
just
figure out
saying
they
that,
need help.
I think that's part of the issue, is that they're not a detox center. I mean, I'm talking about Las Vegas, I'm not talking about here, but Salvation Army campus and Catholic Charities in Las Vegas, the company I work for partners with them to provide medical care, and they don't have the wherewithal to detox, and so they won't, if someone's, and they're not gonna go, they don't go around drug testing you, but if you are actively displaying symptoms of being under the influence, and it has to be more than, slurring a couple of words, because I
We
think they're
would
used
be
to that,
able
but-
to just change their status if they brought them in as a civil protective custody, and we see that they're under the influence of meth or something else, and that they possibly need detox, then we just change their status from CPC to detox.
Right.
And we could keep them in the very same bed, it's just a matter of paperwork of changing their status. That would qualify them for any kind of medication that would help them.
Well, I would be willing to make a motion to accept the report as presented and request that staff return with an update on re-allowing CPC patients
Okay.
in at the next Board of Health meeting.
I second.
Any other questions?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And then I would just encourage you to get together with the health department and in terms of trying to set up some, making sure, I realize it's a state licensed, but still we can help you with figuring out some protocols that would work for you. And are there any public comments about the vitality report? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on. Item 22C for possible discussion and possible action discussion regarding the proposed acceptance of the Carson City Department of Health and Human Services and from Director Nikki Aker.
So for the record, Nikki Aker, Director, Carson City Health and Human Services. And so one thing I did not have in my very detailed report, which you have in front of you, is that I have appointed my deputy director, and that person is Jeannie Freeman. She was with us as the Public Health Preparedness Division Manager, and starting September 9th, she will be my deputy. So now we have a position open for a public health preparedness. So speaking a little bit more about COVID-19, I just wanted to let you know what we're doing at the health department still. We are doing pediatric vaccinations. We have chose to do them within the different clinics. So as you know, we do this work as the Quad County. So we and the other counties have partnered with the community health nurses and do the immunizations within the clinics, and we do the immunizations within our clinic as well. At this time, we haven't had a big, a big demand for it, but it is offered. We continue to be a regional distributor. What that means is we have a large quantity of COVID-19 vaccine, and we distribute it to other agencies within the region. And as I reported before, our Quad Counties hotline is closed, and all those hotline calls would go to the state. And the phone number 1-800-401-0946, or there's a website, nvhealthresponse.nv.gov, and that's also in the backup materials. So we are moving towards a trauma-informed agency. There's a lot of work that goes into this. And what that means is all parties involved, that means staff and any individuals coming in, that we recognize and respond to the impact of trauma that they've had in the past on their mental and physical well-being. So it is the way we interact with individuals. It is the way that our agency is set up. And we're moving towards more of like a living room model of when we're working with clients. This is a year-long project, and another program that is involved with this is the adolescent health program and, of course, human services. And now for my pictures. So monkeypox update. These are some pictures of what the rash may look like. We are getting calls from physicians in the area asking if they should test different people that have come in and what it looks like that have come in. To date, we do not have a case of monkeypox in our quad counties. When monkeypox first started in the US and we saw that it was getting to be a bigger issue, we did activate our Department Operations Center. And that means that we got our Public Health Preparedness Division and our Epi Division together to talk about how we're going to respond if something happens. They've also been developing information. The first step was developing information for providers, and they went out and distributed that information in all 4 counties. The feedback that we got, that the providers were very appreciative of this information. Also, the team is working on a Q&A document or a question and answer document that we can put out for the public. And so that will be our next distribution. And then we're also working on information for the hospitality industry. So we want to get as much information out there as possible.
Nikki, I just want to point out to the general public and everyone else that these are pictures of classic lesions. They look like a pustule, but the rash does not start by looking like that. It can just start as looking, flat colored lesion like a freckle, not as dark as a freckle. But anyways, if you have a fever and you have a rash, you need to be seen.
Can you have the vaccine if you have active monkeypox?
Right now, there's a recommendation that since there's a somewhat limited supply, although they've come up with an incredibly interesting way to expand that supply by 5 times by doing intradermal, as many of us in the room would have already had as children on the smallpox, because it is smallpox/monkeypox. It's being given to people who have a close contact but haven't displayed, so they're recommended to receive the monkeypox. And then, of course, anybody that works intimately with either that population of infected individuals in a hospital setting, laboratory settings, things like that, are being immunized.
But not necessarily recommended for active monkeypox people.
No, not for active monkeypox.
And could I just comment? I mean, isn't it, we had some discussions as well that if you had a smallpox vaccine, you might have some remaining immunity. Most of us who had it, it was
yes
more years ago than we care to remember. But
we do remember it though.
So you may have some immunity to
yes.
I mean, not like you want to go out and hug somebody with monkeypox.
No,
but hopefully enough that the severity of it, if you get it, isn't as great.
Yes, that's true. And what's interesting is that the vaccine that is available, the vaccine is already going to be authorized, or shortly will be authorized as a booster for anyone who's previously had the smallpox vaccine. So instead of having to go through a series of 2 shots for a primary series, you could just receive a booster. So that might be, hopefully we won't need that, but if we do, that's the kind of thing that could be distributed to our first responders, et cetera, who, like me, have had the smallpox vaccine. Not to age myself or anything, but.
Sorry for that. It just
That's okay.
popped in my head.
Well, and I'll just add to what she said. She brought up about first responders, and early on, we reached out to first responders to get an idea of who would want it, just to make sure that we had adequate vaccine. Because we only get a small portion of the doses that come into Nevada.
Yeah, the vaccine's been distributed based on the populations at risk, so the number of HIV cases and overall where the cases are already showing up: New York, San Francisco, Las Vegas.
Okay, moving on to our community health needs assessment. We're in the middle of working on our third one. So why is this assessment important? Well, it is to determine the gaps within our communities to becoming a healthier community. What can we work on? And that once the assessment's done, we'll look at those gaps, and that will be our community health improvement plan moving forward. We are collaborating with the Carson Tahoe Hospital. The collaboration is going well. They did hire a contractor to do it, and they know what they need to do, and they've been doing a good job. I have identified 2 staff members that they came to us during the COVID-19 pandemic, and they're going to conduct the local public health system performance assessment and the forces of change assessment. And our target date for completion is September.
Nikki, in regards to this, I wanted to advise all the supervisors that there will be a stakeholders prioritization survey. There will be 2 of them. They'll be coming out in September, the first part of September, and you all will receive those. So certainly encourage you to look at sort of preliminary results of the needs assessment and to offer prioritization of those needs. And then that can come back to you again as another survey, having taken in the prioritization and, okay, this is kind of, so you might get 2 of them, but they're 2 separate ones.
We're going to survey you to death.
You know, on this slide, I just again have to say how much I appreciate the addition of the forces of change. You know, that it is so important that we acknowledge the where health and healthy practices throughout every aspect of our lives really can have a positive impact. And so previous meetings talking about, you know, how does a healthy health practice within public works or within human resources, I mean, all of it. And so I just think it's so important. And so just wanted to say that.
Thank you. And that's part of we follow the MAP process that I've talked about before, and it's working with partners and, you know, mobilizing the assessment and that. And we did do the forces of change for our second one. We didn't do it for the first one, but so this will be our second time doing that.
I've not been as actively involved as Nikki in this process, but the community needs assessment, given that it's happening at a tri-county level from the hospital perspective for their service area, Carson Tahoe Hospital's perspective service area, which actually also includes a little bit of southern Washoe Valley. Just getting people together in the room or on the Zoom is helpful, just to talk about the issues of what the problems are, what the needs are, what the resources are. That whole process itself is been very beneficial. And then when we go on to the CHIP aspect of it, Community Health Improvement Plan, we've already laid a lot of groundwork in terms of meeting people and knowing resources and shaking hands and such, so.
And I'll just clarify on that, that's the Quad Counties. That includes Carson City, Douglas, Lyon, and Story counties. So next, you may have heard of the Northern Nevada Behavioral Health Policy Board. I do sit on that board, as does Sheriff Furlong. And I just want to give you an update as to what's happening there. In your comprehensive report, I did include the individuals that are on that board. And if there's any questions about that, I'm happy to attempt to address. So each of these boards, they get a bill draft request. And the Northern Nevada Behavioral Health Policy Board, they voted to update and modernize NRS 433C, which is community mental health programs. And what this is going to mean is the revision, it allows for regional behavioral health authorities instead of just one county. And also within that language of 433C, there's a required 10% county commitment. So a county portion of the cost. And we're proposing that that be removed. The subcommittee that's been working on this, we're going to be now developing educational materials that will be given to all of you as well as all of the other commissioners, because the Northern Nevada Behavioral Health Board is multiple counties.
Nikki, I would just report on that yesterday that Sherry Lynn, for the coordinator of the Northern Nevada Behavioral Policy Board, reported that Robin Titus will be taking this forward on the BDR aspect and on this particular item. So,
Yeah. So
Yes.
how does this fit in with the work relative to regional or multi-county public health boards? I mean, could we potentially have two?
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
That seems nuts to me. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're, a lot of the states in the country have these authorities and,
Authorities? I mean, it seems like if we did a public board of health, certainly could have a behavioral health component to it.
Absolutely.
I just hope we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and get so involved with this that we forget the public health regionalization efforts that are already underway and have that get mired down by this. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I absolutely agree. And kind of the history on this and why this has moved to the forefront. When 988 was coming out, we here in Carson City, we were very concerned that the dispatch for 988 would be using other resources out of our community. And we have worked so hard on the resources that we have and the collaboration that we did not want that to go out the window. And when that was taken to Dr. Woodard at the state, who oversees the behavioral health, she said, well, in NRS 433, they already have the ability to kind of drive this. And so we got to looking at that 433 and felt that there needed to be some changes.
Well, hopefully someone will look at that as it pertains to, because I know there are going to be BDRs relative, because some laws have to be changed to allow multi-county public health agencies anyway, because it doesn't allow for that right now without these massive boards that would take, I mean, if you did 3 counties, you would have a board of 25 people. So hopefully this group can kind of get together and coordinate their BDRs.
Yeah, and it's kind of, that's really on me because I am in both realms. And we'll definitely be looking at that.
So I was going to wait
Supervisor.
until the end of your presentation, but since you brought it up, 988, I don't think that's been very well put out to the public. So maybe take this opportunity, give a short rundown what the 988 is and how it works, and kind of in conjunction what the Open Beds Project is as well.
Absolutely. And I heard you had a very good discussion about that at the
Yes, we
Carson
did.
City Behavioral Health Task Force that I wasn't able to attend, unfortunately.
So you want to give us that rundown on 988 now, or you want to do it at the end?
I'll do that. Let me get more information. I'm not, you know,
I
I
can
do
speak to
know
it a
that
little
it's
bit.
like people will call into 988 and then they are supposed to get in touch with our service agencies within Carson. I have not heard how that's working at this point. Did you have
Sure.
something to add?
Yeah, and you can help me with what she presented you, Maurice or Sheriff, that the number of calls to 988 has actually increased relative to the crisis line calls that had been received earlier. So it does seem like it's getting out there. I want to say she said something like a 45% increase. It was quite a bit.
Right.
What did you say?
We need to caution that. That's not Carson City.
Right.
No, that was just, that was general statewide.
I think your point was to encourage the word to get out, that 988 is available if you feel like you're in crisis. It is an opportunity to get a crisis manager on the phone with you that can direct you or assist you on the spot. If need be, those calls are forwarded to the sheriff's office here, and our past protocol is still consistent today with officers who are crisis trained as well as paramedics.
Yeah, so it's not just a suicide line. I mean, you don't have to be at the point of suicide to give a call. It could be about drugs, it could be about your kid, it could be about alcohol, it could be about depression. Yeah, so that mental health crisis outreach.
Righty.
And then the other part of that, I wanted to get back to what you were pointing out, Supervisor Giammi. So my understanding, what is the Northern Nevada Policy Board? What counties does it cover? Carson,
It covers Carson, Douglas, Lyon,
Story,
Story, and Mineral.
Mineral, okay. So,
What's that?
no, I don't think
Not
so.
ours.
Pershing?
And then Churchill County, well, not county, Churchill is looking at having a Churchill district, and
Right.
that's gonna be Churchill, Pershing, and, yeah, so, and they've gotta change a couple things in order to get that multi-county district, health district that has one which is not contiguous, because presently it has to be contiguous.
Right, and
So-
that's not the only change. I mean, there are other changes because county boards of health are dictated in law as to their composition. And so that really needs, because that was my point. If you combine 4 counties or even 3 contiguous counties, you'd have a board this big times 3 because the state law doesn't allow for anything else other than that. So I think both of these issues are obviously very important. It just seems to me as though, you know, the behavioral health component could be rolled into the regional public health authority or the regional health district. I don't want one to get lost over the other. And this is so focused on behavioral health that if this sort of takes off, then it may preclude that the Regional Board of Health bill from getting through. So that was my only concern. Hopefully they'll work together. And I know sometimes, there's a struggle at this point in the legislative process to throw BDRs over there so you get something held. And I hope they'll work together so that, we don't miss an opportunity to get it right.
Yeah, I think that it can be added to, like, we could possibly just add it to. So we would be Board of Health / Behavioral Health Authority by, possibly adding a psychologist or something like that.
Yep.
But it's partly a funding issue to know that we would like to get those state funds down at our level to be able to spend them the best way
Right.
instead of leaving it all at the state level, so.
Okay, going on to some of my other challenges. So we talked this morning about difficult recoupments. One that I have that's been very difficult is a fiscal grant analyst. And then, of course, not on here, but I have a bilingual RN position that's open, that it hasn't been open as long as this one has, the analyst, but it's going to be difficult to recruit for, and as well as the public health preparedness division manager. So if any of you know of anybody, or anybody listening to the meeting, if you know of anybody, send them my way. And we've been talking about this for quite a while, and this isn't just a health department issue, but a city issue, and that's the space for existing and new employees. As you know, we're in 3 locations right now. And then we also had a significant reduction in Title 10 funding, which has resulted in reduced services. We're trying to work through all that, and there is some discussion with the state about it as well. So, any questions?
Just point out that the Title 10 funding is the family planning funding, and that the health department has been able to offer same-day and next-day appointments. And the funding has been cut drastically, and the funding has been rerouted, and it's not for sure that the other providers will be able to provide same day, next day, which is really, a tragedy. Yeah. We'll repeat what Supervisor Schutte said.
Was the funding reduced in the upwards, or we just got less? Or did everyone get less in the Title 10?
No, in Nevada. So Washoe County, our applications were approved but unfunded. And then we ended up getting about half. So Washoe County is in the same boat as us, and so is the state, their program as well. And Southern Nevada, they got funding, as did the Nevada Primary Care Association for the FQHCs.
A couple got cut. So the overall federal funding was reduced, and then it was who got, or?
The federal funding was
State
not
was not,
reduced.
just us.
They, the program thought that they were going to get additional funding, and then it turned out that they didn't. So they had flat funding. And since the program thought that they were going to get additional funding, they opened it up and removed some different, not requirements, but some different caps in that. And then when they got flat funding, then it affected, and it's not just Nevada, it's across the country that individuals or agencies had been in this situation. And if you remember, within a couple years ago, Planned Parenthood was, because they do abortions, they were not able to take the Title 10 funding. And that changed, so some of those agencies again applied. So it's a multiple different things. I want to say we've got some very good advocates for us, Dr. Tim McFerrin and Dr. Sandy Koch, that they've been talking on the federal level, and they've been finding out exactly what happened and are continuing to advocate for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really frustrating because we were providing an excellent service. Same day, next day is exactly what you need when you've decided you need birth control. You don't need it 3 months from now or 6 weeks from now. You need it now.
Right.
So it's very frustrating that we were providing such an excellent service and now don't have the funding for it. And other organizations have been funded to provide the service but had not previously been providing the service. So they'll be trying to ramp up. And meanwhile, it's going through the Primary Care Association, who's got to take a cut of those funds to supervise the funding, whereas we were directly funded before. We're still directly funded with what we got left, but.
That's our only grant that we get directly from the federal government. I'm not going to go down this entire list as you have it in your packets there, but again, if you're interested in any of these meetings, task force, then just get a hold of me or get a hold of Mary Jane Ostrander for a couple of them. And, we'll be talking more about housing here in a little bit. And, people are invited to attend those meetings. Okay, with that, I would take any more questions or any suggestions.
Congratulations on your deputy director.
Very excited. And the one suggestion from
Yeah.
Supervisor Giomi, I have that noted, so.
Would you like a motion?
Public comment on the health, on the director's report? Denny, you have some comment? Denny, remember to introduce yourself and use microphone?
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you. On your last slide, it mentioned the events, but where would I find that calendar? Do you have one back here? Or
It's in the supporting materials.
so on the table, or where would I find it on a computer?
So I can show you on the computer. It's on the carsoncity.org, and I can show you exactly how to find it there. It's carsoncity.org.
Oh, thank you.
And you go to the Board of Supervisors and go to agendas, and you can also see the minutes there. And all of this material is in there. It also has phone numbers that you can contact us and get on an email list, and you will be notified of everything.
Or you can just get it from me.
Thank you, Denny. Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, do we have a motion?
Yep, I move to accept the director's report with the feedback provided on the record.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 22D, possible action. This is discussion regarding a proposed recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to recognize that both unsheltered individuals and emergency housing are critical issues in Carson City, and that the American Rescue Plan Act funding be awarded for programs that support unsheltered individuals and emergency housing, as well as the Carson City Housing Plan. And Nikki, are you going to present this housing plan along with Mary Jane Ostrander? Excuse me.
Mary Jane Ostrander, it's okay, I'll answer to anything. A Human Services Division Manager. So we have compiled a Carson City housing plan. Oh. Okay. We have developed a Carson City housing plan to present today. Our point in time count this year on February 24th was 69 unsheltered people. For those that follow the point in time, because I know everybody does, but it's usually in January, but due to that COVID surplus and lack of staffing, the whole state of Nevada, the 3 COCs chose to put it out a whole month. So we still did it the same day as the rest of Nevada. Where did I go? Oh, sorry.
Oh, now you.
Okay. So we have had a couple committees that have been subcommittees of the Behavioral Health Task Force that was just mentioned. And we formed another housing committee to address that 69 unsheltered individuals. That's how many were counted on point in time, but on any given day, there could be more, there could be less, but it kind of gives us a guide. Some of the members of that community included representatives from our office, our department, Carson City leadership in various departments, the Carson City Community Development Department, Carson Tahoe Hospital Healthcare was there, Fish was there, Nevada Housing Authority, State of Nevada Housing Division, and then we also had homeless advocates, housing developers, and individuals who experienced homeless, and also multi-unit housing owners. So the group was kind of compiled, and a lot of them are the ones that are currently doing some type of homeless services. And there was a coordinated effort to address a problem that will continue to grow. And it's not going to go away unless we do something. It's going to continue building and increasing our costs for the sheriff's office, our cost in medical, whether it be the hospitals, the ER, behavioral health services, our Mallory Center, fire department, the paramedics, social services, and it's endless on what this could cost us. So unless we address it, those costs are going to keep increasing. So, so our goal is, sorry, can't multitask. So our goal, of course, is to go from unsheltered to sheltered. And first, your first step is get them to survive. We got to get them in a survival mode, stabilize, and then thrive. Those are the 3 phases that we focused on in this plan. So our first phase is a street outreach program and this is under our Survive. Provide outreach services designed to build the relationships with the people that are not without shelter. That are without shelter, I'm sorry. Contract with a vendor to provide a team to work with the homeless to build a plan. If you want to be in Carson City, you need to have a plan on getting housed and moving forward. The team will give notice and implement a camp cleanup day. Who's going to clean up those camps? The homeless themselves. Again, you got to be active. If you're going to be homeless in Carson, you got to have a plan and you got to work toward it. And then connect the residents to Carson City Health and Human Services for shelter. We have a lot of wonderful nonprofit agencies in Carson City. And none of this plan is excluding anybody that's already providing services. Again, it's to coordinate that. And why do we want to be that first stop? It's because we've already been designated as the coordinated entry site for Carson City. That designation comes from the Rural Nevada Continuum of Care. So our team's been trained to do assessments. Those assessments determine vulnerability. It's been a long day, I know. And it gets them in a database. That database, Nevada is one of very few states that have the same database throughout the whole state. So as we know, a lot of our homeless that are here during the fall, they start migrating down to Vegas where it's warmer, maybe during the summer. They're moving all the time. They're moving all over the state. So it's really nice being a state that has that same database. So it's really getting them in the database. And once they're in that database, any housing that's opening up anywhere in that COC will get a referral of that person to them. And matching that type of housing, whether it be individual housing, maybe group housing, whatever is going to work for that person. So a street outreach program, we're going to have the street outreach program full-time. We'd like to see a provider be able to provide the services full-time, 7 days a week. They're out there making contact with them, talking to them, connecting with them, getting them to medical resources, housing resources, food resources. Again, all the services that we are providing through our agencies here in Carson City. We're projecting costs between 67 and 88,000 a year for that full time. Couple funding sources, a couple possible funding sources, and as we get these implemented, we'll be searching for other funding sources to sustain these programs as well. So who's on that street outreach team? Previous homeless individuals, volunteer advocates, management team leaders, veterans. Veterans love to volunteer and get out there. And these are potential. This is just a blueprint. So our second phase, phase 2, stabilize. Once we got them connected and everything, stabilize. We need to develop a housing first model. Housing first is providing housing without a whole bunch of conditions before you can get housed. You don't have to be sober for 6 months in order to get placed, things like that. And then once you have that roof over your head, that's when you can start picking at all that stuff and getting everything lined up. And at that time, providing those case management services, getting them connected to behavioral health, the mental health, substance abuse, crisis intervention, and other behavioral health services, physical health, life skills, transportation, getting them all connected to all those services.
Mary Jane, I just want to point out that you have mentioned previously that getting them connected to those services will be helping to transport them to where those services are. So they won't necessarily have to be in that little house or that little pod or whatever and have the services wrapped around them.
Right.
But that they'll learn where those services are because they'll be transported. So they'll be out and about in the community reaching those services.
Yes, that the street outreach team will begin getting those connections made and then getting them in some housing available. One of the biggest barriers we've had here in Carson City is, which is good, I'm a native, is we don't have public housing. So I don't have an apartment building that I can control and put somebody in because they have a lot of medical issues and can't be on the streets, and I don't have that. Any housing that we do, those property managers, those property owners, need to do what their process is and approve them, and that's where our biggest barrier is. And with the lack of housing, they have the pick of the litter, and understandably, I get it. So yes. Again, those group living, to stabilize. Instead of a shelter, let's do some group living. Get them in a place that has 24/7 supervision to start connecting those resources, wrapping those resources around them, and teaching them, how do you live indoors again? That sounds funny, but it's very true. Some of these people have been on the streets for 9, 10, 15 years. Teaching them those things. This is a lease. This is how you follow it. Obtaining those important documents. They need birth certificates, social security cards, IDs. This is what property managers want. So it's not setting criteria, which is against housing first. It's preparing them to sit down with a property manager and say, hey, I have everything that everybody else has and things, so to speak. Assisting them with legal services in this phase. Maybe there's some stuff on their background check that the property manager is going to run that they can get squashed, or their credit gets squashed. Teaching them about a lease. This is how you can comply. This is housekeeping. You know, you make a chore list, you know, do your laundry on Mondays and dust on Thursdays, and but really sometimes it is all those details. Hygiene, cooking, shopping, yard maintenance. Also, I want to point out too, during these phases, especially in the street outreach, giving back to the community, cleaning up those camps. Um, some of our business community in the last few years have complained, you know, they're leaving their trash. Getting them to go around and pick up that trash, whether it's theirs or not, and giving back. And I want to, you know, just to go off this just a little bit, we've been talking about that. So I thought, well, let me tip my toe in the water there. And we had a gentleman, and as we talked about earlier today, really hard to find seasonal workers for Parks and Rec. Lack of weeds, or people to pull weeds, plenty of weeds, but lack of people. So we kind of put that together. Well, let's tip our toe in there, and he started pulling the weeds for us. You know, can I pay him? No, but I can sure give him a gift card for an appreciation, and he feels good. We feel good. Some of the weeds are gone. There's a lot of weeds. After probably about 3 weeks of this, and he has a lot of medical issues, he's been offered a job and has been working at a landscaping job for 2 weeks. That's our goal. That's what we want to do.
You know, can I just mention that one of you can't overemphasize, not underemphasize. You can't overemphasize enough the document obtaining component to this. There are people who get into the homeless cycle who want to get out or want to get medical treatment, and they don't. They've lost their Social Security card or they lost their birth certificate, and you can't get medical care unless you have some kind of ID. You can't, even if you're a veteran and you're trying to go to VA. There are a lot of veterans, and I deal with this a lot in Las Vegas. There are a lot of homeless vets who have lost their documentation.
Yep.
And they don't have the wherewithal to get that back without some assistance. And just the fact that you get them back that ID card that allows them to go get that service that is available to them already at the VA. No extra cost, you know, it's just, so they just don't have the wherewithal. So that in and of itself is, you can't get a job without proving your ability to work in the country. And to do that, you need a Social Security card.
Yep.
So,
Well, and it goes beyond losing those documents. Northern Nevada Dream Center has rescued a guy that never had those documents. He was 11 years old when he went homeless. He's now nearly 70. It took them over a year to get those documents, although the whole mess unwound and worked out so that this guy could get his documents, get into housing, and, you know, be sober and off the street.
And I know there's a couple agencies in Carson that have grants and funding to help do that. And but yeah, you're absolutely right. They're just, sometimes that's all they need. Okay. Group living housing to stabilize could be very expensive. We have a projected cost of about $600,000 a year for 2 homes staffed 24/7. You're going to have shifts. You're going to have several staff. We have some funding available to get that started, some seed money. And once it's implemented, there are some sheltering grants. HUD is now looking at transitional housing and group housing, which is brand new. That hasn't happened before. And so, you know, we go look for those. We get those types of grants, or the provider that's providing that. These are the programs we'd like people to apply for. We're hoping to, you know, get something up and moving in the next 3 to 6 months, at least one house. Stabilize, we're gonna stay on stabilize. So our next step, locating and leasing housing units and furnish and prepare home for occupancy. You know, again, we have some great nonprofits in town, lots of thrift stores, you know, we'll be knocking on their doors. What can you help, you know, furnished or set up and things like that. So, so that's our next steps for group housing. It also integrates the people in the community. You know, we don't have this big shelter on the block. So another model to stabilize is, you know, how many people can you have in the housing? Depends on how it's set up, how big the house is, and things like that. But, you know, another option is some module sheltering, whether it be a dormitory type of module or individual units. But this is another option. Some communities, and some of these models are, this is where we found them in other communities. So, you know, the individual models or modules are usually like 8x8 for a bedroom, sometimes 1 bed, sometimes 2 bed. Electricity of some kind to that mod or that pod, module pod, whether it be solar or you're running electricity to it. Only proposing about 20 here in Carson. Also having a bathroom and showers facility on the same property if possible. Again, there's modules that provide that as well. Maybe possibly a community room, flex space, community kitchen, you know, whatever, but something like that. So it becomes a community. Again, 24/7 supervision. They're working on all those case management things that we keep going through. They're working on learning how to be a good neighbor. And that's the goal. Maybe 180-day maximum stay. And again, case management, IDs, get them ready to meet with a property manager.
This one was just an example that we saw in some other communities and things, but it's not going to preclude, I wish that maybe some in the public are aware, but there's like a Sage Street project that is in Reno. So when it says modular, it could be a single housing unit that has been created that has dorms in it. So I want to make sure that the public or anyone that potentially would be bidding to come up with a solution that fits this realizes we're not indicating that these a Mod Pod is the requirement.
Right.
We're just saying that we're trying to house 20 more people in a transitional phase, and here is a method. So it's not the only method or the only thing that would be, anyway, I just
No.
want to put that on the record that it doesn't mean we're looking for a site to put 20 of these little modular. It's not
Right.
precluded, but still, everything's got to fit in the whole process. Okay.
This is, you know, this is a model that some communities have used.
Right.
Some communities have used a dorm model where there's several apartments
Right.
in one large module, and they have a community room and things like that. So, so yeah, it's a blueprint on the phases we need to do to really address the problem and not put a Band-Aid on it. And that's the whole goal of the housing plan. If there's a provider and they're proposing something completely different, but it's doing the same thing as what our plan is asking for, it doesn't get excluded. So these are just some examples of some of the pods that are available. Again, not set in stone, not this or nothing. It's just an example. So looking at like 20 of them could run about $200,000. Again, if you're going to do a 24/7 operations, it's going to be about $300,000. We're estimating for 24/7, you're going to need at least 5 employees. Couple possible funding things. These 2 funding sources would be being able to get it implemented to sustain. You know, we would be looking at more. Sometimes depending upon the indigent accident fund, we may have funding to sustain some of it. But again, you know, there's grants. Cost of homelessness to the community, it's been estimated to be about $40,000 to $60,000. That's a HUD estimate. You know, if you look at all the things, if you look at those hospitals and you look at the how many times is most answering the same person in the same day, you know, you start adding up those costs. I would say it exceeds those amounts, but
So
that's an opinion.
just as one other thought on this. So we could have a developer in town or something that might even offer us 20 units. You said earlier, you know, you don't have a hotel or a site, but we could have a developer that could step up to the plate and say, I can meet the 8x8 minimum and I can get you 20 units, have a manager. So I just want to put it out on the record that, you know, you could find, I have discovered through working with the members of this committee that there are some benevolent people in our community that care a great deal and want to really see help be provided, especially to some homeless veterans. I mean, there's lots of avenues here, so I just want to again bring that up. They're not being excluded if you are so inclined and you have the wherewithal to offer us 20 units in a hotel that you own. That, okay. I just wanna-
Absolutely, absolutely.
If they're listening out there and
I
they're
know.
ready to be
Again,
benevolent, we're ready.
It's a blueprint. It's a blueprint, and it's really our ask are the phases.
Right.
And these are examples of how other communities have done these phases. Really, really do need the street outreach, though. You know,
Get it started.
Absolutely. And we have had developers at these meetings that have really, really been interested in what can I do. So that's exciting.
It is.
So our next step on any module sheltering, should we have a provider that applies for a project such as this, are the entitlements and the permitting, and then also, of course, and for any of these projects, the RFP for vendor proposals.
Mary Jane, can you just explain quickly what an entitlement is for the people listening?
Yeah. Do you want to take
Or-
it?
Sorry.
So, yeah, go
I
ahead.
can do it. Basically, it's,
Yeah.
an entitlement is the process you go through when you go to the planning commission to obtain permission under our zoning and municipal code ordinances to get the entitlement to go forward with a given project. So whether it be a special use permit or confirmation of zoning or a building permit, that whole category of things fits into entitlement.
Thank you. So, because the word entitlement gets thrown around a lot, and so I think it's important to define it correctly in this case.
No, yeah, I appreciate the question and thank you. Because it's
Yeah, and if it was like
I
a-
just never want
a
to say something
hotel-
wrong about them.
Yeah, if it was like a hotel, they won't need an entitlement because they're already operating, so.
Right. But if it were a
anyway,
vacant piece of
right,
land that
yes.
was zoned retail, commercial.
There you go.
And maybe a special use permit would be needed to put a hotel on there with 20 units, that would be an example of an entitlement. The prospective developer would have to go through the process to present that to the city, go to the planning commission, and obtain a special use permit to do that.
Right.
So basically what we're saying is it doesn't allow anyone to circumvent the law that are already on the books. You're not just going to be able to do it because we're saying you can do it.
Yeah, right.
Good at.
So our phase 3 is to thrive. Moving into independent living. Now we've got them all ready to meet with the property manager and the property manager approves them. And maybe they can independently pay their rent and maybe one of the housing programs assists them until they can take it all over themselves. Priceless. There is no price to that. So this is just kind of a map, just to show, you know, you have this individual in need. These are all the services. This is what we need to get them set up for. This is what is going to sustain them. getting them connected to that primary care physician, getting them healthy. These guys and gals are using emergency services. They don't know what a primary care physician is. They're in the ERs. They're with their paramedics. If it's not bleeding right now, it's not a problem. But getting them into primary care and addressing those immediate needs, and then move them into preventive medicine, like all the rest of us do. Specialized medical care. Is it mental health needs they have? Is it cardiology needs they have? Making sure they're getting that service. Their security deposit programs, their clothing needs. This is how you do laundry. Pick one of those days out of the week and you do that laundry every week. Workforce skill building. Some are able to work, some are disabled and on a fixed income. But, looking at that, if we have youth under the age of 5 or pregnant women, getting them connected to women, infants, and children. The application assistance, and this is where the community health workers really thrive, is just that application assistance. The Social Security, the Medicaid, Medicare, the SNAP benefits. Medicaid is out in the community. If they're doing outreach, they're at our office 3 days a week. Person goes in and they're walking out with their Medicaid and their SNAPs in place. And the Medicare. I was going to say something about that. I can't remember. I apologize. Again, the identification needs, transportation, financial literacy, and budgeting. A lot of them lose their Social Security because they didn't open up an envelope, or they're on the street, so they didn't get the envelope. That's where the IDs get lost, and the funding gets lost and things, and they can't apply because they don't have a place for them to mail it to. So it's
Mary
all
Jane,
these.
another component of this, we was talking on the break about one of the things I think we lose in our schools, particularly at the high school level, is just life skills. And there's so much teaching to test. And we're not on the school board here, but that I think we've lost that component, that life skills component. And I've spoken to a couple of legislators about a potential to bring a BDR forward, because it would have to happen at the state level. You can't do it at a local school district level to require that life skills thing, because I think we're losing a lot of that. And I think that certainly is not the only issue, but I think it contributes in a big way to homelessness down the road, because people don't have those skills necessary to budget or how to do a lease or how to get benefits or the different levels of government, for crying out loud.
Why it's important to have an address, or at least a
why
place
you
to get
need
your
an
mail.
address, exactly. Yeah. So I think really going way back, that I just throw that out there because I think we should all be trying to talk to people at the state level about making that happen, regardless of who we are, because I think that until we do that, we're going to be missing a lot of easy opportunities to get people on the right path from the beginning.
Absolutely. And we're fortunate we have a good partnership with one of the banks in town. And they've had a curriculum and we've added to it. And one of them was how to read your paycheck, because they didn't know how.
Well,
you lose it in the high school. They're not teaching it.
The whole thing about our specialty courts is just that. It's a very directed program to get people the skills that they to deal with those life issues that get thrown at them. And obviously drugs, chemical dependency, that's all a big part of it. But the life skills to just survive are also a huge part of that curriculum. And it's kind of sad that you have to, reach that level of adulthood to get that kind of sort of remedial training.
Yeah, thank you. So our recommendation to the Board of, or from the Board of Health that we would like is, we'd like a proposed recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to recognize that both unsheltered individuals and emergency housing are critical issues in Carson City, and that the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA funding, be awarded to programs that support unsheltered individuals and emergency housing, as well as the Carson City Housing Plan. Meaning the supportive services also, the case management services, all those other things that are wrapping around that person.
And I would just like to add that, the individuals that worked on this, it took us a very long time to get where we're at today. And that's why the Board of Health kept getting postponed. But there was a lot of brainstorming, a lot of thought, insight from individuals from all professions. I really value what everyone had to say and give input on. We had individuals that they've been homeless and now they're helping the homeless. So they gave us a different perspective as well. And, I'm very aware of the phrase, "We build, they will come." We've said that with different things that we do in Carson City. And, because we're progressive and sometimes have services that others don't. But I just want everyone to know that we're meeting with partners in other counties and discussing this issue. And this is a regional issue, and we need them to step up as well. And so that conversation has been happening, and we've got them listening, and we've got the other counties, at least one of them is very interested in their homeless as well.
Comment. Mary Jane, this is an excellent report. I commend you, and the whole.
It was a
I know.
group effort.
I've served on nonprofit organizations, and the biggest obstacle that I have found is finding a space that's not next to my house or not in my neighborhood. That's going to be your biggest obstacle, finding a space that is acceptable to the community. And good luck.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And I live here. I was born and raised here. I get it and things like that. But at the same time, what are we seeing now on the streets? Yeah, and yeah, it's tough. And that's why we're proposing like the group living instead. That it's all blended in there, and with that supervision, hopefully there shouldn't be issues.
I want to comment that we've been doing some group living attributes that we've done with our court system. And I'm pleased to let you know that I think the committee went with the group home living versus a facility like Reno, Sparks, and Washoe did for the very thing that you're indicating. I just don't think it was gonna fit in our community. Not that there's not need, but it just wasn't the right model to fit in Carson City. But I've been pleased that we've been doing group homework. Hello, Spirit of Hope. And my phone doesn't ring off the hook from the neighbors or the communities that there's a problem with them. So that gives me hope that we have an opportunity. I've driven by those again. Sometimes I'll stand outside for an hour just to watch. They actually stick to the rules. Like you said, they're taught that you have to do the laundry, you have to pull the weeds on the outside yard. And so they tend to be well cared for homes. So I'm hopeful that it will not impact the neighborhoods. And based on the ones we have so far, I'm led to believe that that's our hope versus a campus setting with 100 beds. Anyway, that's just.
And I just want to add to that too, is you have neighbors now that you don't know what's going on in that house, but that yard is packed with things and people are coming and going and they're not in any program at all. And we have no idea what's going on over there. Sheriff might, but we have no idea what's going on over there as a neighbor. and their income may be, 10 times higher than yours and things like that. We have those cases also here in Carson. And, yeah, so I mean, we just have to kind of remember that too.
So as we're moving closer to public comment, I'm wondering if you folks have seen this document that Ms. Willig gave us when we came back. So maybe you could take a read of this. She has some pretty good questions on there. While we're listening to public comment, then maybe you can address some of those questions.
Can I make one more comment? I want to acknowledge that, I want to acknowledge what Nikki said. The homeless issue we have in Carson City is not just a Carson City issue. We are a regional hub for everything. We have the only hospital in the Quad County region. We have the only nursing homes, not quite, but for the most part. And so, we end up with services here. We have state agencies here that don't have offices in those adjoining counties. And so I really would encourage you to, keep your foot on the gas relative to getting participation by those adjoining counties, because I really believe they have a responsibility to help us in this regard. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Well, and you brought up nursing homes, and just an example, the counties have agreed because Carson City has, 3 times more, and that's just nursing homes than others, that if they come from Lyon County into one of our nursing homes, Lyon County is paying for them. So we already have that type of model.
Supervisor Schutte, yes?
Thank you. And what I really like about this presentation, and thank you, and you did a wonderful job, and is that it really does highlight the whys behind homelessness, or better said, the difficulties of getting back on one's feet. And frequently, it's something as simple as not having identification, or not being able to overcome, if you were evicted previously, and maybe you were evicted for something that, you missed the rent because you had a medical issue, but it shows an eviction, and then you're not eligible for housing, or somebody else gets chosen up, over you. And so there are so many reasons why people find themselves homeless. And so I think this highlights, or at least spotlights, how that collaborative wraparound, those services can really help get folks back on their feet. And it is that pennies now to save dollars later. More importantly, it helps address the issue. And isn't that what this is about? This is the human side of things.
Yes.
I wanted to ask Supervisor White, I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're handing to Mary Jane there?
Oh, you probably didn't get a copy
No,
of it
I
either.
haven't. Mm-mm.
Oh, I can come get it.
One of the constituents today brought that to us when we started up.
Just FYI, Madam Chair, that
Do
got
you have
posted.
a copy of this? Okay, great.
Clerk has one.
I think she does.
Madam Chair, I do have a copy, and also Stephanie made sure that it got scanned and is in the documents right now. It's part of the online.
And it's on the back table as well.
So in just reading through this, I can address some right now. One question is, are these folks who have lost their housing because of the shutdown, hence loss of jobs? Could be. There's a lot of people that have been in that position. Why are they not immediately prepared to meet the criteria required to live in permanent housing? I think we addressed that. There's a lot of different steps to that. And these individuals need to know how to navigate the system. Where were they living prior to or during the state shutdown? You know, we don't have that information. We didn't survey for that question. I think the point in time count does ask some of those questions and can address it. Did you have something to add right now?
I just wanted to add, a lot of times, how come they're not immediately able to qualify? It could be a proof of income or an ID. And then in our property managers also want that proof of income. So they're looking at, they want, you know, that rule of thumb that we all grew up doing, 3 times their income of the rent. I think I said that right. If they don't have that, if they're on a fixed income and they don't have that, they're not going to be rented to.
And there's a lot of question about, you know, using the American Rescue Plan Act money. And we are allowed to use that money for programs such as this. And if you notice through the slides, there were many other income opportunities that we were talking about. And I'm sorry, I didn't get to digest this
Short
whole.
notice.
Here, it was provided a lot of existing apartments that are available for rent. They right now are very expensive and use most of the income that the individuals get. We know for just for human services side, we have a very low inventory that we can put people in. And it's just because, you know, the rents have went so high and a lot, landlords can be choosy right now. And, you know, they don't want to work with these people. So. And I'll read through this more and.
I didn't get a chance to read everything either, but I do want to put on the last page here some background experiences of the homeless population in California. A lot of it has to do with kind of congregate settings that aren't adequately supervised and criminal activity occurring. And I don't think that's the kind of program that we're proposing. We are proposing supervised group homes, supervised hotel pods, et cetera, with wraparound services and expectations that the individuals are moving forward. So not an expectation that this is where you can live in a tent forever and a day.
Right, so instead
That's
of
not
using-
happening. Our sheriff is going to make sure of that.
And instead of using a nice word like congregate living, let's just call it nonsense that it is.
I'm sorry.
That tent up on 4th Street in Reno, that's just straight up nonsense. That's not what we're talking about. We're not recommending. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we're not.
We're not recommending a care
She used a
shelter.
really nice word to describe
Okay.
that, and I
Oh.
wouldn't use a nice word like that.
Okay, it's like, just
Yeah,
don't want to
okay.
scare anyone out there. We're not recommending that.
Yeah, when I said congregate, though, I was talking about our group homes and even the pods
Oh.
put together in a
Small.
place where they would have congregant dining facility or something like that, possibly. I mean, there's also the discussion of you transport them at 4 o'clock to fish and they, you know, get a meal there if need be. But yes, not the CARES facility, the big, great big huge tent that's undivided, and they're having all kinds of issues as similar to what's noted in this experiences of a homeless population in California. They've had lots of criminal stuff going on. It's me, Mayor.
I think there's some other, you know, general comments that are, now that I've had a chance to read Miss Willig's comments, the gist of it is she's believing that ARPA funding is only supposed to be for somebody that lost their job due to COVID. And let me make that clear, that is not true. ARPA had rules that we are adhering to. So there were lots and lots of programs. There were lots and lots of things that we did throughout 2 rounds of funding. So we had CARES Act and ARPA. We did help as many people as was out there. This board had many public hearings moons back that we talked about with the community. What are the things we need to address? How should we use this funding? So I just wanted to answer to that, where she states the ARPA funding is strictly for those seriously affected by the shutting down of business. That is not accurate. It's fine if you want to say you want us to concentrate there. That's perfectly acceptable. But no, it is not true that ARPA is restricted to a shutdown of a business from a person that did that, nor am I only forced to help someone that got COVID. So one of the things in ARPA and even the CARES Act, that was one of the most major issues actually that the federal government was trying to address, was this very issue. Because when you take the homeless individuals, they had no wherewithal whatsoever to get any services at all because of COVID. So it's a reverse issue when you stop and go all the way back to what some of the primary focuses were for ARPA and CARES Act dollars. I think this board worked extremely hard in we gave money to our school district. We put $1 million towards broadband. We did hospital care. PPE for all the businesses and their employees. So I just wanted to let you know that this is not our exact final, because we may need to look at broadband a little bit, but this is a component piece that's at the tail end of what we were going to do with ARPA dollars. And the real reason that this is coming as it is I think that there was a team of people that wanted to actually be impactful with the dollars and thoughtful, instead of just putting out an RFP that says, come one, come all, we have $1 million of ARPA to spend for mental health or chronic this. We wanted it to actually impact and have a mission to recognize there are 69 people at this point in time, for various reasons, all different reasons, that need a home or hope. I guess I'm even going to say it different, right? They need hope. They need someone to help them. I get tons and tons of phone calls from businesses, from people that I see in this room. When are you going to do something about the homeless? Why are you ignoring it? We're not. It's not an easy solution. As I think I heard earlier, to get someone that's been on the street for 10 years to come in out of the rain, it's hard. It's really, really hard. So I was very impressed that this included members of the team that were those people. And they helped inform us of what do we have to do to get them to potentially change the way that they currently are living, right? Is it for me to tell them that they're living wrong? No, right? So I just want to answer the questions in there that this was not, it came about because of COVID and lots of funding sources and things that the federal government did. But I assure you, this board is complying with the rules of the ARPA funding. So those are just comments.
Thank you for your comments. And it makes me think that we don't want to criminalize homeless either. So we don't want to utilize our jail as our shelter, which does happen in some communities. And so we want to have that option to offer support, to make a difference, and we all know stories about long-term change. I'm aware of a woman who in her early 70s lived on BART for 10 years. before the community finally wrapped around. And the problem was that was from Richmond all the way to San Francisco. She literally on the BART line, and she got hospitalized at every possible hospital, at every possible stop for a period of 10 years before the community came around and wrapped it together and got her the benefits that, because she was disabled, that she was due, and was able to get her in a home. And oh, guess what? No longer hospitalized every other day. Yeah, saving a huge amount of
And
money.
I think for those that can remember, I see that Jim Peckham's here from Fish, so he'll remember. We built Richard's Crossing to help our homeless veterans, right? So we had a elderly female that was living in the covered wagon out in front of Grandma Hattie's. We did something right here. She deserved a roof over her head, and it took us getting her a placement and getting her help, right? So none of us want to spend the money on it. I assure you, it's awful, right? Because I have to pay my rent, I have to pay my mortgage. So I understand the other side of the issue, but I don't want to become San Francisco. I heard lots of discussions this morning, right? If we just continue to do nothing, that's what we're going to have. And so I don't want that. I don't want them living on tents on my sidewalks. I don't want that. But I have to have alternatives. We've had not Supreme Court, Fifth Judicial, whatever district, Idaho, us. Ninth, us, our district, right? We have to provide the alternative, or that's what they get to do. Whether we like it or not. So I'm done, but I want to thank you guys for the great work, the team, for the developers that are online listening. I can't thank you enough for even, I think Supervisor Schutte and I can say they were truly amazing, that what they want to bring to the table if we'll meet them halfway. So anyway, thanks for a good job.
So are there any other comments from the board? Are there any public comments?
Can I make one real quick? Some feedback that we got from one of the individuals that was homeless is that the best thing that we can do is make, these people, when they come to Carson City, they've got to have a plan, and they're going to be doing some work around Carson City. Well, that word gets out. So we're going to have those individuals that will take part in the program, and we can help them. And, use it's going to take all of our service agencies of Carson City, but that's not, that's not going to be let's just go to Carson City. It's going to be the ones that want to help themselves.
Yeah, be held.
And we
The ones that want to
hear-
be held accountable.
Yes.
That's what you're trying to
That's
say.
Yes, and we hear now all the time that we'll ask why you're here. Well, we heard that Carson City is nice. Meaning our services. Well, yeah, we're gonna be nice, but they're gonna be
You
accountable.
might have to pull some weeds.
And,
No, sorry.
yeah, and they're gonna pull weeds at the health department.
Right. But yeah, good. I'm sorry.
And just to add, one of our advocates that was, homeless advocates that was instrumental in putting this plan together, he truly believes, and he has worked in other communities, he says it's fixable right now. If you don't do anything, it's not going to be fixable.
We have a request for a bathroom break, so I want to,
Are you serious? I really have to go. I'm sorry, but I just have to go, and I'm meeting my needs.
I'm just 5 minutes.
and so I'd like to have I keep saying Supervisor Schutte have the opportunity to hear all the comments, so we will take 5 minutes if anybody else wants to take a bathroom break. are open for public comment, and Sam Burchell signed in. And since we have a number of people that like to comment, would like to limit the comments to 3 minutes per person.
No, you're fine, sorry.
Yeah, just introduce yourself, and the next person who might like to make a comment can come sit in this chair so we don't have to wait for people to walk back and forth. Great, thank you. And Sam, you could start.
Good afternoon. My name's Sam Burchell. I've been a resident in Carson City since 1995. Been a resident in northern Nevada since 1974. I spent 31 years in law enforcement, and I've dealt with people that they're talking about on almost a daily basis. Their figures are bogus, excuse me, but they're talking about 70 people in this town. 90% of those people are either alcohol abusers and/or drug abusers. There is nothing you're going to do with those people. So we're looking at basically 10 people maximum that we're talking about spending all this money on. It is a waste of our money. It's a waste of our time. And you've already had this kumbaya moment here of everybody being real happy about that. And that's great, but it's not going to work. All you're going to do is bring in these pods, and you're going to bring in more people. You are going to just exacerbate the problem by have people going, this is a great place to come and get freebies. And that's all you're going to get out of this. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. And next, remember to introduce your name.
All righty. Well, good evening, or is it, I guess it's still good afternoon. Yes. Thank you. I'm so glad that you're all here to let us talk to you about this. And my name is Jenny Scanlon, and I'm a deacon at the First Presbyterian Church, as well as a board member of NOTS, which is Night Off the Streets. Deacon Craig, who's the president of our newly formed nonprofit, yes, asked me to come and just speak on behalf of Mary Jane and all of her incredible work with her staff and all of the partners putting together this housing action plan. We started about 5 years ago. People were literally freezing on the street, and Deacon said, this is not going to happen on my watch. 5 years later, we have 6 churches and over 200 volunteers that come to help us keep this going. And what it is, for those of you who don't know, it is 5 churches who have opened their doors during the months of November through March. And from about 9 o'clock in the night to about 6:30, in the morning, we let people come in, we throw down tarps for them, and they sleep on the floor. But it keeps them from freezing to death. It is pure compassion. But the one thing that I want to point out here is that survive, stabilize, thrive. This is the framework we need to have. We are the survive part. We have been just letting them leave in the morning, but trying to get as much information as we can so that we can refer them. But we can't do it. We're all volunteers, 6 volunteers a night. That's a lot of volunteers. We need this, this street team, and we need them bad, because so that we can help refer to that. The goal that we want to accomplish is that we won't be needed anymore. That will probably never happen, but we sure would like to see it go from 40 and 60 people a night down to 5 or 6, or even less. That's what we hope for. And so we're there as a brand new nonprofit to work with these other people, not to duplicate, and to help Mary Jane. We'll dance with you now. No more, we'll be walking in your steps to get this plan going. So please, we are 100% in support of this plan and in your vote for the funding of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the woman to the...
Betsy Strasberg.
Thank you for putting together this presentation, but I do have some questions on the presentation. I would have liked to have seen a couple of points of time counts to see the trend. There is a whole lot of people who were involved in preparing the presentation, and I know the city always likes to get feedback. We had it on the William Street renovation, Mills Park, et cetera, but there has been no public feedback or link to provide public comment other than this venue, which I think is a little too late. There are a couple of funding mentioned in here, so I like to find out from, maybe from Nikki here, if the $1.1 million, is it all ARPA funds, or is it also indigent accident fund, which I think is in our property taxes? On page 8, there says short-term housing. It doesn't say how long. But on the pod, it says 180 maximum days. So those are some specific questions I counted. And then phase 3, which says Thrive, with a whole bunch of services, this has not been priced out. So I'm not sure if 1.1 million is the floor or the ceiling for this funding. And I know that I think you mentioned that the surrounding counties, Story, Lyon, Douglas, are all in favor of this. That's great, but and they pay for the use of this service if they need to, but renting a hotel room is different than building the hotel. So I would like to know, after this ARPA funds are over, who's paying the bill? And how much our indigent, whatever fund that was, is going to support that, or is there going to be some additional requirements? Unfortunately, we can't print money here like the federal government, so we have to pay for it as we go along. So those were my questions. I don't think that Carson City, however progressive it may be, should be trying to solve world hunger. And I would have liked to have seen all these different county representatives present at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, at the south end of the table?
Hello, my name is Rich Boyle, and I'm a resident of Carson City. And I just had a couple comments on this thing, and I agree you have to do something. But the devil is in the details. They had said a pretty good presentation, but they said it's a blueprint, and there's got to be some more information. And what I would like to know more is where these things would be located. And another thing that that jumped out at me was when it was said that there's a minimum of 20 modulars planned. That leaves a lot of room. I mean, you could have 100, you could have 200 the way this is. You know, so it should be like a maximum or something like that if you're going to be looking at stuff. Because it is. It'll be a mecca for people to come, homeless people. And of course, you'll have rules, and people have been getting around rules for years and years. If they get free stuff, they're coming here. Yeah, and that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll turn to the gentleman in the north seat once the timer's reset.
All right, thank you. My name is Richard Nagel, Carson resident. I'm a refugee from California, as most people know. And the homeless people, 90% of them are really not nice people. I mean, they're drugged out, burned out people who'd kill you just as soon as look at you.
And I think that people are being delusional about a lot of the homeless people. Okay? I mean, I gave somebody change one day when they asked for spare change, and they threw it right back at me and said I wanted money, not this crud. So again, you got to really think about it. I mean, I'm a little bit hardened, okay? I worked in San Francisco, okay, for 4 years, okay? So I transported myself back and forth from Hayward on BART, and a lot of robberies on BART, a lot of theft on BART. And again, you got to be really darn careful about free things, what you're going to do, because they will come like a magnet, okay? Knew a baker, and he wanted to give, the day-old bread to the homeless people, and they beat the hell out of him. We don't want bread, we want money for drugs. Okay, so my experience is a little bit more hardened. I don't have any kumbaya moments to share with you guys. It's more about survival, okay? I always carried a can of mace and a good knife with me when I walk the streets of San Francisco, okay? Because again, a lot of these people, are predators. Okay, and if we want to invite that environment and those people into our city, just be careful what you wish for. I think we need to have a good, tough love attitude towards the people that come here that are indigent. And I don't think the government should be involved. I think fish should be helped by the community, which I try to do, and help fish out because I believe in their mission. But I think the government has always really not done a good job on just about anything. And I think that the private sector can do it much better than we can. FDR said the government shouldn't do anything that the private sector can do because the private sector usually does it better. So we need to work on the private sector and support the private sector and not get involved in this. Okay, and I think we should have a very stern, tough love approach to this, and this way we can weed out the ones that really want to change and get off the streets, which is a very small portion. The most of them are looking for something free, and they're looking for low-hanging fruit. Okay? Just be careful.
Richard, thank you for your comments. And to the woman in the South.
My name's Heather Coe, and 3 years ago, my best friend of over 40 years lost her little brother to a homeless person in front of a nicely homeless place in Reno, which has gotten out of control in Reno. Okay? The more you build, the more they come, then you build more, and the taxpayers are the one footing the bill. Okay? This is so out of control, and most of them are drug addicts because I see them all around where I live, where my son has to work, and you're enabling these people. And there is no plan, really. All these different agencies. Well, why do we have all these agencies if they're not already doing something? I mean, there was my best friend's little brother, he had his head beaten in with a rock. Unprovoked. And this is what will happen here. And I have children and grandchildren here. I was raised here. And we've never really had an issue. But the more you allow all the drugs and you're not taking these people off the street or telling them to go somewhere else, this is what you have. There are places for veterans, and my heart bleeds for them. And that would be one thing. But Fish takes care of a lot of this. There are a lot of different, why do we pay taxes for all these agencies if they're not already doing their jobs? Because they are supposed to be doing this. And this has gotten to the point of being ridiculous here. People need to go to jail that are stealing, that are doing drugs around places of business. We have Cow Ranch, where my son works. They've had to hire security, not because they're homeless and down and out, because they want to do their drugs there. So someone needs to stop this immediately. Where's the money going to come from to continue this on? Because we have a right to know, because we'll be paying for it while still dealing with the drug addicts and the alcoholics. And that's not fair to the rest of us who pay our taxes, who work, and who have to have kids, which we also pay taxes. And most of this money should be going for the schools. We've had one high school here. One where does the people who work and pay their taxes, where do we come into all of this? Because you're not thinking of any of us if this is what your plan is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And then the woman to the north.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ellen Jackson, and I am the executive director and founder of Spirit of Hope here in Carson City. I have been in business in this community now for 9 years, and I would say that my company was ahead of its time. I have been taking care of people for the 9 years. I started out with one house. In 9 years, I have built it to 12. I have 55 wonderful people in my homes. We manage our homes. We do not have 24/7 care. We manage our homes by floating in and out every single day, sometimes 7 days a week. I work with Mary Jane. I work with Health and Human Services. I have an MOU with them. I'm going to read off some of the agencies that I work with here in town, so folks listening can have an idea of how it can work. Carson Behavioral Health, Carson Tahoe Hospital, Serenity House in Dayton, Serenity Mental Health, Carson Rural Clinics, Rural Regional Center, Well Care in Reno, Renown in Reno, all the most teams in the areas in different counties. Vitality Rehab, Carson City and Elko. I also have an MOU with them. Rural Nevada Counseling, Douglas High School, Douglas Health and Human Services, Aging Services, the Carson City Public Guardian's Office, the Douglas County Guardian's Office, the Dream Center, Nation's Finest. I have veterans in my homes. And guess what? Veterans can have mental illnesses and veterans can be addicts. I work with the nursing homes, the rehabs for the nursing homes in the town as well. I take 18 to 96. That's the age range that I have right now in my homes. Sometimes I put people on couches. I have a wait list of over 20 people right now. Today, waiting for my turn to share with you about what we do, I had 8 phone calls come into my office for people needing housing. I talked to a woman yesterday who's 55. Her friend is 69. Her friend makes $1,400 a month. They're living under a bridge in Carson City here. They called me for housing. They have a little dog. We have dogs in our homes too. Anyway, we rescue them as well. We work with everybody's SSI. I came up with this model of care 9 years ago. I don't have a lot of money. I have a very small staff. We're struggling right now financially too.
Just want to point out the
Yes,
time.
ma'am.
Do you want to
Yes.
conclude with some last?
Please support helping the homeless in this community. It is so important, and it doesn't mean that we have renegades running around. It means that we stabilize them, we get them help, we get them services, and it does work. I've been doing it for 9 years.
Thank you for your comments. And then to the women to the south.
George Urshinsky, Carson City resident. My question is, why are progressive cities like San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, why do they have such a horrible homeless problem? The homeless are given money, they're given shelter if they want it. They're given needles if they want it. But the problem is not going away. It's just increasing. Also, in these cities, there's a horrible crime problem, and the cities are filthy. Just on the news today, I heard that Seattle residents are leaving the city because of the homeless problem is so horrible. Now, we have in Carson City, we have churches, we have Fish, Classic Seconds, AA, and similar organizations to meet our current needs. I don't think $600,000 for 2 houses or $300,000 for 20 modules is a good way to spend our money. Now, I want to help others, and I'm happy that like Fish is expanding its facility, and I support Fish, but we should not be making shelter available for people who are not going to be effective and change their ways. Many homeless are have drug addictions, and I feel bad about that. But we do have organizations here in this city, you know, to deal with that. The more we give free stuff to people who are not working or the like, the more we will get. The more will come here. I have a guy, a neighbor who he had 2 birds, and he started feeding them, bird seeds, and now he's got hundreds that have come. That is what happens when you give free stuff to people, and you don't need to, because it's just going to draw more people, and I think we can do fine with what we have. Thank you very much. Oh, I have one other thing. I believe all addictions are spiritual issues. A person must seek God first in order to be healed. The other ingredients for eliminating addictions is hard work and education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge appreciating you keeping your comments hopefully somewhere within 3 minutes, since we didn't have a time on that. Thank you. The women to the north.
Hi, I'm Marinka Willig, and I used to live in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and I watched the homeless population absolutely grow. I watched the homeless population grow in Santa Cruz. And I remember when they built the Homeless Services Center, and it was filled within a week, and people kept coming, but there was no more room for more people. So they started camping out and found out, oh, we get freebie this and freebie there. And I think there are people that are legitimately homeless, but many of them enjoy the services, enjoy the pampering, and love what they can get for free. And that is my concern. These pods are cute. And I can just see people, oh, look, in Carson City, they got these cute pods. Let's go, you know, because that's what happened in Santa Cruz. We have existing buildings on Carson Street across from Dollar Tree, the grocery outlet, and that old North Plaza Mall that have been vacant for years. Why don't we just use one of those buildings and convert it to a home for the homeless and give them, you know, a paintbrush and some nails and have them work for their home? They could be very productive. People, if they really want to improve the lives, people love to be productive, and they will be proud of their surroundings rather than have somebody build it for them. This is something that they put their sweat, blood, and tears into. I think that would be more productive, and I just think that would be more productive. I wasn't being disrespectful in regards to the expenditure of the money. I was just concerned there's still COVID issues out there. And I just was looking for integrity of how we spend that money. It was meant for COVID issues, and I just feel like this is a Band-Aid fix. And it wasn't, you know, you guys need something longer term. What happens when the money runs out? Then where are you going to get money? So that was my concern with the expenditure. But I was just looking to see if they, you know, could reuse one of these buildings and build their own place, then there would be more pride in that. And they, you know, and another question is, I was wondering if you do outreach with landlords, when landlords kick somebody out. So are you working with them to provide housing for these people that just lost their homes? I mean, is there a connection there? I was just curious about that. But thank you for your intent on wanting to help the homeless, but I'm hoping we stay focused on positive rather than feeding and growing that population. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and really appreciate you putting some things in writing. That takes extra work.
And I also shared a sheet of a physician's perspective. He did 45 years of work in ER, and there's different types of homelessness. And I thought that maybe that would help, you know, his background.
Thank you again. Sir, in the south here?
Tapped hit the button? No, it's green. Okay. Hi, my name is Harry Cook. I've been a resident of Carson City for about 45 years. I was born and raised in Nevada. I was born in Las Vegas, and I actually lived on the Strip where New York sits now. I waited at my bus stop with hookers. I mean, I've been in some really great areas in this, you know. What I'd like to say is, starting off, I own Bonanza Plumbing in town here. I've been building for 41 years in Carson City. I've had a powder coat business. I've done bedliner business. And I've built this community, literally, from plumbing casinos to track homes to, I've worked in Dresslerville, Alpine County, both colonies in Carson as far as the Indian reservations. I've paid for some of my illegals to become citizens and contributed to this community more so than most people have. I'd like to say that Mary Jane was completely right when she said the homeless will get worse before it gets better. Well, you know, there's a great thing for if government has money for a problem, you're gonna have a problem because it's not gonna go away because there's money for the problem. The poll for the homeless that they had was 69 people. They said usually is taken in January, and this year it was taken in February. Well, of course, they're going to take a homeless poll in January because that's when it's the coldest season. That's when most people are going to be in the shelters. People don't want to be in shelters, and the homeless aren't all bad people. They're really not. But, you know, there's a big population of the homeless that have families, and they could have homes, but they don't want to. They're not going to go and deal with their family if their family's telling them what to do and what not to do. They don't want that. They don't want to be a viable working part of the society. To sit here with rose-colored glasses and say, we're going to have them pull weeds and we're going to have them clean. They're homeless. They don't want to do that. That's why they're homeless. They don't want to work and they don't want to be what we're paying for. We're creating a solution for them that they want to live the way they want to. You know, I'm not saying that they're going to come and beat me up or, I mean, if you look at me, if you want to claim that we're progressive here, I can walk through progressive where you people can't, if you know what I mean. Okay, I have the ability to go into places that you probably wouldn't want to follow me into.
Sir, just want you to be conscious of the time, so if you have some last words that you want to leave us with.
Anyways, the children's home is a viable place for them if you can get it from the state. I will donate the services to fix all the plumbing in it to where you don't need pods and you can have them with their community center and all their stuff there. And I'll donate my time and money to do that. Instead of pods and all that stuff. I'm actually trying to help our community. I don't want it to get worse. I'm sorry, but these pods are going to bring more of them in, and I do.
Thank you for your comments and for your generosity.
Sir, can you sign in?
Turning to the woman in the north.
My name is Robin Jones, and I work at Cal Ranch, and I do agree with what Heather was saying. There's a lot of problems. My concern with this thing is if you're going to allow them to have this housing and all these programs, and they're not gonna have to go towards being sober or clean, how on earth are they gonna become viable members of our society? That's my biggest concern right there, is you're not helping them, you're enabling them. And that's pretty much my biggest concern.
Thank you, Robin. And to the woman in the south.
COVID, Karen Stevens. I would like to talk about this point of count that was done in February. 69 does not sound right to me. I think the homeless situation is a lot worse because I was the federal grant coordinator for the homeless children for about 12 years at the State of Nevada Department of Education. And when I started, the homeless counts were very low. Each year they increased drastically, and this was even before COVID. So I can't even imagine where they're at now. So when they're saying there's 69 homeless people in Carson City, I think we are drastically undercounting the real problem. So I need people to think about how many people are we going to want to house? How much resources do we have in order to house all of these people that are homeless? Because I can see this as just going to be such a larger problem than you even think you're biting off. So if you want to have any idea what the real homeless count is, contact the homeless children liaisons and they can give you the counts of all the homeless children, because there are thousands of them. So just from my experience, I'll tell you what, you don't even know what you're biting off with this.
Thank you. And Jim Peckham.
Jim Peckham for the record. Just enjoying the lovely day here, picking up little details. I just want to make sure we get some corrections. I had somebody asking me about our new development where the old whistle stop was, and they were under the impression that it was for homeless, and it's not. It's student housing. It's meant for people going back to college to get technical degrees so that we can rekindle our workforce. And so I just want people to understand that that's not what it's for. And it's really, a lot of people want to come up with more affordable housing, and we're trying to make fewer people reliant on affordable housing. So, and then someone else had made a comment, and I don't think they meant it this way, but the way it was said was that, we're paying all these nonprofits with our tax money. 99.999% of our money comes from non-government. I don't think I have any city money come to me for services at all. And the same thing with Ellen. Ellen Jackson does a great job. Between the two of us, it's probably 150 people that we keep off the street. As the mayor had talked about, we built and designed Richards Crossing with 39 units there to help the disabled and the veterans. And it's a big challenge because I was going to try and use it. It was office buildings, and I was going to try and modify those office buildings. Found out that was a money pit. It would have cost me 5 times more money than to just bulldoze and start from scratch because of the different codes to be able to have showers and footings and all kinds of things that were required for housing that are not required for offices. So it's not as easy as one would think. We've tried multiple times to get the old children's home. The state doesn't want to part with it, and all those buildings have been condemned. They've got all kinds of significant issues. Great land, but the state doesn't want to part with it, and none of the buildings are usable, and they don't want us to make any changes to it. So many people have taken a run at trying to make that happen. So that's not going to be a viable situation. But somehow across the country, we're making it very easy for people not to go to work. And that seems to add to it. We also have a lot more mental illness than what we've had and some other things. So there's a lot of, my big thing is I think we really need more mental health, long-term mental health facilities in the region to be able to start helping some of those people who everybody can recognize as a danger to themselves and others, but there's no place to put them. So we need to focus there, and then eventually we squeeze the people in the middle to either go to work or
Last comments?
have a difficult time surviving.
Thank you, Jim.
I was right on time.
And to the woman in the south here?
Hi, thank you. My name's Carol Toohey, and I do have a business on Carson Street, and I've been there for 30 years. And I would say about 2 years before COVID, it started really getting bad with people hanging around that had no business hanging around. So that was about 2 years before COVID. I'm kind of at the dilapidated end of Carson Street, the not so nice area. And I'm not sure how to solve the homeless problem. However, I feel that providing more free services is going to be more of an attraction. And as long as we promote the free housing in the beginning, it's going to get worse. My business is on Carson Street. Very often I'm having to run trespassers off 5 days a week. And I've been called everything in the world. I've been flipped off, and it's not a fun job to run people off. And when things don't go well, I call the sheriff's department. Thank you very much. And as much as I really appreciate the sheriff's department and I respect them, they've been very good about it. I'm tired of calling them. They should be going after people selling drugs or kidnapping people. So I think it's a burden on them. And that would be all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your contribution to the businesses here in Carson. Woman in the north?
Hi, I'm Dee Dee Formaster. I'm with the Rural Center for Independent Living and do drop in. We provide services to people with disabilities, our veterans, and people on the streets. I just hired a woman who is now working in my office and has been extremely successful for the last 9 months that I got off the streets 9 months ago, who was living in her car. So she was a victim of her husband passing away. And without 2 incomes, she could no longer pay the rent. And that's where a lot of homeless people come from. Most of them lose spouses, lose family members, lose their housing because they were taking care of an elderly resident or an elderly person in their family, and the family came in and decided to sell the home, and they end up on the streets. There's a lot of things that happen that cause homelessness. And I want you to know that there's a lot of good people on the streets. 3/4 of the people on the streets are people who are elderly and people who have disabilities. So on that note, I am saying that we need more services, and we're not giving away things for free. We're simply propping someone up until they can walk on their own. And that's what we're here for, is to hold their hand for a moment till they get their footing, and then we are assisting them As they walk down the road, we wave. I believe in independent living. And I am not someone who is ever going to tell someone else how to live. But I can say that unless we get this homeless situation under control now, we will have people sleeping on the benches on that wonderful Carson Street that we just finished redoing. So, on that note, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for all that you do every day for the city. And remember, anyone can become homeless. It only takes a couple of things to happen in life.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other public comments?
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. This has been tough, having done research. I'm looking to get more information from the rural housing. It was meleeed because they had the wrong address, but hopefully that will come and have me have some other answers. But I just want to say how much I appreciate Dr. Lyon's involvement here in the sheriff's and all of yours. And I look perhaps to find a niche where I could be maybe an outreach person, because I sure come in contact with a lot of people as I'm out during my days. And, you know, I need a niche, get out of your hair a little bit. But thank you all.
Mary Jane, sounds like you need to sign up Denny.
Yeah, I mentioned he was one of those first volunteers on the street outreach.
Okay,
I
great.
think he
Thank you.
agreed.
Any other public comments? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Do we have, I'm sorry?
Back to Mary Jane and Nikki to address some of the public comments.
Okay, did you guys have some? Okay, great.
Yeah, I truly appreciate all the feedback. And I would encourage people, because this is the thoughts, but would really encourage everyone to work with the providers that may be applying for the funding to put some of your ideas within their plans, you know, first of all. And then I wanted to address the point in time count. Absolutely, that's an inaccurate number. But the point in time count, it's a national requirement that any communities receiving any type of HUD housing do a point in time count once a year. It's a snapshot. Do we get everybody counted? No. We get everybody counted that that the volunteers and everybody can see that day. And the date that's chosen, Jim's right, is chosen by HUD. And so it's all the same day across the nation. Because of the COVID and everything this year, it's the only year that I'm aware of that it ever varied. And that was because of COVID, and we did all kinds of things for the first time because of COVID. But so, you know, and I do have those reports, and I would be more than happy to email them to anyone. I'm at the health department. I don't have that many business cards with me, but more than happy to. Just give them a call, give the health department a call, and let them know you'd like a point in time report. Okay, and I can send you the current one and a couple years back, whichever. And as a person that works with the homeless, yeah, we say, oh yeah, 69. No, it's more like 200 right now. But it's that snapshot, and that's what has to get reported. So I also wanted to talk about a little bit about the free stuff. And I'm not saying you guys are incorrect. What I'm gonna say is my first day working in Carson City, Human Services, I had worked 8 years in Douglas County prior, and I came here, and it was in August. I was here for my certificate this morning. And in October every year, they were having a homeless outreach day. And it was like, oh, you got to get this put together right now. And I'm like, what? And then talking to people, I learned very quickly that everybody, but the homeless, were going to the homeless outreach day. And as that date came and people were asking, that's who was asking. People that were housed and everything, but they were looking forward each year to come and get free stuff. And I had not done that event that year, nor have I since, because if they need blankets or they need a sleeping bag or food, they can get that every day. So we don't need a one day out of the year. Are there, people that want to get that, are there for just for free stuff? Maybe. But I think that what we're proposing also is you're going to have to work yourself out of this or leave, and holding them accountable for that. You're not going to just hang around and threaten our citizens and litter our streets. You're going to have to work toward working with these agencies that we have here, getting those resources that we have here, or move on. And so I think that is the message that we are proposing and asking providers to look at and prepare applications for is a program that will hold them accountable. And the advocates that we've talked to definitely have that model, and they're saying, no, they got to do this, and they've been there, done that, and they know when they're getting BS'd, so to speak. Sorry, it's after 5 now, right? But it's gonna get sloppy. No, so let me see. The other thing I wanted to address, because I heard it more and more, we have wonderful agencies here in Carson, absolutely. And we all try to work together. We all collaborate. We're all working with the same people. And so it is a lot of, you do this and I'll do that, and we'll get them where they need to be. So none of this is proposing that we're replacing any of our agencies. Everybody that's doing services right now, we hope would be able to provide that in this plan and have a plan and apply for the funding if we're going to have funding. And not be replaced. So I wanted to clear that up because I was hearing that message. Addiction and sobriety, I want to answer that question. But the difference is what we're talking about is not requiring them to be sober before they're housed, but get them housed and then work on that. And so it's not that we're going to house you and then, let you do whatever you want, and you can drink, you could do your drugs or anything like that. That's not it. You're not going to be able to address addiction if they're living on the streets. And then there's always the question, were they an addict before they became homeless, or did they become an addict after homelessness? And lots and lots of times the mental health is always in there. So that I wanted to address that. And one of the differences, one of the frustrating things, and Jim can back me up on that because he's already commented, he don't take those HUD grants because they do require that you not require them to get sober. They do require, you don't make them do this. You offer them the service. If they don't take it, you're still housing them. And so that kind of restricts when you have HUD programs. I appreciate the list that was provided of the housing units. And looking down that list, we have worked with them. We always do outreach with our landlords. And we're always trying to be there when they're evicting somebody, to try to prevent that eviction. If we know about it, we're seeing, can we prevent this eviction? Is it just 1 month's back rent? Is it 6 months back rent? And then it's kind of, property manager, why did you let them get behind 6 months? But we're there, and we have grants that can do that prevention, and they know that, and we know that. And sometimes, just for other reasons, that eviction is going to happen anyway. But the list, the grant programs that we have, we are restricted to the fair market rents. And a lot of those rents that are on your list, and I didn't get through every one of them, are over those fair market rents. A studio apartment has to be under $736 a month. They're running about $900 a month. A one bedroom, the fair market rent is $853. They're running about $1,100 a month. So that restricts somebody that's on a fixed income, and maybe they're only making $1,200 a month, and they're paying $1,100 a month for rent, and that is happening. And so that's where we can't use some of those apartments, whether they have vacancies or not. We try to get them to lower it for a period of time, things like that.
I ask a question? If you have all this money, isn't there a way to work with renters to subsidize some of that?
I'm sorry, we can't do additional comments after the original comments. She's responding to those. Go ahead, Mary Jo.
Okay, and then I think the free stuff. I'm looking through all my little jotted notes here to make sure I addressed everything that was yeah. Nick, do you have anything to add?
I just wanted, for the record, Nikki Aker, I wanted to make a clarification. One of the comments was that there was support from the other counties on this plan. For clarification, what I was talking about is that we are meeting with the other counties and talking about homelessness regionally. And, other counties are thinking about how they're going to deal with the homeless as well. But we did not collaborate on the plan with them. And we didn't get support from them. It was just that we are in conversation with them that this has to be a regional approach.
One comment I would have about that is, didn't we notice an increase in people on our streets when Reno cleaned up the river and people did not want to go to their CARES shelter? Yeah, okay.
Along with the folks that came here and the fire
I was gonna say,
evacuations that also
we,
didn't want.
we got it from the Caldor fire also. Just a couple of comments. Somebody asked a question on the group home does not have the time limit on it because they will be individual plans. No two homeless people are identical, or people without a home. Shelterless, whatever, unsheltered individuals. So it's going to depend. Some might only be 1 or 2 months to get them where we need to. Some might take 6 or 9 months. But I think that was a question that was out there. There was a question I think that Heather just asked that dealt with, can we work with some of the landlords? I thought I tried to address that earlier when I said we had some developers and maybe some people out there that would be willing to work with us. I think there are some benevolent individuals that would be willing to do that very thing. And I hope they're listening and say yes, because that would be extremely great answer. So.
We had one today.
And we had somebody today. Wasn't that something? Harry Cook, right? there's somebody that stepped right up to the plate and said, hey, if you can do this, I'm the guy that's going to come and help you. And I think that maybe once this plan gets started, I think we're going to have more of that because we are a community and we're compassionate, but we don't want a couple hundred more from somewhere else coming. I get all those, and I think that's why this housing task force worked extremely hard not to do the CARES campus methodology that you see in Reno. I think we all thought, just like many of you did.
One thing I would point
So-
out about the CARES campus is their second phase of it was to do the supportive wraparound. And it's like ass backwards.
Yeah.
Okay, and by that I mean they were gonna give the extra services to help people move out from that situation in phase 2. No, we're talking about that, we already have that. And we're talking about helping people access those so that they can move on and up and out.
So I just wanted to make sure that we tried to answer the questions. The tough love, private sector comment. I don't know how many more ways we can state this. It's all about teaching them and holding them accountable. It's not, if you're not working your program, you're not doing the plan, then you won't have a plan with us anymore. I mean, I think that's something else. We're just not driving home the point, and I apologize if somehow we're not. The objective is that they come to the table and make a change in their life. I think I heard someone earlier that said, only a small percentage will change their life. I don't know those answers, but we had individuals that were homeless that admitted some people, you're never going to get there. I think we all recognize that, right? Some people are never going to get there. But does that mean we don't help the other percentage that want to make a difference or want to make a change? And that's right. So there isn't an easy answer to this. There is not. But what I ask all of you that are against everything we're doing, besides doing nothing, what do you think we're going to do? Because it's only going to get worse. I think all of you have made that statement. It's gonna get worse, not better. So I think that this group worked extremely hard to start the process, but not free. I want to make sure that they have to work, I said it this, you have to work your program harder than me, right? Because otherwise it's not going to work. So if you're not putting in the effort, we had that saying, I used to work on the fish board, right? If you're not working the plan, then we're not working with you. So I just want to.
We have that in our office as well. But
Yeah.
I do want to add that there is another piece that will go with this, and that is an effort of, it's called responsible giving. And that's educating our agencies, our leadership, our community members, that taking food to where they are is always nice and it makes you feel good. But if our street outreach team is going, hey, go to Fish, they have a hot meal between 3 and 5. I'm not sure the times exactly. I think that's what it is. Okay. And, but getting them to go to where those resources are. Here's the resources. I'm not going to give it to you on the corner of, Williams and 50. That's the same street. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. But there's going to be
He's
that
on long.
campaign also, and it's called Responsible Giving. We're going to be coordinating some agency and some leadership presentations as well as community presentations. And that's going to be part of this whole, here's the resources, this is what you use. And not aggressively panhandling.
I just want to make a quick comment. I think I share the mayor's comments. I think most of the things that got brought up, everyone addressed. I think you talked about private sector. I think that was demonstrated in there that we are looking at the private sector doing this, this is not all a government job. And so I think, that's a key component of this. Yeah, only taking part in the services that they participate. If they don't, I've been involved with several nonprofits, and either you work the program or you don't. I don't know how else to say that. I would just put on the record and encourage HHS, who has a working relationship with the Quad County, and our city manager to not let our adjoining counties off the hook. I can't emphasize that enough. I've said that before for the almost 4 years I've been on this board. I think, yes, Carson City gets a lot from those counties in terms of sales tax dollars, but we also provide the vast majority of services for those counties. And I really don't think that they should just ignore that or assume that because their residents are shopping here and we get a few sales tax dollars. In reality, we export sales tax dollars to them. So I just, city manager and Nikki, let's not, let's make sure we're talking to them about that because they got ARA funds as well. Thanks.
I would say that it is unfortunate that the community in general do not have the opportunity to see the real dynamics of the homeless and the behavioral health issues that are in this community. You don't get to go to the specialty courts and see what goes on there. You don't get to go on a ride along with the Department of Alternative Sentencing. We've all done that. We've all visited the jail. We've all visited the juvenile facility. But what you do have an opportunity to do is sign up for a ride-along with one of Kenny's deputies. And I would encourage you to do that so that you see what's really going on in this community. If you had the opportunity to go to the behavioral health specialty courts, interact with the Department of Alternative Sentencing, you would see the transformation these folks make when hope is put in front of them, when they see an end to the nonsense they're living through. It works. I would also say that when you come to the conversation with the intention to do nothing more than argue and fight, you'll never understand what the real issue actually is. So with that said, I really appreciate how this agenda item has come forward, the collaboration, the understanding, the research that went into it, the modeling after the village on Sage Street, which, by the way, I discovered and brought to the city manager. That's how that concept has come to Carson City. However, as a number of our constituents have pointed out, we have a concept here. We don't have a lot of specifics, and I understand that. You can't have a lot of specifics at this time. But I am not willing to obligate north of $1 million on something we can't pin down with policies and a specific direction. I think this concept needs to be a lot more flushed out before you get me to obligate north of $1 million. That's stand-up money. I get it. You said, well, we're going to chase grants after the one-shot ARPA money's gone. I need something a lot more solid than that kind of an idea. And I'm absolutely opposed to reaching into the Indigent Accident Fund. That, you might find somewhere in NRS that allows us to do that, but that is not the idea of what that fund is for. And so you're going to have to take that out of the funding scheme if you want me on board.
Okay, I'll go. Go ahead, Stan.
I think we don't have enough information to make a decision right now. I truly don't. I feel very strongly that we are not going to run this, that it has to be out of independent contractor. I don't want anything to do with it if that's the way it goes. I kind of agree with Maurice that we're asking to obligate a lot of money that right now I don't know how, I don't, we're just not to the point where we can make a decision, and I think we need to defer this and do some more studying before we make any decisions. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see if I can say it right. The objective here is to go out into the market to see what the vendors, the nonprofits, and the public can bring back together for an overall option to meet this plan with some ARPA dollars that are available. We at that time, of course, will have all the flushing out and opportunities to determine whether or not those options are viable. If we never start, we're never going to move. We're just going to keep pushing it down the path. There is no perfect answer, no perfect plan. What we wanted is for the vendors that live this, eat this, do this every single day out there that talk to us to come together with some plans, and then we can articulate that. All we're asking for here is to have Mariana be able to put out RFPs to get that feedback and plans. The Board of Supervisors, not the Board of Health, will then determine whether or not those plans are viable, ongoing funding. We might get matches that are proposed to us from a developer, might say, I'll give you a 10-year project, you give me 50. We don't know what we're gonna get, but the point is, unless we're asking for those plans and those options, we're not gonna have anything to study or anything to look to that. The indigent accident funding is our portion that comes back from the state to care for indigents. So at the state level, it fits the goal of providing services to those that were injured in an accident to the hospitals. The differential comes back to the city to help indigent individuals, which all of these people would still have to qualify for any program, like you said. We have to meet the conditions. We also had set aside money that we did from, what was it, 300,000, I think, Stacy? Yeah, 300,000. So we have things and funding sources. So when we get the proposals and options back, then we can look to do just exactly what you're talking about. So I'm not saying I'm opposed to your thoughts. What I'm saying is that happens after we get proposals.
Honestly,
We're not
I
going to
think-
get any.
Honestly, through the budget process, I think we've already done that because we identified the 1.1 million of ARPA money for nonprofit use. So I think we've already done that.
We're
Well,
just honing in on what?
Yeah, I was going to say
piece.
that,
Thank
yeah,
you.
it was very broadly to housing. I think this is at least a plan. And as the plan said, the RFP or an RFP could come back. Heck, Mariana could write the RFP and have us look at it before it goes out, if that's the
Okay.
next step we want to do. I agree with the mayor. I think, we can sit in our hands or we can do something. I feel like the time has come for us to do something. And I agree with the mayor in terms of the indigent accident fund. I'm a governor's appointee to the indigent accident fund. And these are not those funds that are earmarked for the hospital. These are funds that can only be spent on indigent care after the hospitals have been satisfied. So I think it is completely an appropriate use of those funds. So
It should have been made clear in this paperwork.
well, I don't disagree with you. I think it makes a lot of sense for, as the Board of Health, for us to recommend that the Board of Supervisors move forward with the concept And then in our agenda item as a board of supervisors, I think we can provide direction to staff on how to do that. But to me, what is presented here as the Board of Health is the concept and a phased approach with the parameters that we talked about on the record. And to me, there's enough here to do a structure of an RFP so that it can come back to us for refinement before it goes out to the public. And I will make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors to proceed with the project broadly under the terms of the discussion here today.
I second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
And that's Supervisor White. Okay, with that, then we have our last public comment. Would you like to? Do we have any public comment?
Okay.
Hearing none? Then is the power invested in me to
To adjourn?
Okay, thank you, adjourn. And I appreciate Mary Jane pointing it out is after 5, so there can be a few wobbly whoops after 5. Thank you very much for
Yeah.
everyone's participation.
Thank you. Are you guys ready to just move right through, or you need a quick?
go.
Okay. Let's get people the chance to do what they need to do. Sorry, but I know it was a long day. And actually, I want to say how much I appreciate the entire community that stuck all day. No, it was effort, and it matters. It matters. Thanks. Okay. We're going to reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much. Let the record reflect we're still in quorum, just in case. We are now on agenda item 26A, which deals with the continuation on the actual presentation from the Board of Health and the recommendation from them to discuss use of the ARPA dollars and any instructions or thoughts that you may have for Mariana.
For the record, my name is Mirjana Gavrić, Grants Administrator for Carson City. This agenda item is to discuss and approve the direction of the next round of ARPA grant applications, or as you stated earlier, RFP. The ARPA priorities will not change. The federal priorities will not change, but will support the Carson City Housing Plan by directing applicants to apply for programs and projects that support unsheltered individuals and emergency housing per the Carson City Housing Plan. Agencies will be asked to submit a letter of intent, and if their program or project fits the eligible categories, then the agency will be asked to fill out an application. That was the original idea. After today's discussion, that may change, so.
I
Any
think you're still
questions?
on the right path. I think all that we're recommending is that prior to your release of the document to the street, so that we're all clear here as the board as to what's going out there for requests for proposal in case there's tweaks or issues we want to add or address, unless I got that flavor wrong. Is that the flavor?
Well, that-
We want to see the RFP first?
I mean, I'll weigh in. I mean, I think, sorry, but I don't think this is going to be an easy task.
No.
So I want to apologize to you up front, because I think we're.
Help her
I
draft
think
it
we're
in his spare
asking.
time.
Yeah. We're, who? Oh,
Dan.
yeah. Dan has no spare time.
To her department. Who's
I-
the DDA for her?
It's Mihaela.
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
Well,
She's
in any
listening.
case, I
Right.
think you do have a tall order, because I don't disagree with Stan and Maurice as it comes to I feel like we have maybe a skeleton, and I think we need some meat. on that skeleton, and I think I agree with them in that respect. So maybe it might take a couple of meetings where the first RFP comes back to us. But I think within that, we need to make sure that there are some very clear goals that tie back to this plan. So the organizations, in my mind, that apply need to hit the goals that you state, but I think we need to give them some direction on refining those a little more.
I agree with
So-
you wholeheartedly. And the intention, just to clarify, I want to make sure you understand, is to first have the agencies that are interested to fill out a letter of intent. And that will really, and that's where we need to give the most direction. And with that, then there will be an internal committee to review those letters and be able to then say, okay, these projects really fit our category in terms of this housing plan and what we want to do. So I think that letter of intent will be very important in terms of the next step, which would be an application.
And I think in past instances, that letter of intent was something that you did with staff's assistance or maybe just yourself. But I think in this case, what we're talking about is maybe you working with Nikki and the city manager and then bringing that back to us so that we can, at least that's what I'm feeling, that so that we can approve that and make sure those goals are in there and the topics are covered, and it would give then also an opportunity to talk about funding sources and the supporting law that allows us and authorizes us to use that funding source. For me, that would help a lot.
Does that make sense? I just want to make sure before we move forward, and I'll let Supervisor White do it. So you would be whittling through the letters of intent, but before you accept their applications, unless I heard you wrong, we're here going to approve those applications to move forward. That we would be accepting applications from them?
No, I
That's why
was
said,
saying
let's clear that
before
up.
the letter of intent goes out.
Yeah,
We would review that letter of intent
right.
to make sure the letter of intent
Well, wait,
addresses
You mean the RFP
all of our
requesting the
goals.
letters?
whatever she's
Okay.
calling it. I'm
Not
using
their
the
letter
term
of
that she
intent.
used. No.
Okay,
The-
that's what I
no,
need to clarify.
I apologize. No.
That's okay.
What do you call that document that?
The first document is a letter of intent.
Okay, well,
And so
I
we
was just
put
using her
that
term.
out.
See, you're
Yeah.
messing with me. Just using her term, the term that she sends out that they respond to.
Her
So-
initial request.
Correct.
Correct.
So her, maybe it's called, for lack of a better term, notice of opportunity
There
to
you go.
fund.
A NOFA,
A NOFA, notice of
NOFA.
opportunity to fund.
yes.
So that, what I intend,
Okay.
what my comment was, is that we would review that.
Right.
That would have the goals that we want to accomplish in it, tied back to the plan that was approved, but also listing the funding sources and the amount of money, and then our authority to use that.
Okay. I understand.
That, I mean,
Does it make
you know,
sense?
I would make that as a motion when we get to that point, but I was gonna,
Supervisor White?
So, since the last agenda item passed, and I'm predicting this one will too, that's kind of given her the direction she wants to go. Do we have an opportunity, rather than having 2 or 3 meetings to suss it out, do we have an opportunity for her to circulate that around to us independently, give her feedback,
To help
so
speed
we're
it
not
up.
collaborating, and
I'll
then,
let you know. I'll let you know. We'll find out if we can legally work on that.
because I don't want to have
Right.
no, I
Another-
understand.
We'll see what we can do about that.
almost 10 hours so far.
We'll see what we
right?
can
I
do
mean,
about that.
I mean, we need to hear from the public in the end, but I think we can have a finished product before we come back
Or
to the
near
public,
finished. Right,
right?
right. We'll see what we can do. There's some
Yeah, the-
options.
And the only downside to that is that, you know, yeah, you're right. I'm good.
Yep,
I mean,
okay.
if we can do it that way, I'd be for it.
I don't see anyone else with their hand raised on this one, so I'll go for final public comment on this item. I don't see any, so I'll bring it back up here for a motion. And one of the
Okay.
most important things is to remember that the ARPA funding does not have to be a nonprofit only. we're gonna let her bring it back to us.
I'm not even
but-
going to mention that.
Okay, just putting it on the record.
Thank you.
Yeah, because the housing won't work.
So I move to direct staff to craft a notice of opportunity for funding to be released publicly with the specific goals that support the plan as presented to the Board of Health, and delineating available funding sources and the authority to use those funding sources, and return to this board for approval within 2 days. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm totally joking.
She's like, I removed my second. That was good.
Totally. Never mind the 2 days thing. Totally
Yeah.
joking.
Took
Sorry.
us 5 hours, you get 2 days.
Delineate the funding sources. You're taking out this 1.1 million
No.
reserve?
No.
No.
That's
No,
a
I just
funding
no, I
source.
just want, no, it's a funding source. I want the funding sources to be listed. So it'd say ARPA funds, 1.1. Indigent Accident Fund, return from state, 1.2. Sale of land,
300,000.
dedicated by the board for homelessness, 300,000. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Make sense?
So that we're aware of what we have.
Yeah, just so to answer your point of where the funding's coming and our authorized use of that fund.
I have a motion and a second on discussion. Is that, Mariana, is that sufficiently detailed enough for you to know where you're going?
Yep.
Okay, because it's important that our motions be clear enough so there's no misunderstanding coming back. So you'll bring us a notice of award prior to the release
Yes.
of that to the public.
Yes.
We'll
yes,
approve it in
absolutely.
advance. Okay,
Yes.
great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Motion carried
I
unanimously.
think that's notice of opportunity. You
Yeah,
said notice of award.
opportunity.
Funding opportunities.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, I know, for
No-
funding
no-
opportunities. Right. That's okay. It's a federal way they call it. She's got it. Okay, we're now gonna move on to agenda item number 27, which is our non-action items. You know, Nancy, you've been so boisterous today. I wonder if you have any comments? Sorry. I couldn't help it.
I have some really good news.
Oh, well, let's have it.
The next board meeting will be much shorter than this one. But I do have a couple things, just that agenda items that will come before you in September, and that's the space needs assessment, the public art and memorial policies, and the strategic plan annual report.
Any board members have anything? We're also,
I do,
Fund
sorry,
out,
I'm
but
sorry,
go
I
ahead.
know we are, but I
Supervisor
have a couple of
Giomi,
things
take
to
us home.
report from my board meetings. Last night, Lisa and I attended Carson Water Subconservancy meeting, and I missed a tour of Faith Valley, which is at the headwaters of the Carson River watershed. But the Carson Water Subconservancy District is approaching the Nevada legislature to have Alpine County included as a full member. Right now, they're sort of a quasi-associate member, and it would be one of the first times that a bi-state agency outside of TRPA sort of, yeah. So anyway, we're working on that. Want to talk a little bit about the Statina's Pay Dirt, which was the gravel bike race that CTA has committed to for the foreseeable future through 2027. There were, trying to find my numbers, sorry, 600 participants this year. The goal in 2027 is to get us just short of 880. There were 20 states, 2 international represented. Out of the 600, only 103 were in Nevada. So California, Colorado, Idaho, Oregon, Texas, and Washington were the top states. Anticipated about almost 500 room nights in Carson City for this bike race. And it was a great event. It was head and shoulders above
Epic rides.
the previous thing we had in terms of return on investment, really great return on investment.
So where did they actually hold that?
So they started and stopped at Fuji Park. Technically, it stopped up at Clear Creek above the old youth camp, but
Okay.
started and stopped Fuji Park, went basically through two mountain ranges, the Sierra Nevada and the Pine Nuts. Went out into the Pine Nuts. Amazing comments from people saying, you know, best course, great course. Trying to remember some of the comments. They were really, really good comments. It was a great race. They gave away, they actually melted and gave away silver ingots as prizes, real silver, of course, for the Silver State. It was probably the best single track I've ever ridden, they said, most fun I've had in recent history. Pine Nuts are one of the biggest surprises in my racing history. What a magical place.
Maybe in the future you could run that race through Prison Hill and end in the Nevada State Prison for a party.
Well, that would be cool. I will bring that up with, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll bring that up with the event rider. There may be a way to do that. Yeah.
We did have a bicycle event.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, they are crossing the highway anyway, because they're starting at Fuji Park, they're going up into Clear Creek, and then way down like towards Johnson Lane, out into the Pine Nuts, into Stephanie. They might be going by the prison. I don't remember the exact route, but I will talk to the CTA about that. It's up to the racer, but I'll talk to him and have him reach out to you.
We did have a bicycle event scheduled for the prison, and they dropped us because at that time we couldn't have alcohol.
Right,
We
but now you can.
We got
Well,
that legislation changed.
alcohol's where it's at, so. The
Light alcohol.
October of 2022, Carson City is hosting a disc golf tournament. That'll be first time out there at that golf tournament. So, or that tournament. And then July 8th of 2023, CTA is working to sponsor and bring in the All-American All-Stars USA versus Philippines rugby match, which is right now anticipated to bring upwards of 5,000 people to town. So that's next July 8th. I think they said they can use the high school field. I think they've got that all worked out. So some exciting things going on with CTA. I'm sorry to take your time, but I thought it was worthwhile mentioning. There was that race, bike race was great.
It's worth it. And the punk train thing was good.
Oh, that was great.
It surprises me that, what do we have, like 1,200 hotel rooms or something, rentable
Yeah,
rooms,
like,
1,100,
yes, 12 or
somewhere in there?
1,300, somewhere in that
So
neighborhood.
that we can bring 5,000 to 7,000 people for an event.
Yeah, it's gonna, well, and
And
the
that-
other thing we've talked about at
Yeah.
CTA is that, and we're working on this, that, you know, we do surveys. So when we sponsor an event, we do surveys, so we know where people are coming from. That's one of the requirements. Because then it helps us as a, you know, marketing agency, market to the proper areas. So you're not, you know, spending money in Florida to get someone to come to Carson, because they're not gonna do it. But the other aspect of what they want to do is some of these secondary events, summertime in Tahoe, hot August nights, those also, you know, we're positioning ourselves to market us to those events and say, look, you don't have to isolate yourself to Reno. Come down to Carson for one of those nights or 2 nights, or come up for hot August nights, stay in Reno, but come down and spend a couple of nights in Carson City. And so some of that marketing is working as well.
Hot August nights and street vibrations in the old days had all the hotels booked up clear down to
Right.
Topaz.
Yeah, I don't know now. I don't know,
I don't
but
know
yeah.
what they do now, but
No, you're right.
it
All
was
right.
insanity in the past.
Indulging me.
No problem at all. Does anyone else have anything to share?
Well, just briefly, Parks and Rec in OSAC, we met on Tuesday and, discussed the decorative rocks and the Kindness Project and leashing dogs on trails and in parks and all of that. And so that will be coming before the board. Really good discussion, and just appreciated the public comment. I think that the policy will really help clarify, where people can take dogs off leash, where they can take dogs on leash, and for those who don't want to recreate with dogs, where they can also
Have a
enjoy
park
some
with no
outside
animals,
time.
right.
Absolutely. So it was great, and that'll be in our future.
Okay. Well, perfect. Then I'm going to move to final public comment. Okay, then you guys aren't going to believe this. It is probably the longest meeting we've had in I don't know, that I can remember. Yeah, so we're adjourned. Thank you all for
From last time at 10:30.